Her cherry red lips were so beautiful and alluring, as if she had just stepped out of fairy tale. Her skin was as soft as winter snow. Her flowing long hair was like shimmering silver threads, and honestly, anyone who saw it would be green with envy. This snow-white angel was named Yvette Winchester, who, after years of lying low in the Winchester Duchy, rose to fame again with her coming-of-age ceremony as the eldest daughter. To be honest, her beauty alone was enough to cause a flood. At her party, countless men could not resist her ethereal charm, and the eligible bachelors were too nervous to speak. It was rumored that even married men faced an unprecedented test of their loyalty. A nearby nobleman nearly had to clutch his heart, afraid it would run off to her, who knew that even the ladies were trying to sneak a peek, as were their husbands. Thus, in just one night, this woman who embodied power, wealth, and beauty became the darling of the capital. Some sensational rumors even suggested that her future husband would rule the entire empire. But there are two sides to every coin, and when this rumor reached the ears of the royal family, it vanished from everyone's sight like a night blooming serious, beautiful, and brief. Time flew by, and 3 months had passed since the party. Now, a maid was scurrying around the magnificent palace like a chased dog. Just as she raised her hand to knock, a voice allowed her in. "Come in." The maid bowed deeply and respectfully handed a thick stack of letters to the Duchess. "Your Grace, these are the letters that arrived for you today." The Duchess didn't even need to open them to know what was inside. They were all letters inquiring about Yvette's well-being. These days, Duchess Heloise was so worried about her daughter that she clutched her head in agony. "It's been like this ever since her coming-of-age ceremony, and I've had enough. Having such a beautiful daughter is a curse. Even Her Majesty the Queen has heard about it. She sent a messenger this time. Since the royal family is asking, I'm curious too. What did the Queen say?" She asked the messenger. The scene cuts to the sharp gaze of the esteemed Queen. Does she still remember the bond we once shared? This is a tricky question. The Duchess muttered, accidentally snapping her expensive fountain pen in half. She ordered the maid, bringing new stationery. The maid didn't ask any further questions, simply bowing and leaving. Yes. With that, she rubbed her forehead, thinking, I need to write a letter to someone. It wasn't a Sunday, just a normal day like any other, but the number of guests was surprisingly large. There are a lot of visitors today. The Duchess looked at the crowd helplessly. Gossip-loving artists spread rumors about her, saying the young lady was abused by her parents and survived only by drinking morning dew. Gossips jealous of her beauty claimed the young lady had a terminal illness and that her skin would rot if exposed to the slightest bit of sunlight. And the mystical detectives spread rumors that she was cursed to disappear forever if she ever left the country. Rumors were just rumors, but they were evolving into more stories, mostly centered around this innocent princess. Getting back to the point, the beautiful princess on everyone's mind was currently fast asleep in her room. The mother of a nation had returned to the palace, and instead of bowing to greet her, she was still lying in bed. So the Duchess dispatched the ultimate weapon. 2 golden pans were gently clanged together, sending a sound from the underworld into her ears. Right here, everyone finally understood why she hadn't taken a single step out of the house. Is it time to eat? One could tell from her tone that she was lazy to the bone. So much for divine intervention. Haha. Ever since she was a child, she had been showered with love by the Winchester family. Yvette had never known hardship in her life. She ate only the best things, and everyone spoiled her rotten. Everyone treated her like she was made of glass, like a precious flower. She was chauffeured everywhere she went, and if she couldn't finish her food, someone else would eat it for her. No wonder she developed such a carefree attitude. She had people to do everything for her. Honestly, she hadn't lived a single hard day in her life. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a useless heiress. She was even fed by others, and she only needed to lift her arms for someone to dress her. The Duchess decided to test her with a sob story. So your father and I ran away with your brother. But can you blame me? Sobi. The tears have to be convincing, you know. She glanced at my expression. Blame Mom. Her acting is too good. I could probably sleep for another 8 hours. Must stay awake. My dear baby was bombarded again and again just to wake her up. Even if she was in the deepest sleep, she had to open her eyes and see the light of day. Mom poked her forehead with a finger, reminding her of the situation. The rumors outside are spreading like wildfire, and now they've even organized a team of bodyguards to come rescue the princess and drag her out of her high tower. As a doting mother, she couldn't bring herself to scold the little one. The weight of the family had always rested on this woman's shoulders alone. Her husband had abandoned them, leaving her to bear the weight of the entire family. That's why she had to be strict with Yvette. If it weren't for her, she might not have been able to do it. Then she reached out, caressed her cheek, and asked wistfully, if something were to happen to me one day, how would you survive? Hearing her mother say this, Yvette burst into tears. Seeing her daughter cry like this, she felt relieved that her child still listened to her. One moment they were all, "Mommy dearest," and the next, she had a dozen maids helping her pack her bags. Yvette didn't even have time to process what was happening. Mom had the maids pack more clothes, money, and even made sure her precious daughter would be warm. Mom was getting a little too enthusiastic, and Yvette had to stop her. Wait, not knowing what her precious daughter wanted, she had to stop everything to listen to her. "Where are you taking me, Mom?" It was just a casual question, but she could still put on that angelic face. It was only then that Mom remembered she hadn't told her about her plan. A letter slowly unfolded in her hand. The handwriting on the paper was more beautiful than a scholar's. So she had found someone she could entrust Yvette to. She hadn't even met him yet, but she already seemed very excited. The lion crest looks quite imposing, doesn't it? But it's the symbol of the Lion's Legion, a corps not even recognized by the royal family because it's made up of war orphans and outcasts. Just the mention of their name makes the royal family, commoners, everyone a little nervous. Especially their leader, Victor Boyet. Rumor has it he's invincible in battle. Some even say he made a deal with the devil to gain that kind of power. The Winchester family's butler was horrified that the Duchess would send the young lady to such a place, but she had already thought everything through. After all, rumors are just rumors. He couldn't bear to hear that their precious treasure was being sent away so easily. "I have served the Winchester family for so long and have never disobeyed my master's orders. But if she's this stubborn..." Then he grabbed her hand. He knelt on one knee, his pitiful state on full display. "I'll cry for you." She was truly speechless with him. "The letter was sent 3 days ago. They'll probably arrive at the duchy this afternoon. There's no use in you saying anything now." He seized the opportunity and blurted out, then reduced the number of guards in the young lady's room. She didn't answer immediately, but asked, "You'll wait for me here, right? Let's do it then. To hell with whatever demons or monsters. Thank you, Your Grace, for your wise decision." He hurried off to meet the headmaid. Then he ran back to his room and danced and sang with his colleagues. Because the servants' actions would affect Yvette, they held hands in a circle, singing joyfully. The Duchess had agreed, but in truth, she was also very troubled. King Pori was currently gravely ill. The first prince had the legitimate right of succession, while the second prince had the queen's backing. They needed to expand their influence. Unfortunately, Yvette's coming-of-age ceremony got caught up in this mess. Now all eyes were on which side the Winchester family would take. As the young lady, she would surely become a political sacrifice. She had full confidence in the butler's persuasive abilities. David, second only to you, sending him to appease the servants was the right choice. Suddenly thinking of her own fate, she sighed to herself, "It's all my fault for being useless. If it weren't for the Queen's help, I wouldn't have become a duchess." The headmaid comforted her. "For now, we can only wait for the young lady to leave this place, and then find a better political marriage for her. It's the only way to ensure her safety." Speak of the devil, someone had arrived outside the estate. A group of people was about to step into the duchy. "I've known Victor for a long time, and I completely trust his character, if only she could take refuge with him." She was speaking smoothly when she suddenly stopped. "Wait." Heloise turned to the maid with a worried expression. "Those rumors, will David tell the young lady?" There was no use crying or being sad now. Yvette was hiding under her covers, scared out of her wits. She remembered the stories the butler used to scare children. "He's 8 feet tall, with thighs as thick as water buckets. He can crush 2 babies with one hand." An arm reached out from behind the door, beckoning to her. "Come closer." She was so scared she could only wrap herself tighter in her blanket for safety. The maids outside were running around frantically, reminding her that the Lion's Legion had arrived. "If the young lady wants to escape now, this is your only chance." Then the maid thrust a rope and a book into her hands. "This is a small token from us. Whatever the young lady decides, we support you. Don't ever give up." I don't know what they meant by giving her such a long rope. So it's suicide? That's too obvious. But then it occurred to her that maybe that wasn't it. There must be another purpose for giving her this. She stopped playing with the rope and turned to the book to calm her nerves. What book? 100 Questions for a Runaway Noble Lady, which began with, are you suffering under stubborn parents, wanting to escape the situation but not knowing how? The opening was so relatable that she was completely hooked. The experiences of 100 runaway ladies were condensed in this book, complete with escape plans, routes, and knowledge. The book advised her that escaping through the main gate was too dangerous, so try the balcony and connect to the world with a rope. So that's what the rope she received was for. Of course, breaking free from family constraints was just the first step. Next came survival skills. What kind of skills? The book hadn't said yet. It taught her to identify poisonous herbs, treat minor injuries, catch wild animals, and communicate with different races. It sounded like hunting skills. Suddenly, the book jumped from basic knowledge to macro knowledge, like building a small town and taming ancient mythical beasts. Then it jumped to knowledge of outer space, training an army, ruling the age of great voyages, and territorial management. That's enough reading for today. If she read any more, she might become a PhD without realizing it. She went outside, looked at the blue sky, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Too many words. I don't want to read. A long rope was let down from the balcony. Theory is over. Now it's time for practice. A brown-haired guy was waiting below, a man of high moral character, hearing that the future can wait. Appearing before him was an angelic figure, sliding down the rope like a shooting star. The princess had begun her adventure, but instead of falling, she was left hanging high in midair. The adventure ends with an awkward Unfortunately, at that very moment, the rope snapped. She, of course, fell neatly into the arms of that handsome young man. She looked at him with an innocent expression. He, in turn, looked at her with a serious face, as if wondering who on earth this was. The fairy tale image of a princess and a prince shattered in that instant. At this moment, the young lady had a flash of inspiration. Are you the new guard? This clueless question left him speechless. She grabbed his sleeve and pleaded, can you take me to the main gate? I want to run away from home. 10 points for her honesty, but her laziness kicked in again. It was just too tiring to walk out on her own 2 feet. That was pretty much how it was on the first day he met her. He was completely frozen by her cluelessness. The scenery in town was as peaceful as ever. The townspeople watched the approaching group from a distance, panicking. Oh no, it's the Lion's Legion. Everyone dropped what they were doing and scattered, not even knowing if they had done anything wrong. They ran so fast they didn't even have time to pack up their stalls, leaving only an apple rolling on the ground. A certain man picked up that apple. Vice Captain Arthur Orange grinned. Looks like our reputation precedes us. A reputation like this is worth celebrating. Francis Russell started shouting, cursing this bunch of useless fellows. You lazy bums. Can't you use that energy to find some food? I don't want to go to the duchy on an empty stomach and embarrass ourselves. Hart Benson, annoyed by her harsh words, retorted, can't you just speak nicely? It seems my words are useless. The clowns in the back are still fooling around. Annoyed that he couldn't get them to listen, he decided to find another place to cool off. It's because she yells like that they always misunderstand me. He knocked on a door very politely, but the child who opened it looked terrified. Hart said, little one, don't be scared. Is your mom home? The child wailed and begged for mercy. Please don't eat my mom. Hart, realizing how scary he looked, started crying too. Luckily, Liz came over to comfort his broken heart. Don't be sad. I think your face is handsome. Fried Gustav had to step in to stop it. This is more like a circus than an army. I sense an aesthetic here that transcends life and death. Your comfort is nice, but please stop this. Stop the comedy. We need to get back on track. Arthur leaned against a tree and started talking about the Legion. If the boss had agreed to accept the title from the royal family, our reputation might be much better. What's past is past, but the captain hates nobles, so don't complain about it. So this is strange. He noticed the other side of things. I think the boss's personality is super unpredictable. He usually hates nobles, but he came all this way for some duke's daughter and even left the group to go to the duchy alone. Don't you guys think that's strange? That's right. Everyone who heard his epiphany agreed. Hart was more mature than these kids. It's not strange at all. The captain is also of an age to get married. At the mention of marriage, everyone turned to look at him. He hadn't even put the apple in his mouth before these kids made him choke. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Why did the scene suddenly switch to a lovey-dovey shot of Victor and Yvette? And just like that, half the soldiers were staring at the scene with terrifyingly gleeful expressions. The other half of the soldiers were also staring in confusion. With these nosy soldiers around, Victor couldn't even hold the young lady in peace. In the distance, the Winchester family's butler came looking for their young lady. He arrived out of breath and saw the group before him. The butler didn't hold back and started scolding her to her face. "What do you think you're doing? Sneaking out is one thing, but how dare you be so intimate with a man you just met?" Yvette simply replied, tired. With that, she couldn't be bothered to say another word. "Even so, I can't let a strange man hold me. I'm more precious than that." Hearing the butler's harsh scolding, Yvette turned to Victor, the strange man. She bluntly asked for his name, wanted to get to the bottom of who this guy was. He was probably tired of holding her, so he gently put her down. This guy from the Lion's Legion, Victor. The commander-in-chief introduced him, and the soldiers swarmed up to greet him, to escort the young lady, at the request of the Duchess of Winchester. It's not certain if she knew about these things, but from her expression, it was all gibberish to her. Like the Lion's Legion, why not call it the Pink Lemonade Legion or the Cheese Legion, right? Then it suddenly clicked. It was that super loud name the butler had mentioned, and her face instantly lost all its color. The Duchess of Winchester, hearing that her precious jewel, Yvette, had returned, rushed out to greet her. She gave her a big bear hug. "So happy. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're okay." These touching words almost moved her. Then, with a bang, the Duchess did a complete 180, so fast she couldn't react. "Do you really think you're old enough to run away from home?" After dealing with her precious daughter, she turned around and greeted her guests with a warm smile. "I'm sorry you had to see that embarrassing scene." Victor heard the greeting, but didn't know what to say. Oh, thankfully Frances gave him a hint. "No, you shouldn't answer like that. At a time like this, no more small talk." She had the servants prepare things while she stayed behind to discuss important matters. "Mabel, take the young lady to change her clothes. I need to speak with the Great Legion commander." The scene switches to tea talk time. "I heard you went to the Imperial City and were welcomed by the first prince." She added, "He hopes the Lion's Legion will come under the direct command of the royal family." But the Legion commander didn't seem too keen on the idea. "Then congratulations on becoming a regular army. It will not only bring you honor, but also a very generous military fund each year. This would be a huge help to the Legion," she said cheerfully, but honestly, her smile looked a bit fake. He didn't want to accept a request that would tie him down. The members of the Lion's Legion have their own sense of justice. We will never become the royal family's hunting dogs. Ideals aside, let's talk about funding. As for military funds, thankfully someone gave us a piece of territory, so we could be self-sufficient for now. Since people have helped us so much, I'm grateful, and we will definitely repay this kindness. The Duchess put down her teacup. She was glad he still held to his principles. "I knew I wasn't wrong about you." She asked for his opinion on the first prince. "What is your impression of the first prince?" He told her bluntly that the first prince was straightforward, exceptionally talented, and had considerable military strategy. He was right because she had to admit it too. So that's how outsiders see him, huh? When the conversation got to the main point, the atmosphere suddenly turned serious. "Victor, if what I'm about to say gets out, it will bring disaster to both the Lion's Legion and the Winchester family. I hope you can keep it secret. Please speak freely." Since he had opened his heart, she didn't hesitate. "In 2 years, the Queen will stage a coup with the Winchester family to support the second prince's ascension to the throne." He felt a chill just listening to it. This is treason. His eyes grew wary upon hearing this. "What else can I do?" "I know." A moment of silence. She entrusted her precious daughter to him to keep her away from danger. "I hope you will protect Yvette with all your might." The beautiful woman gazed into the distance, as if lost in thought. So Arthur and Frances got a free tour of the duchy. They were told to rest here for a bit until the young lady was ready. Just looking at this place, you could tell how luxurious it is. Wow, Hart just stood there with his arms crossed, admiring it all, thinking this is amazing. But young Arthur, he was running all over the place, checking everything out. Is all this stuff the young lady's? There's even a katana. The maid, seeing how excited they were, offered to let them touch it. "Go on, touch it. Want to take it down and have a look?" The two of them immediately pounced. Yes, Arthur gushed about how amazing the young lady was. No wonder she's a duke's daughter. She must have traveled the world to collect all these things. The maid who was taking down the sword suddenly froze. She stared at the sword with a displeased expression and then spoke the truth. The young lady hasn't left the house since she was 5. He understood what she meant by that. I see. A noble lady who doesn't want to leave the capital. She's never left home. She really had to emphasize that point. It was then that it dawned on him, wait, something's not right. So the maid revealed the truth to him to help him understand the situation. When the young lady was 5, she joined a religious group and then disappeared. The ducal family was completely terrified when they heard the bad news. Later we found out that the guard had colluded with some bandits to kidnap the young lady for ransom. This incident, when she was just a small child, really caused her a lot of psychological trauma. The maid was now getting very agitated, like a killer. It's a pity the guard was killed on the spot. Otherwise, seriously, her expression made you think she did it. The maid drew the sword and gave it a vicious swing. Everyone present shut their mouths, seeing her swing that soared like a madwoman. Probably because of that trauma, even after she was safe, the young lady hasn't dared to take a single step out of the house. Arthur pointed tremblingly at the sword, which the maid shoved in his face, bluntly calling it a bribe. She recalled how happily the young lady used to play with her as a child. I watched Lady Yvette grow up, and I've imagined countless times what she'd be like free from her restraints. But I never thought that one day I might not be by her side. She looked at them with pleading, desperate eyes. Please take care of her for me, she said from the bottom of her heart. After the serious conversation, the maid went to the young lady's room to call her. Are you changed? But the room was empty. Lady Yvette. Suddenly, a pile of books behind her moved, startling the maid, and then a white-haired head popped out. Seeing the young lady's prank, the maid quickly dragged her out from the pile of books. What are you doing? I was worried, sick, and you pull a stunt like this on me. You scared me to death. The loud noise earlier was apparently Yvette attempting the feat of climbing the bookshelf. She was trying to get a book, but the moment the maid knocked, it was as if a magical force made her fall right off. Realizing it was her fault, the maid covered her face in remorse that I'm sorry. She handed over a book, pleading with the maid, Can you help me give this to Martha? Martha? Oh, the girl who helped you run away. In the maid's mind, Martha was already tied up to prevent any more trouble. Looking at the red-covered book, she found it unusually familiar. She hesitated for a few seconds, wondering whether to help. Suddenly, the maid guessed why Martha would have this book. Perhaps she found it while searching for books in the study. Seeing the maid muttering to herself, Yvette looked confused. The maid stopped muttering and decided to tell her the truth. This book doesn't belong to Martha. It's a gift your father left for you. The camera pans, and the maid picks up the red-covered book, completely stunned. 100 questions about a noble lady running away from home. Yvette's father explained the book's meaning to the maid. Don't mind the title. It's full of geographical and biological illustrations. The most complete and interesting encyclopedia I've ever seen. The maid couldn't understand why he would give his precious daughter this book of all things, an encyclopedia. The young lady didn't even like going out. A fantasy novel would have been more practical. As a far-sighted father, he knew, if she likes staying at home, I have nothing to say, but what if she changes her mind later? He flashed that devastatingly charming smile. Like father, like daughter, the genes are too strong. And now, she was mimicking that gentle smile. This world is so vast. Yvette hugged the book from her father, gazing at the sky outside the window. The butler reported to Heloise. The Queen's envoy will arrive at the duchy in half a day. She had already expected it and was not surprised that I know. Before that, she found her beloved daughter and asked, Is everything ready? Before parting, she added a reminder. The conditions outside are not like in the manor. You must take good care of yourself. She was reluctant to leave her mother. Can I not go? This sentence pushed her mother's patience to its limit. Just this once, listen to me. Be careful on the road. She tried to turn away to avoid delaying. A group of people followed behind, seeing the young lady off. On her first trip out, she curiously peeked her head out to look at the scenery. The Duchess and the others remained where they were, watching her leave with a sense of loss. Fearing the Duchess would be sad, the maid comforted her. Please rest assured, the young lady will surely arrive safely at the Lionheart Nights. She pretended to be strong, but still had a vulnerable side, her tightly clenched fist trembling slightly, as if it was too much to bear. Since she was born, we've never been apart for this long. She treasured her daughter, protecting her meticulously. She wanted to ask her personal maid's opinion. Tell me, do you think she will hate me? The maid understood a mother's heart better than anyone to it will be all right. Yvette was curled up in the carriage, her expression sad from having to leave her home and mother. For Lady Yvette, the light from outside shone into the carriage. She lifted the curtain, wanting to see what the outside world was like. She saw a fairy tale-like beautiful scenery for the first time. This was destined to be an unforgettable journey. The court banquet was still lively, especially as a hot new topic was circulating. The hottest, most well-known topic in the palace right now was the Winchester family's young lady ran away from home, someone shouted, their voice like a gossip megaphone. Such explosive news naturally couldn't escape the rumor mill. Even the fruit vendor knew. I heard she has a terrible temper, looks down on everyone, and seems to have already offended the Empress. A guard on duty had a different take. My relative who works in the palace said the Empress was furious when she returned and wouldn't even see the second prince. Some noble women also joined in with the gossip. The ducal family has really lost face this time. She was always learning how to be a lady and never attended any social events. So much information, it's truly heartbreaking. Who would spread such vicious rumors? Young and old, everyone sympathized with the young lady, and no wonder no one has seen her since her coming-of-age ceremony. For some of the older ladies, this might be good news, but it was a pity about that pretty face. Everyone was curious about what would happen to her and what the Duchess was doing now. Meanwhile, she was fast asleep in the carriage, completely unaware of these rumors. The carriage moved cheerfully along the long road. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, and both she and her teddy bear fell over. The impact gave her a big bump on her head. Thanks to the driver's superb skills, the carriage then crashed into a tree, hitting it at a 45-degree angle. This time she didn't just fall, she rolled over several times. Whichever way the driver steered the horses, she rolled, making one suspect he'd failed his driving test 10 times. In the midst of this bumpy chaos, she suddenly knocked lightly on the carriage door to signal a stop. Her expression now was truly terrifying, like a zombie straight out of a movie. Stop. Stop the carriage. The members of the Lionheart Knights were captivated by the beauty they saw for the first time. That the legendary Duke's daughter. I've never seen anyone so beautiful, so elegant, and her clothes are magnificent. But how could a carriage ride mess someone up this badly? She felt like she was seeing stars. The escorts all rushed over with worried faces to help her out of the carriage. Only the commander was not too pleased about this. Why the sudden stop? We're still some distance from the rest station, Commander Victor said with a stern expression. The driver took off his hat and answered respectfully, the young lady said she's not used to riding in a carriage. Hearing her name, she became a little flustered, but finally mustered the courage to look up at the young man. He should have had a handsome face, but in her eyes, he was no different from a man-eating monster. She hid behind the driver in fear. He was at a loss with her as well, and could only report before stopping next time. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Arthur, walking beside him, suggested he change his attitude and be gentler, thinking, what's wrong with being a little gentle? Be careful, or she won't like you later. He didn't understand what this strange man was saying. Are you confessing your feelings, then? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to the young lady. He was no playboy and immediately denied, said so curtly, who would believe him? He then added that feelings can be cultivated over time, and his response was, they won't. He explained the situation to him directly. I just accepted a commission from the Duke to look after her for 2 years. That's all. Besides, the Duchess had given them instructions before they left. His cold attitude made Arthur curl his lip in disdain. What a boring man. It turned out that Duchess Heloise had asked him to be strict with her. My daughter has been spoiled since she was little. You don't need to be polite. Just train her in your own way. He initially refused the suggestion. There are many fierce and brutal members in the Lionheart Knights. There's no need for the Duke's daughter to be compared to them. That was because he didn't know her yet. Then, she began a major roast session of her own daughter on the spot. She needs to be carried to walk, fed to eat, served to bathe, and she never wears the same outfit twice. Hearing this, he was already getting annoyed, and she is very wasteful with food. The previous points were whatever, but this one crossed his line. After hearing the Duchess, he became angry on the spot, determined to correct these bad habits. Arthur felt it was a pity because the commander looked like he was about to go crazy, so it seemed there would be no good show to watch. He stepped forward to teach him the ways of gentlemen. Even so, you don't have to be so harsh with her. Seeing his own soldiers say this, he was stunned. Have I been? Hearing this, Arthur knew he was completely oblivious and must have been speechless at this leader who clearly doesn't look in a mirror in the morning. Does this guy have no idea what his own face looks like? He took a sip of water and glanced away. Whatever, it's none of my business anyway. The direction he looked was where Yvette was sitting all by herself. For the Lionheart Knights, the commander's was the will of the entire team. If the commander was cold, the others wouldn't approach either. She watched everyone eating and drinking happily, then looked to the other side, where everyone was avoiding her like the plague. For someone like her, new to a group, a blue butterfly fluttered by, and she caught it with her bare hands. She opened her palm and looked at the beautiful little butterfly lying there. For an introvert like her, this period would probably be very difficult. Before it could get difficult, she broke into a devastatingly beautiful smile. The moon tonight was bright and full, illuminating the forest that was slowly sinking into a desolate darkness. In this wilderness, everyone was dancing and eating around a campfire, as if it were a festival. Hart bent down, looking at the bowl of food in his hand with disgust. This again? I've been eating this for a week. Can't we have something new? His teammate heard him and immediately corrected his attitude. Shuh, keep it down, or Frida will hear you. Speaking of Frida, he looked like a scholar, but he was actually the only mage in the entire team responsible for food supplies, proficient in charms, and ranked third on the people you must not provoke list. He was trying to cook a pot of food under the gaze of a certain young lady. The unprecedented pressure scared him to death. He turned around, brandishing a spoon and chopsticks threateningly. What, you want to fight? This guy was too easily spooked. He enthusiastically demanded a duel, but then suddenly started sizing her up. Outstanding looks, noble status. Just standing near her makes you sweat. This description perfectly fit Yvette. That I've been trying to avoid her. Why did she come over? After evaluating her, he switched back to his overthinking mode. Could it be? An image of her appeared in his mind, but a slightly less pure version. In his mind, she was arrogant and contemptuous. Excuse me, your existence is polluting the air around me. Please disappear from this world. After thinking this, he took a reckless action, causing his teammates to rush over in concern. Damn it, not my type at all. The big sister sent me over. Frida, here we go again. In that case, a murderous intent suddenly flared in his eyes. He went all out, demanding a fight to the death with her, disappear along with this world. His desperate, high-risk move terrified everyone. They rushed up and beat him up just to get him to calm down. Calm down. Just then, Liz saw an opportunity for some drama. They're fighting. She immediately shook her head in denial. Actually, her stomach was growling very loudly, so she was just looking for something to eat. Just hungry. A bowl of porridge as thin as pig slop was placed in front of her. Liz came over and asked her how she was. This is a porridge made with jerky the locals brought recently. He drank the whole bowl in one go and urged her to try the delicacy. Try it, it's delicious. Seeing how much he was enjoying it, she also took a bite. So that's how it was. A spoonful of porridge was brought to her lips, and the first bite paralyzed her nerves, her whole body trembling as if dancing the cha-cha. The spoon unconsciously fell to the ground. In an instant, the wooden spoon dropped, following the law of gravity. Everyone was eating happily when they suddenly heard a sharp crack, and an instant silence fell. It felt like a bad omen. Elsewhere, Victor and his teammate were discussing official business. This is bad. Commander-in-Chief. Someone rushed in a panic, bringing him bad news. There's no time for idle chat. The Duke's daughter has fainted. Hearing this, he was struck as if by lightning. Victor went with his close teammates to check on the situation. Make way. The Commander-in-Chief is here. The Duke's daughter was still lying motionless on the bamboo bed, her breathing heavy and rapid. Everyone was baffled. What happened? She was fine just a moment ago. Was she poisoned? He sat down gently and helped her up. Pardon my rudeness. His hand gently touched her stomach as he asked, Does your stomach hurt? She shook her head, her face pale. Seeing her so weak, he checked her other symptoms. Her temperature was high, and her breathing had become rapid. His eyes sharpened. She was conscious, no external injuries. Could it be a disease not recorded in the books? What on earth happened? If something happens to her, I'm a dead man. Then the girl dropped a bombshell, saying something completely out of left field that left everyone speechless. It was disgusting. The words, "it was disgusting," echoed through the mountain forest. The mage couldn't stand her disparaging his cooking like that, and got worked up, wanting to fight. Francis had to hold him back. "Frida, calm down." Even Hart had to admit she had a point that, to be honest, I found hard to swallow too. But Liz didn't understand that what's the big deal? You eat tree roots happily enough. Francis worriedly asked her leader for guidance. "Chief, what should we do? Make her a special portion?" "No need." Saying that meant he definitely had a plan. He walked up to a guard and asked Laura, who's on hunting duty today. The girl quickly flipped through the log to find the answer. "Let me see. It's Arthur and Zach. Change it. Let her hunt tomorrow." The words were decisive and clear, but to them, they sounded like a death sentence. He glanced at her and made a terrifying face to warn her, "If you don't want to eat what others bring." An image of a fat wild boar running and jumping through the mountains appeared, the sound of the hunter's horse's hooves growing closer. A white-haired girl bravely drew her bow, aiming at the target ahead. Wherever the arrow pointed, it was bound to hit its mark. In his imagination, this is what she was like. Then learn to hunt for yourself. Francis wiped the sweat from her brow, looking as if she had just completed a masterpiece. Pretty good, right? Isn't this very fitting? Yvette walked out in hunting attire, like the goddess Athena descended to the mortal world. She curiously looked at her new outfit. Seeing her like this, Francis knew she had never tried such a fashionable style. But she's never worn pants before, has she? As expected of a duke's daughter. The clothes are beautiful, but not quite perfect. This waist is a bit too loose. Let me help you adjust it. While adjusting it, Francis recalled the memories this outfit held. How nostalgic. I never thought my old clothes from back then would come in handy. Although I wore this when I was 13. This sentence unintentionally struck a nerve with Yvette, feeling like she was talking to some kind of superachiever. Yvette asked, "You started hunting at 13. Not everyone gets to live the pampered life of a ducal family. Of course, I even defeated a bear that was 2 stories high. A child's foot stood in the snow and blood. I don't know where I got the courage." The black bear was vivid in her mind, as if it was about to tear the child to pieces at any moment. Little Francis had to pick up a sword and fight it, even knowing the consequences could be dire. That bear was truly ferocious. The sword was held tightly, pointed straight at the beast. Anyway, the result is what matters. I won in the end, and the whole village got to eat. Telling the story now, she was still proud of her first victory. But Yvette was a little scared hearing such a story. She pointed to the scar on the corner of her mouth, claiming it was proof of her courage. "This is the scar I got back then." Even if her face wasn't perfect, to her it was super cool. The corner of her mouth turned up unconsciously with this rare confidence. "Yeah, it's cool." Fearing the rich young lady would be scared on her first try, she patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. "But don't worry, with the commander around. You'll be fine." After all this fuss, it was time to set off for the hunt. She stood with Francis, who looked like a mother sending her daughter off to her husband's family. Out of curiosity, she secretly glanced up at the commander's face. Victor's looks were simply out of this world. This ultimate handsome man on horseback made everyone else pale in comparison. That man would never let a teammate get hurt in front of him. He gently extended his hand, wanting to help her onto the saddle. A rather large landslide suddenly appeared on their path. His reaction was to observe the road conditions to see if there was a way through, while she just looked on blankly, at a loss. "Next, we slide down from here." This high-intensity military training stunned her. After a few seconds of confusion, she immediately shook her head, afraid of the danger. Seeing her reaction, he only asked one question. "You can't do it?" Suddenly, she was lifted up entirely. "You have to, even if you can't." He just picked her up and slid down with her to get it over with quickly. This landslide felt like riding a motorcycle in Kobe, his legs flying over the terrain as if challenging a 90-degree slope. He held her steadily, striding like a newly debuted idol. Victor glanced contemptuously at this weak woman who needed him to carry her down, can't even handle something this small. Still so pampered, huh? A duke's daughter can't take hardship so easily. But he underestimated her spirit. Her shining eyes were like stars, begging him to go again to satisfy her thrill-seeking desire. So he had no choice but to indulge her for another round. However, all slides must come to an end. When they finished sliding down the slope, they would just climb back up and go for a longer ride. She was like a 3-year-old on a slide for the first time. Time passed without them noticing, and the slope was empty. After an exhausting journey, it was now time to rehydrate. He drank water by the gulp, while she only took a small sip after 7 slides. Now he understood why her mother had entrusted her to him, and oh wonder Duchess Winchester would rather fight alone than bring her along. Who could stand that stamina? He watched her playing with the birds and fell into thought. This little girl was indeed raised protectively, completely unguarded against the outside world. Business was business. Since the Duchess had entrusted her to him, his job was to pave the way for her future, at least by teaching her self-defense skills for 2 years. It was a waste not to enjoy this lush forest, but unfortunately, they were here to hunt, not to camp. Suddenly, a green snake as thick as a wrist appeared behind her. It bared its fangs, ready to take a bite. A story that comes too easily is never exciting enough. A single sword strike severed the green snake's head. As soon as he did it, he changed his mind. Maybe I should be stricter. Being this naive will cause me too much trouble. A herd of deer leaped and played cheerfully among the hills. Victor spotted his target and swooped in directly, without hesitation, with a sharp sword in hand. He transformed into a god of war, determined to hunt this unsuspecting golden deer for his team's next meal. A decisive slash cut through the air. The deer couldn't dodge and fell to the ground. The prey was right there, but for Victor, the thrill of the hunt had not yet peaked. This little reaction isn't enough. Just as he was thinking about hunting something bigger, a huge, clumsy, and smelly black bear appeared behind him, preparing for a sneak attack. Without needing Yvette's warning, his hunting instincts were so ingrained that he could hit his target without even turning around. What a divine assist. He wanted bigger prey, and it just showed up. A bigger prey appeared. Yvette sat calmly in the tree, watching the savage hunting scene as if it were an uncut, full HD version, if you know what I mean. As soon as the bear fell, he began to dismember it on the spot. She watched in horror as he tore the bear apart with his bare hands. He skinned both the deer and the bear clean, leaving only the bear's skeleton on the ground. It was clear he was an experienced hunter. The scene fell silent for a moment. He just left her behind, stranded high up in the tree, unable to get down. Luckily, he remembered and turned back. He almost forgot. If he had really forgotten, she would have been stuck up there forever, playing the role of the weeping woman. After pulling her down, he told her to learn for what he had just done. Had she seen his demonstration clearly? Now, it was her turn to try it herself. Seeing her silence, he grew a bit curious. A woman of few words, huh? She didn't say anything at the time. How could she speak when she was that terrified? Yvette picked up the bow, and it was obvious at a glance that she was a novice. The ever-curious Victor began to think she had some psychological issues. The next hunt was still taking place in the dense forest. For her first hunt, he would first teach her every detail, making her watch closely. She raised her bow and aimed at the target. Her slender hands were trembling. This made him think perhaps the woman's bow was still too heavy for her. I should find her child's bow. After teaching for a long time with no progress, he had to demonstrate it once first so she would understand. Be careful, you'll get hurt if you use too much force. Let me show you. Feet shoulder width apart. The first step is always the most important. He showed her how to hold the bow correctly, drawing the string to the side of his mouth. His archery stance left her in awe. His hand gently released the string, and the arrow shot straight towards the prey. Needless to say, everyone knew the result. The prey was within range, powerless to resist. She and he saw the same scene, but their feelings were completely different. Victor handed her the bow. It's your turn to shine. She took the bow, her face a mask of doubt about her life and her terrible archery skills. But she still had to pick up the bow and shoot. With him supporting her from behind, her technique should be fine. Don't tremble. Lower your elbow. Breathe deeply. Seeing her clumsiness, his face immediately darkened. The bow wasn't fully drawn, her stance was unstable, and her breathing was a mess. Although they say beginners have good luck, her 5 fingers couldn't help but release the string at once. Aiming with a bow for the first time, her breathing quickened, but I think she was a bit too hasty. One arrow was already far off track. Then a few more arrows plunged into the ground. Basically, every shot missed the target. Yvette was disappointed in herself, her head hanging low. No matter how many times she tried, she couldn't hit a single target. Her smooth little hands that held the bow even started to form calluses, which made his heart ache, and he took the bow back. She gave him a pitiful and guilty look, as if waiting for a scolding. All she got was a simple, "That's enough." He was calmer than she had imagined. Seeing her lack of positive results, he suggested she stop practicing this way, as it wouldn't be effective. Knowing she wasn't incompetent, he couldn't help but ask what was making her so hasty. What was she anxious about? She lifted her eyes to look at him. He also looked straight into those sky-blue eyes, hoping for an answer. Anxious, she didn't even know what she was doing. She slung the bow behind her back and expressed her feelings. I don't know what you're talking about, anxiety. Of course, I hope to achieve some success. This answer threw cold water on his idea of overthinking things. Then she even praised him, leaving him speechless, because you're so amazing. She praised not only him, the leader, but the entire group, lest he get too full of himself. You guys are amazing too, your insight, courage, experience. In her eyes, every aspect had been honed for over a decade. They were noble and distant idols. Her life was different, always confined within four walls, completely different from me. So sometimes I can't help but think that despite her cold exterior, she carries a lot in her heart. In the flood of emotions, the image of her lady-in-waiting emerged. Her mother also frequently appeared in her thoughts. Every day, she drifted further away, but her heart was unwilling to leave them. That feeling gave her a dream. If only I could be as strong as you all. Then I wouldn't be a burden to my mother anymore, right? Everything she had done so far was for her mother on the other side. Yvette slung the bow behind her and poured her heart out to him. If I could be as strong as you, maybe I wouldn't be a burden to my mother. Her words left him completely stunned and silent. Her determination prompted him to take a step forward. He took her hand, unable to hide his surprise that someone so aloof could harbor such vulnerability. He had expected some touching speech, but there was none, so he could speak normally, His thoughts had gone completely off track. In his imagination, she was a sweet and simple type, not this serious kind. This is the first time I've heard her say so much at once. I don't know how to react. Before, she would say everything clearly, one word at a time. She approached him with a pitiful expression. The two stood there, hand in hand, without a word. He suddenly felt sorry for her and sighed. Victor told her about his painful childhood memories of a harsh winter where adults, driven mad by hunger, even turned on the children. A flash of a blade cut through those memories. From the age of 6, he had to pick up a knife and kill his own father to stop the rampage. The emotions of a child pushed to the brink were just a mess, and even now, it's a psychological wound that never heals. I've killed countless villains over the years, but that feeling still surfaces. The members of the Lionheart Knights all had similar experiences. The mage had to experiment on himself. The orc, Liz, was once a plaything in a traveling circus. Francis, at an age when he should have been partying, had to throw himself onto the battlefield. Hardship forged our strength. To be honest, none of them wanted to become like that. They still wanted to live peacefully, but who would choose a life of displacement if they had a choice? He stroked her head, empathizing with the hardships of her noble birth. It's not your fault you were born into a house of wealth and peace. You shouldn't be ashamed of it. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with hope. Trust me, that day is not far off. Suddenly, he broke into a smile as radiant as the morning sun. This brainwashing technique, paired with a sincere but domineering smile, unknowingly made her heart skip a beat. And just like that, the Duchess was encouraged. She now felt happier than ever. Knowing what to do now, she tugged on his sleeve. So she asked if, besides learning theory, she could do something practical. Is there anything I can do right now? That shining determination made him widen his eyes. Seeing her so motivated, he had to rack his brain for something she could do. Go pick some fruit to eat. Of course, she's a girl. He couldn't bear to make her climb a tree. He had to lift her up. After picking fruit, they went to gather mushrooms, but the one she picked looked a bit suspicious. No kidding. After hunting and gathering, the two of them even went to steal radishes from someone's vegetable garden. She fell on her, but while pulling a radish, and he had to rush to catch her, but hey, at least the radish came out. Because this was her first great victory, he lifted her up to show her off to the world. The Duchess smiled more happily than ever before, and her blissful smile made him unconsciously break into a grin as well. That night, her harvest was made into a limited edition pizza that made everyone in the night order drool. Francis couldn't stop praising her as he ate. So these are the sweet potatoes you dug up. They're amazing. Why did you dig up sweet potatoes? A clueless guy chimed in. Frito was picking at every ingredient on the pizza. These potatoes are bitter and seem like they're about to go bad, and the meat is on the verge of spoiling. He was actually still holding a grudge from a few days ago, so he took this opportunity to complain about her. His words made her wilt for a few seconds. Frances thought the guy was being a total jerk and was about to intervene. That brat. This was too much. She had to get to the bottom of it. She moved closer to him, making him put up his guard. "What are you doing? Is it really that bad?" she asked, using her signature sparkling eyes as a finishing move. Because of those eyes, he couldn't say anything, huh? She made her emerald eyes sparkle even more. "Is it really that bad?" This move was hard for any man to resist. As if he himself felt it wasn't convincing enough, she added a star filter to her eyes for extra damage. There were so many stars, he was starting to suffocate. Yielding to this move, Frida had to admit it wasn't completely useless. Everyone falls for a beautiful woman's eyes sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire camp lit up in the mountains. The bright light came from Yvette, like an angel descending with a halo behind her. This time he was genuinely scared of her. "Don't you come over here." Arthur and the leader weren't involved, just observing. "Is there something to be so happy about?" The introverted Arthur said nothing, but still watched her with interest. Everyone in the Night Order had accepted her like family. "I don't hate you at all." Seeing her glowing too brightly, Liz reminded her, "You'll attract wild beasts if you glow like that." Early in the morning, the Lionheart Knights greeted the sunrise with laughter and joy. Victor and Arthur had been studying the terrain all night, so they hadn't slept a wink. "Good morning, what's all the noise?" Hart, seeing the leader emerge, asked with a teapot in hand. The leader's awake. "Should I brew some more tea?" "Never mind the food for now. Why is that group huddled together?" He ignored Hart's offer. "No, I'm fine, but what's going on over there?" "You mean them?" "Over there, Yvette is tasting steak made by others." She had the honor of being the judge of a food competition. She had just taken a bite of meat when her face scrunched up. "Disgusting, it's terrible." Instead of being deterred by her pickiness, the members of the order brought over more dishes. "Next, try mine." She sat there until her butt went numb, just to taste everyone's cooking. Initially, she just wanted to make a small snack. After all, digging sweet potatoes yesterday was tiring. Everyone in the Night Order acknowledged her efforts, unlike at the beginning when they wasted food. Even Hart was shocked. How did a simple cooking session unknowingly turn into a competition? "What's going on?" "We'll finish any leftovers together. Absolutely no waste." It sounded good in theory, but one taste was enough to know whose cooking was a disaster. Arthur genuinely found this boring. "So what if we stuff ourselves during the day?" He said it so casually, but when Frances invited him for a drink, he immediately agreed. "Cocoa fruit wine. Seriously, count me in." This guy changes his tune faster than flipping a page. Yvette, hearing about this strange fruit for the first time, became curious. "Cocoa fruit," Frances patiently explained to her. "It's like a fruit juice with the taste of wine, but it doesn't get you drunk. Perfect for the morning." Victor, seeing them having a good time over there, glared at them for some reason. Past memories surfaced of one child pushing another away. When Frances first met him, he wasn't the friendly person he is now. "Don't play dumb. Just say it. How many people do you want us to kill?" The Night Order's mage wasn't very friendly at their first meeting either. "I know you don't mean any harm, but I'm sorry." On the contrary, Arthur had a super good impression of him. "He's much more trustworthy than I thought." Liz was also an easygoing type. "If we make it back alive this time, I'll acknowledge you as our boss." They had been through countless storms to confirm the strong bond between them, to trust each other as they do now. He recalled his rebellious youth, feeling like he had wasted his efforts, taking 3 years to fit into this group. And now, as soon as Yvette arrived, she was immediately surrounded by people fawning over her. "Here, let me fill your cup." The sparkling cup filled with wine was raised high. This newcomer who just arrived yesterday had already stolen his thunder, fitting in with everyone so quickly. Everyone clinked their cups. "Congratulations." Seeing such injustice, his heart turned cold. She noticed a lonely figure sulking in a corner by himself. As a woman herself, Frances could understand what she wanted. "Oh, you want to get down?" As soon as she was let down, she landed right next to the sulking guy. He turned to look at the girl tugging on his sleeve. Yvette held up a piece of broccoli, signaling for him to eat with her. "Let's eat together." The aura she exuded was really no joke. It was enough to make him widen his eyes in surprise. Moved by her kindness, he accepted the broccoli Yvette offered. But nothing comes for free. Her suddenly giving this to him was definitely not a good sign. He had to inspect it carefully. After one look, he realized she had only given him pig feed, all celery, broccoli, and carrots. Seeing such a bland meal, he immediately demanded to see the itemized bill. "Where's the meat?" Looking at that sneaky face, he knew she had pocketed the good stuff for herself. He dragged her to a corner to deal with her. regardless of the crowd's stares. You come here. All right, I'll watch you eat. You deliberately gave me vegetables, so I'll see if you have the guts to do the same to your leader. He forced her to gobble down all the vegetables, not a single piece wasted. Hurry up, no picky eating. The gossip duo, Arthur and Francis, felt this was exactly what they wanted to see. The show's starting. Looks like Zach was right. The troop's mage didn't want to bother with this. The only thing he cared about was work. One of his meals cost me half a novel series, so accurate. I have a bad feeling. The ever-worried Hart voiced his concerns. Look, we've taken in a duchess in our group, but the people in the camp might not accept it. Hearing this, everyone suddenly remembered. A bit of a delayed reaction. Arthur frowned, thinking about the problem. TSK. The shadow of that forceful woman emerged. At the very least, Cassandra will definitely not let this go. Her eyes were filled with jealousy and envy. The Lionheart Knights continued their journey, with the Duchess sleeping peacefully in the carriage. I have to say, a noble's carriage is different. The design looks luxurious no matter how you look at it. It looked nice on the outside, but it was very unstable inside. Which novice is driving this thing, making the carriage bounce up and down like a special effect in an editing software? It's one thing for things to fall, but even she couldn't escape this disaster. She had to sleep whether it hurt or not. Arthur and Victor were leading the troops through this winding mountain range. As expected, it'll take us 2 days to get through. We're not familiar with this terrain, so don't let your guard down. Suddenly, he noticed an unusually large rock on a nearby slope. It felt like someone was behind that rock. Sensing something was wrong, he focused his full attention. Hey, a squad member heard a strange noise and asked his comrade, "Did you guys hear something?" It's an ambush. As soon as he finished speaking, the boulder rolled towards where everyone was standing. Despite the screams outside, prepare for battle. Yvette was still fast asleep, completely carefree, but it was too noisy, so she had to reluctantly open her eyes to face the sunlight. So noisy. Before she could even brush her teeth and wash her face, she was dragged out, luggage and all. Luckily, Victor saved her in time from being crushed by the rock. But as the large rock shattered, countless small stones flew out, heading straight for them. He shielded her with his entire body, not even caring how dangerous it was for himself. She looked up at him with a worried expression. Seeing the critical situation, Francis ran over and asked, "Are you okay?" He wasn't even worried about himself, still prioritizing her protection. Knowing that her staying here was dangerous for both of them, he handed her over to his teammate. "Francis, help me take care of her." The leader gave an order that couldn't be questioned. "Yes, sir." Everything he did seemed normal, but she knew it was super dangerous. If the leader had been a second slower, hopefully, she wouldn't be scared to tears. After a long walk, she finally reached a safer place to take shelter, out of the frying pan and into the fire. The moment she arrived, a monstrous-looking goon jumped out in front of them. He drew his weapon and tried to kill them. Not so fast, buddy." She immediately put her learning to use and smashed him to death with her suitcase. Even Francis was shocked at how quickly she learned and adapted. When did this place become a battlefield? People were dropping like flies. Victor was still busy dueling with the small fries to avoid trouble, but his real focus was on the huge rocks above. He immediately sent his closest confidant to deal with the root of the conflict. "Arthur." "Yes, sir." The sword stuck in the rock became platforms for climbing. He nimbly climbed from one spot to another. Watching him climb was like watching a real-life Spider-Man. The goons playing with rocks above saw the ace coming and immediately ordered throw them down. And so he got to enjoy the boulder all to himself. His reputation as the leader of the Lionheart Knights wasn't for nothing. Those rocks were just small potatoes to him. A clueless guy just stood there spouting nonsense. They're coming up, their figures getting closer. He widened his eyes to welcome the arrival of death. With a flash of his sword, the man's head was gone. After finishing, he struck a super cool samurai pose. He turned around and instructed his confidant, "Arthur, leave one alive." It's no use. He sensed that these cowards had already committed suicide. Mission failed, so they all killed themselves. Well-trained assassins, no wonder they died so quickly. He looked away, wanting to change the subject. I bet the situation downstairs is the same. The two brothers were busy bickering when a voice came from below. "Hey!" Francis lifted her up and waved. Calling them over, the two girls high-fived each other, showing off their battle results. We knocked one out. Sounds super impressive, right? What does that even mean? For pairs of eyes stared at each other in astonishment. So there's still intel to be gathered, Arthur said with feigned, exaggerated surprise. For a bit of fun, since they caught the big boss, they had to splash some water on his face to wake him up and squeeze out some information. He was splashed with cold water and immediately showed an extremely annoyed expression. Standing before him was the god of war of the entire team, Victor. Meeting him meant only one thing, a one-way trip. He didn't say anything, just shoved a stick into his mouth. I won't ask who sent you. Of course, that's not the main issue. You can go back and report. Since you came all this way, I'll ask you to do one thing. But related to this, I want you to deliver a message. Facing the royal palace, a flustered man ran in to report to the prince. Your Highness, the man you sent to scout the Lionheart Knights has returned. The guy sitting firmly on the throne listened to the news calmly. They did not take the Duke's daughter's life. Only one person returned. Sent back to deliver a message. What did he say? He understood the situation as soon as he heard it. The words of the Lionheart Knights leader echoed. We do not get involved in royal affairs, nor do we intend to be anyone's pawn. If anyone touches our comrades, the price to pay will be very heavy. He affirmed the team's unity. The Lionheart Knights are always ready for a fight. As soon as the words were spoken, some madman suddenly burst out laughing and even clapped or something. The blue-eyed prince knew it. As expected, even using some forceful methods. This prince certainly has a talent for strategy. He should recruit them to his side. A glamorous exterior, but a heart full of ambition. He barely opened his eyes to see a blurry figure of a girl calling his name. Lin. Seeing that he wouldn't wake up no matter how she called, and was even cursing, she immediately took out her family heirloom, planning to send him to meet his ancestors early because he was being too loud. Hurry up! If you don't open your eyes to the world now, you might not get another chance. Cassandra slammed the 1,000-ton hammer where he was lying, forcing him to react immediately, or his name would surely be engraved on a tombstone. Wake up! The experience of dodging attacks on the battlefield is never wasted, and this time it saved his life. Thanks to Cassandra, he dodged with a graceful leap and landed steadily on the table. Frustrated from not being able to sleep, he complained, "Can I slack off for just a little bit?" Of course not. In the order, you must follow the order's discipline. The commander sent me to manage you all. Management is one thing, but staying vigilant at all times is what's most important. You're a scout. What if someone launches a surprise attack? He could no longer argue and had to compromise. All right, I'll do it. He called her the future commander's wife. After being praised, her spirits lifted immediately. Smart of you. Praise aside, she was worried no one would be there to greet the Lionheart Knights when they returned. What if no one is here to welcome the commander when he gets back? He picked up the telescope to observe from a distance and reported the news to her. They're coming, I'm telling you. Not trusting the guy's words, she snatched the telescope to observe for herself, personally confirming the situation in the distance. A few figures could be vaguely seen approaching. Gradually, the crowd grew larger. Seeing this, she was filled with mixed emotions. He stood behind her, saw her silence, and chuckled softly. The eyes of a girl in love sparkled like the morning sun. Suddenly, the nearby bells began to ring repeatedly. Everyone gathered excitedly in the courtyard to welcome the commander's return. Everyone was chattering away, creating a lively atmosphere. On the other side, Cassandra ran like a person crazed with excitement, not even bothering to apologize after bumping into people. Cassandra, what's wrong? The girl she bumped into looked bewildered by her strange behavior. The man upstairs shouted to the girl below, what else could it be? The girl in green hurriedly ran towards the returning crowd. Her eyes shone brighter than headlights, gazing up at the person she had been thinking of day and night. Victor and his heroic party marched into the city in neat steps. The commander was back, and he was holding Yvette tightly in his arms. She opened her eyes to see what was happening. He pressed her head down, reminding her, we're almost there, just hold on a little longer. But this was her first long trip, so she looked around excitedly like a child. Upon arrival, he gently helped her off the horse. The moment she touched the ground, everyone swarmed around him. Commander, he asked about the situation at home, and the reply was, Cassandra has been working us to the bone. We don't even have time to breathe. Hearing everyone complain like this, he decided to check on her. Oh, is that so? Seeing her crush look over, she immediately put on an innocent and delicate act, and it was quite convincing. After the greetings, he turned to announce the arrival of a new member to everyone. Right, this is the person I mentioned in the letter before. He was about to introduce her to the world, but she vanished using magic. Where did she go? Meanwhile, on the other side, she, wearing a hood, was hopping around exploring every corner of the place. She ran and leaped happily in the meadow. Finally, she stopped to watch a dog relieving itself. Just as she was watching with great interest, she was yanked back. He pulled her to his side and jokingly chided her, "Don't run off like that. You've seen a dog before, right?" He was just asking casually, but she said she hadn't, which stunned him. Huh? Cassandra asked Francis about the identity of the new lady. That's a duke's daughter who wants to stay here. Why is she dressed like that? She glanced contemptuously at the newcomer. That's some kind of royal fashion trend. Francis, sensing trouble, dodged the question. It's a long story. There was an incident on the road which made her a target. Her identity is high profile, so her mere presence here is enough to cause a stir. She was curious about what was so eye-catching about this lady to high profile. Huh? Yvette took off her hood, revealing a beautiful face whose charm nearly outshone everything around her. Good afternoon. This flawless beauty was enough to make men's hearts flutter and girls question their orientation. She curtsied according to royal etiquette. Yvette Winchester greets you. I'm deeply sorry for the trouble I've caused these past few days. Even her curtsy was breathtakingly beautiful. It was the first time any of them had been greeted by such a beauty, so they were all too shy to speak. A young man bravely stepped forward, trying to get to know her with his smooth pickup lines. We've been here for years. If you need anything, feel free to ask. She returned a devastatingly beautiful smile. Thank you for your help. I look forward to being in your care. The young man's heart was completely captured. Arthur whispered to Hart, I forgot she was this beautiful. Someone who's never even seen a dog must have been coddled. Victor felt a little left out, as she had instantly become everyone's goddess the moment she arrived. He ruffled her hair, reminding her how to act. These are all our people now. You don't have to be so formal in front of them. You can get to know the others slowly. He was just casually reminding her, but the others were already head over heels for her. He introduced an important pillar to her. Let me introduce you, Cassandra Kavanaugh. She's in charge of logistics. The two big shots met in an instant. Cassandra looked at Yvette with a conceited attitude, not taking her seriously. From now on, she will take care of you. She still stared blankly at the assertive person before her. A table full of various stir-fried and pan-fried dishes welcomed Miss Yvette. Everyone happily took their seats. Hart hadn't had these dishes in a long time and could finally eat a proper meal. The big sister in charge of cooking kept bringing out more dishes to treat everyone. There was quite a variety. Yvette looked longingly at the food before her, but she quickly regained her noble composure. Marlene Howard served the food, welcoming her with a special dish she had painstakingly prepared. It's my little sister's first time here, so I prepared a special dish. Oh, here it comes, Big Sis's welcome dish for the newcomer. I wonder what this big sister is planning to feed her, making both Francis and Arthur look so nervous. Even Yvette couldn't escape her fate when suddenly, everyone remembered their first welcome meal. Roasted fish eyes, honey-glazed seal skin. Just hearing the names made everyone want to meet their maker. It was truly terrifying back then. Back to the topic, this was for the little sister. The lid was lifted, revealing what seemed to be the culinary essence of the entire world. Big Sis rambled on for a while about the origin of the dish, that we have to thank the fishermen for giving us the octopus tentacles. They're very rare, you know? It was still alive and kicking 15 minutes ago. Yvette looked at the dish, black as the bottom of a pot, and secretly prayed for her ancestors to help her through this ordeal. The more Big Sis talked, the more Yvette's nerves twitched that it's so fresh and lively. Cooked in its own ink, not a single drop wasted. This is my most satisfying masterpiece. She was determined to make Yvette eat a piece of the octopus. Here, have a bite. Looking at her face was like seeing a legendary monster. Lynn and Arthur sensed the moment. He telepathically tiptoed behind her, planning a prank, and shouted boo, and she immediately swallowed the octopus. The monster was in her mouth, and she struggled desperately to spit it out. But food couldn't be wasted, so she had no choice but to chew it and see what it tasted like. Suddenly, she felt the food wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Knowing she was eating a delicacy, a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. Marlene, knowing how good her cooking was, asked her again, "Is it delicious?" The Duchess's daughter's little mouth moved, but she couldn't speak. After a moment, she managed to squeeze out a single word of praise. Delicious. Everyone's efforts to get her to eat it had paid off. For a picky eater to praise it as delicious, it must be a true delicacy. So the whole group swarmed in, demanding a taste. "Let me try." "No way. This is for our little sister. Big Sis is playing favorites." The crowd was in chaos, but Victor could only smile helplessly and smooth things over. The meal ended with a bowl as clean as an advertisement, so good not a drop was left. With the eating and drinking done, it was time to discuss business. Now that the expedition team is back, the daily duties must be rearranged. She continued to eat and drink, deaf to everything else, as Francis sat beside her watching with envy. The new schedule starts this afternoon, but she had eaten a bit too much and started to choke, forcing Victor to interrupt his speech. "Those whose names aren't called will remain as they are. No changes. Stop playing with your food over there." He distributed the work evenly among the members. "Linz, Etienne, Roxanne, you're on reconnaissance duty, 6-hour shifts." The purple-haired girl accepted the task enthusiastically. "Roger," but the guy named Lynn couldn't stop yawning. "Arthur and Senya, you're in charge of security for the eastern base. You'll be fine, but the pink-haired Senya is a bit eager. She'll take out anyone who drags their feet. Hart and Leeds are still in training, so they're exempt, and training consumes a lot of energy. We need to give them extra meals. As for Marlene, she's the head chef, so she's already swamped. Marlene is responsible for 3 meals a day. Her workload is too heavy. She needs an assistant." Suddenly, he looked elsewhere, and so his gaze landed right on the little Duchess's daughter, Yvette, over there. She had no idea why he was calling her name. Francis, worried for this delicate flower, interjected, "Wait, Commander." He leaned in to try and change his mind. She's a noble, after all. Making her go hunting is already pushing it. Why make her do manual labor too? But rules are rules, and the Lionheart Knights are short-staffed. Strength isn't just about muscle, he said, walking away while spouting words of wisdom like a life coach. He rattled off a long list of soldierly qualities: physical strength, patience, communication skills, logistical planning, herb identification, social connections. To reduce questions, Victor announced bluntly, "All these skills will become a part of you. It will become part of your very bones." He framed it as an experience, which made her a little curious. Yvette smiled. Someone was finally being straight with her. She raised her hands. All right, give me the job." "Very well, you're on kitchen duty." He said, "Can you help me take this to the kitchen?" Marlene was delighted to have a helper. "Be careful on your way." She was practically skipping, looking extremely happy and not at all tired. Suddenly, someone blocked her path. Wait a minute. Cassandra was about to pull the old trick of putting a newcomer in their place that, oh, if it isn't the Duchess's daughter. "Remember who I am, Kadra." A name she probably made up just to annoy her. It's Cassandra. As the administrator of the order, she couldn't lose her composure. She thought, "Calm down, Cassandra. Don't let her get to you. She's just having her moment now. Since she loves working so much, I'll give her the dirtiest, most tiring job." She thought, limited IQ, unlimited tactics. Luckily, Yvette was oblivious to what was going on in her head. A wicked smile appeared on her face. She ordered Yvette, "Put the ingredients down. I have another job for you." She asserted her authority in the order. "In the Lionheart Knights, I decide all logistical matters. You do what I tell you to do, no questions asked." She sent her to clean the sheep pen, to humiliate her for her own amusement. The words "clean the sheep pen" hit her like a bolt from the blue. But no one expected the Duchess's daughter's willpower. She repeated "clean the sheep pen" 3 times as if it were the greatest thing ever. Even Cassandra didn't see that coming. What's with this woman? Seriously, Yvette was working her butt off, but still had a sun-like smile on her face. People nearby saw how hard she was working and offered a few words of encouragement. "Oh, Yvette's working. Keep it up." But as soon as she turned her back, they started gossiping about her private life. "She's been getting prettier lately. No wonder the boss likes her so much." "Yeah, I noticed." Cassandra, who had been eavesdropping, jumped out and cut them off. She couldn't stand someone being better than her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, but she didn't dare to act rashly, so she could only vent behind a tree. Her smile grew more twisted, and an evil plan began to form. Laugh all you want. You won't be laughing when my plan succeeds. The terrifying aura she emitted made the two quickly back away. She had long planned to defend her territory. Step 1. Make her do something she knows nothing about. Next, sabotage it when she's halfway through and pin the blame on her. Yes, the bad guys always seem to win, but she wasn't done yet. She wanted Victor to see how clumsy she was. Step 3. Let the commander discover the Duke's daughter isn't working, and he'll be furious. Then she could justifiably kick her out. We can't afford to keep you here. Please leave. No. Sound great, right? Cassandra was proud of her 1 terabyte brain capacity, all used for thinking up malicious schemes. What a perfect plan. The problem was with that dazed look of hers. Her eyes were already locked on Yvette. Who knows? She might not even have to lift a finger. She could be swarmed by a pack of wolves. Yvette was already looking up at the sky, completely unaware that she was about to take a nasty fall. Her little feet just went down with the pull of gravity. That sound must have been like music to her ears. After the earthquake, she opened her eyes to check the situation. It was depressing to see her in such a state of complete despair. She was even more useless than imagined. Now she was completely freaked out. This wasn't part of my plan? What's going on? She had only been in there for less than a minute. Am I dreaming? A worthy opponent, but the show's not over, so let's fast forward through the details, whatever. At least now, she had some self-awareness. After making a mess, she used nearby hay to cover up the scene. Teen never happened. She had met a strong opponent, so she immediately backed down. I messed up. I thought she was just a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Cassandra realized, but in reality, this girl's skin was thicker than a castle wall. You'd think she'd be intimidated by Yvette's innocent charm, but no, she instead feigned exhaustion. The thought of all the things Yvette had broken plunged her into depression. At this rate, the Lionheart Knights would go bankrupt before she even left. She didn't want to pay a fortune to replace everything. She immediately started cleaning up, even though Yvette was happily folding blankets. From enemy to bestie in 0 seconds flat. Seriously, the moment Yvette stumbled, Cassandra was there to catch her. To top it off, she was also carrying water down from the attic. It's so hard being a low-paid administrator. Suddenly, Yvette's gaze shifted elsewhere. She stared at the pile of straw on the floor, feeling a bit suspicious. Hallucination alert, not sure if it's real or not, but it was definitely moving. It crawled out from the dregs of society and wailed to the heavens. It stinks so bad. The scene switches to a beautiful, clear sky. Everyone is working hard in the lush green fields. Frances was plowing the field and saw a familiar face. Hey, Yvette, how's work? She gave a thumbs up, indicating everything was perfect, and Frances was impressed. Whoa, you actually did it. I totally underestimated you. This progress should be recorded in the history books. Arthur and Lynn saw their reunion and ran over to see what was up. What's going on. She immediately showed off Yvette's achievement. Our Yvette's first day of work was a huge success. Lynn praised her as dope, which made her curious about the meaning. Dope? It's a word from our country. It means really cool. He explained as if she needed it, and was immediately smacked on the head by the person next to him. Don't teach her weird things. He was surprised to see her herding sheep. Didn't the boss tell you to help Big Sis? What are you doing here, terrorizing the sheep? She spilled the beans. Someone else told me to do it. Who? Cassandra's name was too hard to remember, so she made one up, Cadila. Such a funny noodle. She can't remember anything. He didn't even need her to say who it was to know what happened. Oh, I see what's going on. He saw through it all in a single glance. Cassandra was still clueless, about to be exposed, and was over there kicking tables and chairs. This was basically just causing trouble. You tell someone to cause trouble, and she goes and causes even bigger trouble. Yvette stared at something very disgusting with utter contempt and a whole lot of attitude. Then, from out of nowhere, the black-faced sheep gave her a bring-it-on look, as if this was their battlefield. 3, 2, 1, fight. With a battle cry, she chased after the sheep faster than you can say Roadrunner. Age catches up to everyone, and Cassandra hobbled along with a cane. Suddenly, she saw Yvette hopping around carefreely with that same sheep. She cursed under her breath. Useless thing. Her arthritis flared up instantly, and she had to give up her palace intrigue drama and collapse onto the grass. Phew. She rolled around clutching her head and wailing, I'm so damn tired. This is 100 times more tiring than doing it myself. After rolling for a while, she finally calmed down and just stared blankly at the scenery. Her mind was blank now. After all that scheming, she was now lying here like a beached whale. She remembered the tender moments between her crush and that little chick. What the hell am I even doing? The image of him holding Yvette grew clearer. She put on an eye mask, just wanted to lie here and enjoy this rare moment of peace. Before she could enjoy it for a minute, the sheep shoved its butt in her face. So smelly. Yvette picked up the sheep. Oops. Cassandra screamed as if she'd seen a ghost. What are you doing? She stammered in fear. According to that magician, it was an unconscious act. The camera cuts to the rooftop, which would look quite peaceful if someone wasn't screaming. Cassandra likes a commander. Francis was completely taken aback. Arthur and Lynn were like, "Why are you so surprised? Everyone can see it. Why are you so shocked?" Anyone with eyes can tell. Being a naive type who only thinks about power, she was clueless about Cassandra's feelings for the commander. I just thought she knew why the boss was so strong. Arthur was speechless at this point. Only you would think that. Back to the topic. He immediately understood why Yvette was being bullied. Cassandra loses her mind whenever the commander is involved. She's probably mad that he's paying so much attention to her. Nobody told her to do it. She just wanted to bully her so she'd scram. All right, you've made your point. No need to point in my face like that. Then he gave her some advice that don't play with fire. I'm telling you. Don't provoke her. Think about yourself first. You know, messing with a crazy person in love never ends well. Lynn saw him getting worked up and teased. Someone's getting angry. I am not. Francis, afraid she'd be scared, tried to comfort her. Don't mind him. We'll clear up the misunderstanding later. Now her mind was filled with memories of that woman. In her mind's eye, she saw herself playing hide and seek with the sheep. Cassandra's presence completely distracted her. Seeing her all alone, she felt a pang of guilt. With the motto, "Leave no one behind," she ran over to talk to her and get to know her. But it seemed her good intentions were completely misunderstood, so she wanted to ask her directly. Somehow she knew what I was thinking before I could even speak, so I just nodded. Okay. Being so direct startled her too. How scary. She was so scary, but why? It was time to confront her and get to the bottom of it. When I said I wanted to do that kind of thing, she just froze. She didn't even have the courage to say it directly. When I asked, Yvette still wanted to know what was going on, persistently asking why. She gritted her teeth in anger and finally answered, "Of course it's because I hate you." She blurted it out just to vent. Her directness and kindness surprised me. "Of course I have reasons to hate you. After all these years, he brings back a woman, likes her, pampers her, and acts all intimate. How do you think I feel?" It was an insult to her feelings for him. Living with him? No way. She clearly despised the idea. She had known him longer than I had. It was she who saved him in that massacre back then. She reached out her hand. Their bond was forged in that desperate situation. No kidding. This was a relationship built over many years. So she wouldn't accept her crush being stolen away. I'm the one who's known him the longest. Okay? Seeing her intense emotions, Yvette was a little shaken. She hugged the sheep tighter. What did I do wrong? You still don't know what you did? Too many things. Cassandra immediately pointed out all the things she disliked, like straddling a horse, which was an absolute no-no. Even if the carriage broke down, for her, being a first-timer was no excuse. It was all because of jealousy. She was even jealous that the young lady had someone to help her dismount. Doesn't she know how to get off a horse? Where to put her hands? She just had to touch him, and he ended up lifting her down. He was clearly just helping her down, but her little eyes must have been about to pop with anger. In the eyes of a fool blinded by love, it looked like love, an act only lovers would do. Liar, hussy, shameless. All sorts of insults were hurled at me. She probably got tired of cursing and finally stopped. Realizing she might have gone too far, she offered something of an apology. "If I said anything harsh, I'm sorry. But if you don't like the captain, don't hang around him." She actually dared to say something like that after her warning. She smiled brightly, then dropped a bombshell. "I like Victor." She really had no idea how much destructive power those words held. Her words finally crossed Cassandra's line. When Cassandra heard Yvette say, "I like Victor," her blood boiled. Was she declaring war on me? But then she dropped another bomb that made me question my existence. She also liked Ballas and Darwin. It turned out she had a good impression of everyone. When I messed things up, Liz and the writer protected me. Pang, Leah, and Hart shared their food with me. And even if it was a bit hard to swallow, to her, it was a super sweet gesture. And let's not forget the others, Senia, Rosanna, and Lynn. She even remembered that the food made by head chef Ms. Marlene was especially delicious. Seriously, is there anything she can't do? Whatever she can't do, Forget it, it's none of my business. Everyone is different, but Yvette still liked them all that I like everyone here. Of course, not forgetting the main character, she liked Cassandra too. That confession practically purified her soul. Afraid she had said the wrong thing, she checked again. Is that not okay? Seeing how sincere she was, Cassandra was speechless. Just as the atmosphere was getting emotional, a loud shout cut through the air. Yvette, your goats got out again. Francis was desperately holding onto a goat. Come back. They're eating the crops. Before chasing after those mischievous goats, she looked back and asked Cassandra what she was about to say. What were you going to say? Not wanting to admit her feelings, Cassandra blurted out, nothing. Get lost, you idiot. Watching Yvette walk away, she let out a long sigh, as if carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. She plopped down on the grass and groaned. Talking to her is more tiring than cleaning. Just then, the handsome rider strolled over, saying with a wronged expression, looks like I caught you slacking off. Since he was here, she took the opportunity to vent. Ah, you're so noisy. I haven't even gotten around to settling scores with you yet. He turned into a university professor, revealing her plan, Cassandra's territory protection plan. Step 1. Before he could finish the details, she cut him off with a shut up. He got straight to the point, advising her not to be so domineering. Give it up. She was surprised to hear her plan wouldn't work. He knew the young Duchess too well. Yvette is indeed noble, pampered, and ignorant of hardship, but I've never seen her cry. A person like that is trying hard to adapt to a new life. And even if she's a bit clueless, she's trying to fit into a world she's never known. To make his point clearer, he tapped her on the head to wake her up. Bullying a kid will get you struck by lightning. Ouch. Seeing that he had a point, her gaze softened. Not wanting him to see her embarrassed expression, she turned away and casually tossed out, I know that without you telling me. Seeing that he had tamed a feral cat into a house cat, he smiled. Just turning away isn't enough. A sincere apology is needed. So go apologize to her. Why should I do that? You know all the stupid things she did and all the things that got broken. You framed her for them, didn't you? Caught red-handed, he was momentarily speechless. She's a duke's daughter, but surprisingly, she doesn't put on any airs at all. She started to feel incredibly guilty, and that was enough. She couldn't stay silent. You just love making fun of her for not being ladylike, and this jealousy is making her barbaric. How could the captain like her like this? Her fist was about to get intimate with your cheek, buddy. Bam! A Saitama-level heavy punch landed squarely on Arthur's pretty face. Needless to say, you got punched right in front of Yvette. You went flying, tracing an extremely graceful parabola in a truly dramatic exit. Blood gushed from your nose like a fountain, sending you straight to the afterlife. And she was too busy hugging her goat to even notice what happened. A guy came running up behind her, panting like crazy. He was about to snitch to all the gossip lovers. Hey, training's over. Cassandra and Arthur are fighting again. For real, you gotta come see this show. Victor stood there with his arms crossed, observing the situation like a total boss. In any case, since training was over, he roared, dismissed. On a certain bright and sunny day, everyone was gathered, chatting and laughing. They were watching Cassandra beat the crap out of Arthur, not even giving him a chance to get up. What was he supposed to understand? Understand what? Never mind the chaos. Now we see a crate of fresh fish. Someone asked Liz, are we supposed to eat these raw? Footsteps approached, and Victor noticed her there, looking a little surprised, but he then took off his own jacket with a seal-like smile. He gently draped it over her pink dress and then left silently. What a pro. What a hard-working duchess, sleeping peacefully with her goat, looking like a sleeping beauty among the flowers. She had a super satisfied expression on her face, as if having the sweetest dream. But who cares? On the other side, in Cassandra's bedroom, even in her sleep, Yvette's face kept appearing in her mind, seeing her love rival slip into her dreams. She woke up with a start like a chattering magpie. Even that black-faced goat had the honor of appearing in her thoughts. In the quiet night, a light came on in the cabin window, followed by the announcement of the punishment for the two. Victor stood in the middle of the room, publicly listing the offenses to avoid any hard feelings. Logistics team member Cassandra switched posts without authorization. He shot her a warning look that almost made her suffocate. Salary deducted for this month, and 20 hours of mandatory community service. Understand? Yes. The consequence of this act was that some members developed symptoms of fighting for the toilet, and this incident caused members handling raw ingredients to get diarrhea, with 5 people affected for now. All right, that was the administrator's sin. Now, it's recruit Yvette's turn. He looked over and found she had already fallen asleep. Her spirit was already wandering in dreamland. He felt a bit offended, dramatically increasing the punishment, adding a heavy interaction on her head, and kindly reminding her, don't pretend to be asleep. Considering it was her first offense, he decided to let her off easy. After the assault, he turned and left, leaving her with a ringing head. Letting her off easy didn't mean he would let her do whatever she wanted by taking advantage of his leniency. Next time she deserts her post, she'll know the consequences. That concludes the summary of her crimes. Now rest, understand? Yes. After being reprimanded, Yvette curled up in a corner. Just then, Marlene brought over a basket of mangosteens. Take these mangosteens back to your room to eat. Seeing she was too quiet, the big sister also came over to see what was happening. The big sister knew this young lady was fully in the zone, with everything under control. Dinner continued amidst everyone's lively conversation. After the meal, they went to practice, saying, lately I've been wanting to practice with a real gun. It feels pretty good. Senia sat on the railing chatting with Rosanna. Then I'll join you. Meanwhile, Yvette was still happily eating. As the three power women left, they didn't forget to remind her, all right, Yvette, we're leaving first. If you need anything, just call us. Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to eat. There's a training ground out front, so even if you shout from your room, we'll hear you. Having gotten a free basket of mangosteens, she quickly picked it up and went off to eat alone, humming a little tune, room, room, bath, bath. She walked into the bathroom, which, while quite luxurious, was too small for her. Unfortunately, the bathtub was as empty as a student's wallet at the end of the month with no water. Suddenly remembering Senia's reminder, if you need anything, just call us. She opened the door and looked out, seeing everyone still training hard even though it was late. Francis was teaching Rosanna how to wield a club. Use your shoulder. Got it. Yes. On the other side, Senia was practicing her vocal cords. A blonde girl in the group saw her peeking and thought something was wrong, asking, Yvette, what's wrong? Her hand gripped the doorframe tightly. She resolved to handle things herself, to be self-sufficient. So she went to fetch water all by herself. Although it was a bit heavy, she persisted. With each bucket she drew, she poured it into the large tank beside her. Then she went back for another full bucket. She dragged the bucket from one end of the path to the other. When she was exhausted, she finally had to put the bucket down. As a delicate young lady, she didn't have enough strength, and just one bucket left her out of breath. She stared at her small, scratched hands. Although they were no longer so pretty, she cherished them, as they were proof of her effort. Just as she was fiddling with her hands, she suddenly heard someone call her name, Yvette. Victor, fresh from a shower, appeared like a god, his shirt half unbuttoned, revealing a firm chest. What are you doing here? She backed away as she spoke, giving him a stay away from me look, fetching water. His shiny chest kept drawing her attention. Thought it's wet. It turned out what she was doing was a bit redundant. There's a river over there. Most of us wash up there after training. Hearing for the first time that she could swim in the river, she was super excited. She immediately wanted to go check out the beach, but he stopped her. She couldn't go for a public swim like that. It was a bit too much that it's all men over there. If she wants to swim, she should go back to her room. His grip on her wrist was too strong, and it hurt a little. He seemed to notice something was wrong. He took her hand to see what was the matter. A handful of scratches, some even bleeding. Seeing her hands like this, he felt a pang of heartache and glared at her with a questioning look. What happened here? Who's chatting by the well in the middle of the night? What's going on? Yvette froze on the spot, while the other person calmly asked, what happened? Spit it out. It took her a long time to finally say, Her feet moved on their own accord, and as a result, both of them fell flat on their faces, and the bucket went flying, giving her an unexpected shower. She acted as if nothing had happened so he wouldn't worry, as if to say, I'm totally fine. Yeah, totally fine. She might be fine, but he definitely wasn't. A whole bucket of water on the head is not good at all. Since she was soaked, she got the VIP treatment of being wrapped in warm cotton. She looked like she was enjoying it more than a royal. He carefully applied ointment to her scratched hands to help them heal faster. The touch stung a little, and she flinched instinctively. Seeing this, he comforted her worriedly. Just bear with it. And so, the two fell silent in a somewhat ambiguous but caring atmosphere. Realizing his concern, she finally explained why her hands were in such a state. I just wanted to take a bath, but the bucket was too heavy and it cut me. After pouring her heart out, she looked up at his expression. Don't be mad, she said, but he probably wasn't mad, just feeling very sorry for her delicate little hands. In this romantic moment, he asked the most out-of-place question. What? She still didn't get it and said bluntly, fierce. The word hit him right where it hurts. Haha. The bandages and disinfectant on the table listened silently to their conversation. That I don't understand why you didn't call a servant. You don't usually do this kind of thing yourself at home, do you? Living on the streets for too long had disconnected him from the life of the upper class. The Duke's bathroom has running water anyway. Really, she switched from talking about her family to talking about herself. When I was hungry, someone would prepare a late-night snack. I didn't have to lift a finger. When I was sleepy, someone would make my bed. That life was so luxurious. She closed her eyes, reminiscing about everything she once had. She had taken those things for granted, as if it were her right. Her home was always swarming with servants. Only after leaving did she look back with regret. But no matter what, she had to accept this new life with a smile. A brilliant smile bloomed on her face. So, is this considered progress? He was truly surprised that an injured person could say something so optimistic. A sigh escaped, as if releasing all the hidden thoughts in her heart. He flicked her forehead hard as a warning. Thump! Getting hurt when help was available. He lectured her, thinking that stubbornly refusing help was great progress. Seriously, he immediately made her face the harsh reality. If they attack tomorrow, can you even hold a sword with these hands? To be a warrior, you must learn to avoid unnecessary injuries. It's not shameful to admit you can't do everything. Life lesson number 1 was thus imparted. He clearly assigned her tasks within her capabilities. I will assign you tasks you can handle, and if there's anything beyond your ability, you can come to me. That alone showed he was a real man. Then he turned around and looked at her with a loving gaze. For tomorrow's training, I won't go easy on you just because you're injured. Seeing his serious expression, she immediately shut her mouth. She suddenly remembered Marlene's assessment of him. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's actually very caring. That description didn't seem accurate at all, but he had been so good to her, she couldn't help but smile. Her steps were light as she ran towards him, a man and a woman walking and talking. After dinner, Ms. Marlene gave me a basket of mangosteens. Then you can peel them for me. Wait, what did he just hear? Wasn't she just talking about what she could do herself? My hands, you see. Your hands are hurt. Look at you, so good at taking advantage of people's sympathy. Her big eyes, like they held 1,000 stars, looked at him. That's impossible. Possible or not, it was happening. Looking at her hands like that, he couldn't bear to refuse. That night, in the small cabin on the prairie, a young man sat peeling mangosteens under the watchful eye of a clueless goat. What on earth am I doing? At the crack of dawn, everyone in the Lion Regiment had to exercise, build up their physique, and maintain a neat formation. No falling behind. As he directed everyone to run 1, 2, 1, 2, his attention suddenly shifted to someone else. Xenia immediately spotted her secretly drinking an energy potion. Victor made her run twice as much as the others and added 2 hours of running training. So strict. Arthur was reporting to Francis about the jogging situation. Xenia's last again. Typical. The men were thinking too much. Suddenly, he noticed something was off. The last person was completely expected. It was Yvette bringing up the rear, practically running while holding up her dress. Arthur couldn't understand her method of exercise. What's with that? Doesn't she have proper sportswear? No wonder she had only finished 1 lap, while others had run 5. Francis was helpless about the situation, and I even offered to lend her some gear, but all my combat gear is armor. She can't run in that. The important thing was, even the commander didn't go easy on her. Even so, the big boss didn't say she could skip today's training. So scary. He could only stand there with his arms crossed, watching her run. The Duchess's body wasn't as fit as an ordinary person's, so she was seeing stars before she even finished 1 lap. Seeing her about to collapse, he walked over and supported her. Even though she was exhausted, he wouldn't let her stop. Does she want to give up? Her face was as green as a banana peel, but she stubbornly shook her head. She was determined to run with all her might. Seeing her fierce determination, he ordered loudly, "If you don't run 10 more laps than her by noon, there's no lunch. This guy really knows how to squeeze his subordinates. Is he even human? After the run, she was completely out of breath, collapsed on the grass. Run half to death, and someone still pokes her cheek, ruining her moment. The men of the team gathered around, looking at her with scrutinizing eyes. Looks like she's exhausted, so weak. But it's not bad for her to last this long for the first time. Rosanna even took the opportunity to throw shade at the pink-haired girl next to her. At least she has more perseverance than some people. If the shoe fits. What did you say? Francis ran over and helped her up while she was still dazed. All right, Yvette, you'll catch a cold lying on the cold ground. And she, still lost in paradise, could only murmur, I did it. The words I did it, repeated like an affirmation. Arthur and Lynn just stood there watching, expressionless, but they couldn't help but laugh inwardly at her ridiculous state. Xenia immediately started lecturing her. Don't get too carried away. Forget your image. You basically walked the last part. Maybe you haven't noticed someone's here. Victor ran over and shooed away the gossiping crowd. What are you all crowding around here for? He walked up to her and ordered without hesitation. Yvette, I'm going to town this afternoon to buy some food. You're coming with me. Everyone thought he was being unreasonable and tried to persuade him. Boss, are you sure? Usually, the big sister goes for supplies. You've been training all day. You're tired. There's no need to do this. But it wasn't his job. He wanted to help the big sister, but she's busy today. So I'm going to her place. Any problem? Then he turned around and hit them where it hurt. Or is it that one of you can finish training faster than me every day? One sentence made all three of them shrink back. She noticed everyone was afraid of him going out and became curious. Why is everyone so afraid of Victor going to town? You know, before I spill the beans, I have to state that I respect the commander, okay? Everything I'm about to say is out of concern, not to badmouth him, understand? Even with Yvette's assurance, she still felt embarrassed to say it. It's just, his face is a little scary. The scene cuts to the bustling town market. All right, come over. Just take a pee from across the street. A fruit vendor was preparing to greet a customer. Oh, my goodness, welcome. Before he could even offer a sample, Victor's scary face and grumpy aura scared him stiff. 2 bags of spices. The poor vendor ran for his life without looking back, abandoning his stall. My God, even when he went to buy oil, he scared some kids. She was so embarrassed, she covered her face with her scarf. She placed her hand on his shoulder. She was trying desperately not to laugh. Luckily, he told her she didn't have to hide. Go ahead and laugh if you want to, just try it. In reality, he was secretly hurt. Suddenly, he remembered how she looked in her hunting attire. With that brilliant smile, he tried to imitate it, but the more he tried, the more sinister he looked. She poked his forehead hard, then kept rubbing it, trying to smooth it out. Don't frown. Her hand rubbed his face until he snapped out of it. There, that's much better. The beauty's smile bloomed again. Looking at that breathtaking smile, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. His bad reputation had already spread to many other vendors. No one wanted him to come near. Don't come near me. Because it was so quiet, the vendor couldn't help but look up. He noticed the young man in front of him didn't look as scary, but his smile was still a bit stiff, though acceptable. All right, I'll let you off the hook. That'll be 13 coins. Seeing him blend in so quickly, she was secretly pleased. He looked back to show off his achievement of reintegrating into society, while Yvette was busy admiring the clothes in a shop. He suddenly glanced at her and had a bold idea. She rummaged through her luggage, pulling out a bunch of things that left him confused. But what she pulled out was wild, like a super cute pink baby dress or something. A large crowd gathered like an army, making all the passers-by very curious. The silver-haired kid who was wandering around saw the commotion and came closer. What's going on? It's ridiculously crowded today. He brought his little brothers over to investigate. Dad, take it easy. We're fine. After finding a high spot to peek from, his teammates called for him to pull them up. Pull me up, man. What's the rush? He was just about to pull his friend up when suddenly a waterfall of platinum blonde hair swept past his eyes. He froze as if he had just seen the 8th wonder of the world, while his friend was still screaming his lungs out. Ed, what did you see? Pull me up. A child's heart is so easy to read. One look at his expression, and you could tell he had completely fallen for her. So beautiful. Yvette took off her hood, revealing a goddess-like face that seemed to glow on its own. Standing next to Victor, she completely stole his spotlight. Everyone present started gossiping about their relationship. Who are they? Never seen them before. A bit scary, but so beautiful. Victor hadn't yet noticed the huge center of attention beside him, so he just thought everyone was acting a bit strange today, feeling like everyone was on edge. Is it just me? He turned to remind her of the time. Let's hurry up and finish shopping so we can go back and order the ingredients. Okay, everywhere they went, people lined up just to catch a glimpse of the beauty that we need to buy 3 bags of carrots, 10 pounds of noodles, and 5 pounds of beef. The moment he turned back to check, everyone immediately went back to normal, without a trace of anything unusual that I think we just passed the butcher shop. Even the aunties and young ladies stopped what they were doing just to secretly follow this great beauty. This sign says we can ask the shop owner for delivery. But their feigned actions were child's play in front of an expert, and he quickly noticed, did something happen just now? She knew exactly what was going on, but shook her head, hiding this little secret joy in her heart. Shopping was boring, so they walked into a small clothing store to see this year's popular styles. Now let's go look at some clothes. She tried on an outfit, then pulled back the curtain and walked out. How is it? Well, a beauty looks good, even in a burlap sack. Although it was a complete fashion disaster, he thought it was quite stylish that it looks like what people on the street are wearing. It must be popular. The shop owner next to them was stunned by his taste. Victor was about to buy it, but everyone exploded. What are you all laughing at? How could you let such a beautiful girl wear something like that? That's just cruel. So they decided to take over the entire shop for the day. That one, and that brightly colored one. Hey boss, bring out all the best dresses you have in stock. You've hit the jackpot today. After changing clothes, they took her to get her hair done. A braid would look great. Let me help you. When she turned her head, wow, she was absolutely breathtaking. Wow, so beautiful. I wish she were my daughter. After her makeover, everyone started collectively roasting his fashion sense. That guy wanted her to wear that granny dress just now. Look at him. Doesn't he look just like her? He was roasted to the point of questioning his own existence, wanting to retort, but unable to say a single word. Meanwhile, that guy had already raised the white flag because of the flying rumors. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. This surprised everyone, and they were relieved that he didn't resort to violence or anything. Seeing that he wasn't as scary as he looked, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, saying he was actually quite approachable. You can't judge a book by its cover. He's the one you really have to steer clear of. Back to the main topic, Yvette was snatched up by the local women to be their fashion mentor. All right, sit down first. Take your time choosing. The girls surrounded her, asking for beauty secrets. Are you thirsty? Want an orange? What do you use for your hair? Even the girls were about to fall for her. She was that beautiful. If she's not some noble from the capital, why would she be here? What's your relationship? A fearless person asked. She was caught off guard, not expecting someone to actually ask that question. His figure, standing out from the crowd, caught her eye. He looked very focused on the book in his hands. What's their relationship? Teacher and student. Bodyguard. Best friends. None of the above. Is this a guessing game? Little Ed heard the gossip and thought, could it be a kidnapping? A series of terrifying scenarios flooded his mind. That don't be ridiculous. That's too far-fetched. Look at her expression. She doesn't seem like someone who would help an abused person. Oops, wrong news. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with heroic passion, and his youthful impulsiveness made him step forward to confront Victor. Hey, you over there, the scary-looking one. I declare war on you. Who knows how much courage he mustered to say that the victor go the spoils. Seeing a little brat dare to point a sword at his face, he remained silent. Then he stood up, still without a word. Unable to bear his indifference, he shouted, "If I win, I want you to release this woman." This also left her confused about what was happening. Release? He boldly grabbed her hand and recited some cheesy pickup lines. I will definitely save you from this demon, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Not persuasive enough for the beauty, he added some tear-jerking words to move her heart. If I survive, can I ask you out? This kid really knows how to flirt, surprising both Yvette and Victor that a child would dare to say such things. The vendor saw this little rascal causing trouble and was furious. Hey Ed, that's so rude. But instead of being scared, the kid stuck out his tongue and made a face at him. I'm not a deserter. They're totally playing hide and seek with me. What nonsense are you spouting? Afraid of upsetting Yvette's mood, the girl immediately bowed her head to apologize. I'm sorry. He's not usually like this. Please don't mind him. He's just a child. Suddenly, the girl brought up the boy's private matters. I can't believe his sister caused that kind of trouble outside. Yvette was curious about what happened with him and his sister. The girl didn't hide anything and told her everything. Their parents passed away early, so Ed and his sister Manal depended on each other. You could say she raised him. The siblings lived a peaceful life like this, but fate did not spare them. About half a month ago, Manal suffered a wound on her stomach, and strangely, the wound just wouldn't heal. His sister was going through such a terrible thing, yet Ed was still happily playing and running around outside. This kid still has the mind to think about such strange things. Hearing about such a young child's pitiful situation, she was filled with sympathy. Knowing what she was thinking, he took the initiative to speak. "Excuse me, we'd like to go somewhere. Could you please show us the way?" A small house hidden in the woods. The girl led him and her to the place they wanted to go. "Manal, you're awake." The girl sitting on the sick bed was coughing incessantly. "2 people from the Lionheart Order want to see you." To avoid misunderstanding, the girl explained everything to her in detail. It's not clear what she heard, but the blood nearly rushed to her head. Just then, Ed returned with a cheeky grin, completely unaware of what was about to happen. Dead. The way she called his name sounded like she was about to pronounce a death sentence. Manal suddenly unleashed a powerful force, sending him flying with a single punch. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Then she began a frantic combo, beating him relentlessly. Ed couldn't even fight back, and Yvette couldn't stop her. "The one day I don't watch you, you go out and cause trouble. Are you trying to kill me with anger the moment I get some peace?" The girl next to them was terrified by this frightening power. "Time is limited. I never use my full strength when I hit people." Manal apologized on behalf of her brother. "I'm sorry. Please pretend this never happened. When adults are talking, you just have to interrupt." "I don't want to. I'm already a grown-up. Why can't you trust me?" This was exactly the kind of thing only a child trying to show off would say. Of course, she didn't believe this passionate declaration at all. "Then do something more mature, please. Everyone is afraid of their own older sister. I'm begging you. I'm already in a lot of pain. Can't you just be quiet for a while?" Before she could finish, he threw a tantrum and ran off. "You haven't even said anything to me yet." "No." Fortunately, Yvette stopped him in time. As if recalling her own past, she explained to him, "Your thoughts and worries, you don't tell each other when you're together. Once you're separated, you'll be heartbroken, just like I was that time." She looked at him with such sad eyes. Everyone said his sister didn't have much time left. A child's heart is so easy to read, isn't it? Challenging a strong person to show off your strength. You wanted to use that to tell her not to worry, right? "It's going to be okay. There's always a rainbow after the rain, you know." She wiped away the boy's tears with her warm hand. "What you're worried about will absolutely not happen." Just then, Manal felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Ouch. Her hand emitted a warm glow like sunlight, gently touching the wound. "Does it hurt?" She wanted to know what it felt like, but after being touched by this lady, the pain suddenly disappeared. Although exhausted, Manal managed a faint smile. She called her brother over to say her last words. "Ed." She closed her eyes as if entering an eternal sleep. "Next, your sister is going to take a long nap." His face was now as pale as a sheet. The image of his angelic sister embracing him was like a dream that could never be realized. "Even if I don't wake up from my dream, I will watch you grow up, so don't worry, I will always be with you." The conversation ended with a peaceful departure. This truly caused the child to have a mental breakdown. Sister. He couldn't accept the blow of losing his beloved sister and completely lost his mind. Suddenly, his sister rose from the grave, scaring the 2 guys. Wait. Ed and Victor were frozen by the phenomenon. IT really doesn't hurt anymore. A scream echoed through the house, and he stuttered so much he couldn't form a complete sentence. Zombie. She immediately cut off his thought. "I'm not dead yet." Seeing his sister come back to life and still be so annoying, he got angry. "If you're not dead, can you not be so scary?" "I didn't mean to," she replied. Manal ignored the reunion scene and unwrapped the bandage on her stomach to check the wound. "When that lady touched me, I couldn't feel any pain. I thought it was the feeling before death." But what happened next left her completely stunned. Her wound was gone. Victor truly couldn't believe it. "Yvette, I need to get to the bottom of this miracle." She stood blankly behind him, waiting for his questions. "What on earth did I do?" An injured little sparrow was curled up on the ground. At that time, little Yvette and her maid found it, and they looked at it, lamenting the life that was about to be lost. How pitiful. Her small hands carefully cupped the little bird, as if planning something. She healed it with her power. Fortunately, it woke up and flew away. "Be more careful next time." This greatly surprised the maid. The Duchess has a secret. If this got out, it would be bad, so the maid immediately called for someone. The Duchess. Back in the present, the wound on her stomach had healed without leaving any scar, completely gone. Knowing she would be around for a while longer, Manal called over her disappointing brother. Ed, come here for a second. This time, it wasn't fate that was going to beat him, but her. He didn't understand why his sister was still so violent after waking up. Sister, what are you doing? The kind-hearted Yvette used her power again, healing the bump on his forehead. Discovering this new side of her, Victor touched his own forehead. Healing ability, the most important ability in battle. He knew that spreading this news would be like throwing himself to the wolves. If the Imperial City finds out about this, it could lead to disaster. Seeing him lost in thought, she gently lifted her skirt and sat down beside him. He realized he needed to ask something, so he seized the opportunity. Duke Winchester made you hide your ability. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble by not doing so? She hadn't thought that far ahead, just lifting her head, carefree. Because you will protect me. She believed that in those moments, he would always be by her side. That angelic smile appeared again, won't you? Faced with a smile that should be preserved in a museum, even a hero would fall for such beauty. Victor unconsciously gave an indulgent smile at her innocent radiance. And oh, you're right. The scene cuts to a party with a group of people gathered around. Stay, big brother. If you don't join this festival, it won't be meaningful anymore. He said firmly, no means no. Thank you for your kindness, but we have a mission to attend to. Then he immediately turned to leave to avoid their pleading eyes. Yes, soldiers, we cannot indulge in pleasure and forget our duties. I hope you can forgive us. I see. Only Yvette was excited about the festival. Over there, she was happily eating cotton candy. He had just made a grand declaration about not participating, but seeing her like that, he couldn't help but tap her. Why do you look like you want to join? She suddenly handed him this family secret manual, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. Like, she want me to read this thing? A strong person isn't just about brute force. The handwriting sounded a bit familiar. Endurance, patience, communication skills, social relationships. These will all become a part of you. She was practically throwing his own words back at him. So ruthless, she even perfectly mimicked his signature line. This is definitely part of the experience, haha. He now regretted ever opening his mouth to her, wanted to pull her down and demand an explanation. Yvette seized the opportunity, and the villagers all gathered around, dragging him away. Don't be a stranger. Even a man of iron needs to relax. Captain, go start the bonfire quickly. And so, she was over there harvesting carrots with the farmers. And he was performing his Zorro-style three-sword technique, chopping wood blindfolded. No problem. Meanwhile, she was catching caterpillars and using them to scare the little kids. A true classic. He completed his indirect deforestation project, and with the sound of timber raining down, he coolly swept his hair back, overshadowing everything else. So dramatic. The bonfire crackled. Everyone sat around, singing and playing the flute. Manal, in a gorgeous outfit, held her little brother Ed's hand and did a little dance. Everyone swayed to the gentle music, except for a certain two people. Victor was asking her about the etiquette for the royal party. Oh, everyone has to dance. She noticed he seemed a bit worried and asked, is something wrong? Everyone has to dance meant that, well, the two of them had to dance. There was just one small detail that made him hesitate. I can't dance. It seems that besides being a badass on the battlefield, she finally had the upper hand in something. This kind of thing really wasn't his forte, huh? Hunting. He had the advantage. Combat power, she was no match for him at all. But when it came to dancing, he had to call her master. She won in just one thing. Yet she was so happy, she looked like she was having a seizure, making him think she was having an epileptic fit. He was worried she would laugh at him. So he tried to change the subject. I'll just find someone else to teach me. But how could she pass up this opportunity to be a world-class mentor? She gave him that signature radiant smile. Oh, darling, no need to ask. Before the formal dance, she taught him the shuttle-like dance step techniques, hand a little higher. Seeing him move like a robot, she teased, how can you become a self-reliant lady like this? His masculinity wouldn't allow him to be delicate. Who wants to be a lady? Suddenly, she was carried away by the melodious music. Knowing he wouldn't get it, even after hearing the theory 100 times, she made him practice immediately. IT might be faster to just follow the music. And just like that, the two held hands and took a step together. The people nearby felt the joy spread as they saw him happily join in. He recalled how the battles on the field had worn away his emotions. After years of war, he couldn't even remember the last time he attended an event. Living like this with a stranger, arranging celebrations. Those joyful activities he had never thought of. He didn't understand why he had to learn these Leda-like things, only that he was dancing with her. With every harmonious step, the two seemed to be in a wonderland at that moment, dancing under the moonlight. How is it? The question pulled his attention back to her. An image of Yvette, an angel in white, holding his hand and teaching him to dance appeared in his eyes. It's not hard, is it? It was as if the world had only the two of them, just the two of us dancing in a crowded room. Only now could he finally feel the emotions he had lost since who knows when. The drums continued to beat cheerfully to the rhythm of the rumba-cha-cha. The two just smiled and melted into each other, their hands still clasped, unwilling to part. The warrior's heart seemed to have skipped a beat. Just as the atmosphere was perfect, someone from the branch came to report. "Commander Victor, the minister asks for you." Seeing someone ruin their fun, he and she had to separate. What was that about? Sensing Victor was very annoyed, he stepped forward and asked, "Sir, why do you look so grim? If you're not feeling well, you can go back and rest." No need. The Lionheart Order rarely had events like this. The sight of the two beauties, Manal and Yvette, dancing together was as beautiful as fairies descending to earth. She was especially excited today and more talkative than usual. His heart was still pounding wildly. So, maybe I've been influenced by her. It seems he was finally feeling something too. Early in the morning, someone in the Lionheart Order was already practicing archery. Roshana quickly noticed Yvette's difference. "Yvette, your new gear looks great." The incarnation of Athena, the goddess of war, appeared again in the form of a girl in hunting attire, raising a bow and arrow. Seeing her so focused, I didn't quite catch what she said. She didn't hear it all, and then with a thwack, the arrow hit the bullseye perfectly. Arthur sat there, recording her progress. Wow, a bullseye. Senya, on the other hand, was more realistic. Only her archery is improving. Her stamina, endurance, and workload are still, but there are two sides to every coin. You can feel that she's gradually changing, both in her aura and her skills. Victor could tell at a glance that her technique was wrong. Sure, her accuracy has improved, but her power is still lacking. If she goes onto the battlefield like this, she'll get exhausted quickly. He personally approached her to demonstrate the correct shooting posture. Only when he handed her the bow did he realize his actions were a bit too intimate. She didn't seem to notice, but he did. He immediately took a step back. 1 minute he was gentle and considerate. The next his expression changed faster than an X's. "Do you understand now?" Arthur knew something was up and quickly ran over to tease him. "Why so distant? You were holding her hand to guide her before." "Victor, shut your mouth." Senya then asked her, "Did you two have a fight?" "Arthur, you teach her." The suggestion was a bit baffling, doubt me? Making this face will ruin my handsome image. Employees are not allowed to question the boss. I told you to go, so go. After saying that, he immediately turned and left, not staying to listen to his subordinate's pile of sarcastic remarks. He saw. The captain's expression was a bit strange. This kid is not suitable. Under the shade of a tree, Arthur was watching Yvette practice archery. He was just watching her, yet he had an annoyingly smug look on his face. "It's my first time hanging out with a duke's daughter. What on earth should I say?" Bored out of his mind, he asked her a meaningless question. Why are you practicing so hard to get stronger? That's your goal." But that wasn't what he wanted to know, not that. His gaze became scrutinizing, wanting to know for what noble purpose this lady was training. Ordinary people improve themselves for a certain goal, like fame or money. I guess I'm too pragmatic. I don't need anything. The moment she said that, he knew she was lying. What about now? If she has a goal, then the training is halfway to success. Duke Winchester also gave everything for her position. Seeing the topic suddenly shift from her to her mother, Yvette was a bit confused. "You know my mother?" "No. I joined later. I've only heard stories about her." He recounted the stories he had heard to her prove her strength. She didn't hesitate to travel to distant lands to quell wars, adopt orphans, and protect the people. That's how she established a connection with the Lionheart Legion. Of course, to climb to the position of Duke, Heloise had to give her all. It was unprecedented for a woman to inherit a dukedom. It must have been very difficult for her to get that far. Getting the position was one thing, but getting everyone to acknowledge it was another. Even now, the nobles haven't accepted the legitimacy of her status. After telling the story, he turned around, slightly intimidating Yvette, Only the victor deserves to have everything. This is an unchanging truth. Hearing so many unpleasant things, she was quite shocked. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a hand separated the two of them. Victor suddenly appeared like a god descending from the heavens, cutting into their conversation. He reminded Arthur to watch his attitude. If you have too much time on your hands, I can spar with you. You're here to teach her, not to correct her mood. Arthur didn't want to be the general's punching bag, but he couldn't resist a jab. You act like you don't care, but you're actually very concerned, aren't you? He was all smiles on the outside, but inwardly he was trembling. That scared me to death. I thought he heard me. It was all just a bluff. Slipping away was the best strategy. Staying here meant getting an earful at every meal. After shooing away the chatterbox, he turned back to comfort her. Don't take what he said to heart. But it was too late. Her thoughts had already drifted to another dimension. Yvette was still in a daze, even during the meal, which made Frances so furious she decided to go beat Arthur up. What on earth did you say to her? That night was so peaceful. He was sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard someone calling Victor in the middle of the night. Not sure if his eyes were playing tricks on him or what, he turned to see who was calling. Suddenly, a white figure appeared behind him, scaring him so much his heart almost leaped out of his chest. I could see that moment. I was just, She ignored his panic and said mechanically, Am I dreaming? Why is Yvette here? What am I even striving for? The atmosphere was silent for 2 seconds. It's fine, go on, he said. It would be pretty awkward if I just stood here silently. Since he had spoken, she no longer held back. Mother, Victor, you all have the ability to keep climbing higher, so why are you content with the status quo now? Hearing her speak so seriously, he knew one of his subordinates had been feeding her some nonsense. It must have been Arthur spouting rubbish again. Whether it's mother's safety or our situation, can it all be solved with power? The question was a bit too grand. If he answered yes, now, wouldn't that be the same as telling her she could just sleep soundly in the Duke's mansion? If that were the case, I wouldn't have gone to all this trouble. He scratched his head in confusion, trying to find the right words to make her understand. Power is not what you think it is. It is both a sharp sword and a potent poison. He tried to refute all her ideas. It's like the throne of all evil. Because when you truly possess power, you become afraid of losing it and lose yourself in the process. Everyone wants to step on others to climb up and gain power. The strong bully the weak, and the weak bully the even weaker. Only by standing at the top of the pyramid of power can you be safe from being bullied. But I'm not the kind of person who craves such worldly things. To me, more than power, I want my sword to be a lifeline for others. The topic shifted. He was surprised to see her express such grand ideas. He hadn't expected her to have such ambition, but it didn't make her happy at all. It was precisely because she disliked it that she was so troubled. He blurted out, if you could do it all over again, you should have just stayed in the Duke's mansion. Not letting him tease her like that, she went into rant mode. Although the rooms here are shabby and small, and I have to do everything myself, work, training, at least the rant was quite relatable. But compared to the Duke's mansion, the people, the work, the things I see here are all a challenge. She recalled the days she spent practicing archery here, that I like the people here, I like the food here, and I don't like surpassing others. To her, it was like stepping into Alice's Wonderland. Maybe this is for the best. Seeing her so happy, he couldn't help but smile indulgently. That's good, then. The night grew late. After talking so much, all she wanted was to hug her stuffed toy and sleep. She was even smiling in her sleep, which made him a little curious. What are you smiling about? Yvette said something he would probably never forget for the rest of his life. I was thinking, maybe one day, my sword can protect you. It was a fresh morning at the camp. The scenery was beautiful, and so were the people. Yvette, with sleepy eyes, stumbled into a room, not noticing the person right in front of her. A collision with a handsome jawline was about to happen. The atmosphere of this meeting suddenly filled with killing intent, making even a simple greeting feel terrifying. Hey, yo. She glanced at Arthur and saw he was giving her a predatory look. A hand gently pushed the door open. Cassandra and Victor also walked in with grim expressions, met by the employees' gazes, which were like those of hungry wolves. The boss and the manager looked at the employees. The employees and Yvette stared back with eyes shining like headlights. It turned out to be payday. No wonder everyone had turned into hunting cheetahs, while she, not knowing what was going on, also blended in. While Victor spoke, Cassandra was in charge of distributing the salaries. This month, besides the base salary, 11 people have a perfect attendance bonus, and 3 have sick leave subsidies. If you have any objections to the rewards or penalties, you can come see me. Roshana, who had the best performance this month, proudly showed off her money pouch. Lynn and Senya had the most deductions. Be more careful next month. The two over there looked displeased for not getting much money. After dealing with the old employees, it was finally the new employee's turn. Yvette. The line was so familiar that even Arthur wasn't surprised anymore. We're used to him always saving Yvette for last. As an external hire, your probationary salary is 300 gold coins per month. He walked towards her as if delivering a sentence. Seeing such a huge sum, her face lit up with a smile, but he cut her off. Don't get happy too soon. You broke 11 plates while washing dishes. According to Miss Marlene, if this keeps up, everyone will have to eat with their hands. Then, Fry complained that she forgot to close the sheet pen, nearly causing a major loss. IT was a real pain to herd them back in. And something Lynn doesn't know, you secretly used Lynn's best Longjing tea to boil eggs. What? I've never heard of that. And so, she could only watch as her salary plummeted due to compensation for irreparable damages. All the losses added up, plus Social Security deductions. He knew it would embarrass her to say it out loud, so he secretly handed her 3 gold coins. This is all that's left of your salary. Frances, standing by, felt sorry for her meager pay. But when she took the 3 gold coins, she had the expression of a child who had just received candy. The young lady of the ducal house had received her first salary. After tormenting his employees, it was time for the boss to give them a break. If you have nothing to do this afternoon, you can go to town with everyone. She clutched the coins in her hand preciously. I should make good use of this money. He also hoped she would cherish it and treat herself with her first month's salary. Only Frances and Yvette were strolling through town. Melissa, who was selling things at a stall, ran into an acquaintance and wanted to hang out with him. Yvette, what's up, sis? Out with a friend? She wanted to treat the young lady, so she was willing to give her something for free. Want to look at some jewelry? It's okay if you don't have money. It's on me. Frances thought to herself, how did she become friends with the villagers? When did this happen? The claim that she had no money was completely false. She casually flashed her first salary of 3 gold coins. It was just to shut them up, but with a bang, she was immediately cheered like a party star. Oh, she got paid. That's great. We have to celebrate this time. The people from the Lionheart Knights would surely be speechless seeing how quickly she blended in. We should put her in charge of diplomatic affairs in the future. The jewelry Melissa showed looked cute. Candies, hairbands, silk scarves. You should definitely use your first salary to buy something meaningful as a memento. This sentence hit home for Yvette. Not knowing what to buy, she asked Melissa for advice. Which one would you buy, Melissa? She whispered her suggestion in Yvette's ear. It's unknown what she suggested, but it made the ducal lady's eyes go wide, as if she had found the meaning of life. Leeds waved from a distance. Yvette, I found something to buy. Grilled squid? Buying something so tasteless. Even Hart thought it was pointless. You just want to eat it yourself, don't you? He found an excuse to defend himself. What do you mean? Didn't we also buy food with our first salary? She's a girl. How could she be like you? You're so unromantic. Unable to win the argument, he turned to ask someone else, Frances, what did you buy back then? Alcohol. Simple, direct, and to the point, see? Now let's wait for the main character to clarify. Yvette, you tell us. He shoved the grilled squid in front of her face. What do you think? Buying squid with her first salary felt a bit wasteful, so she immediately refused. How could this be? The bet between these two guys was so boring. Leeds felt bad about her salary for the month, so he happily shared his food. All right, I'll let you have a bite. He offered, so she accepted. She swallowed the squid, caught her breath, and said, I want to use my first salary to buy a gift for the person I like the most. The 3 of them were stunned. Yvette walked around proudly with her bag, like a goldfish. She was thrilled just thinking about it. A group of them hid in the bushes, watching Yvette show off her haggling skills in the market. Hart was the most worried. What do you guys think? Leeds didn't answer the question and instead started eating the grilled squid. Completely off topic, a bit salty, he said, though no one had asked him. Yvette had just found something cool and was showing it off. The others were still buzzing, curious about who her crush was. I can't believe she already has a crush after only being here a month. Who do you think it is? Hart's guest leaned towards Arthur. the biggest flirt in the group. Girls her age usually like guys like Arthur. Frances retorted disdainfully, if it were Arthur, she wouldn't need to buy a gift. Just giving him money would make him happy. She felt that the low-key Fried was a better choice. Then maybe it's Fried? That kid never participated in group activities before Yvette came. It sounded plausible, but Leeds disagreed. I'm a witness. He was forced. With those two candidates eliminated, could it be? Sitting around guessing was too boring. So the three of them decided to just go and help her pick something. Frances went over and asked Yvette if she was having trouble finding something, if she had chosen yet, or if there was anything she liked. All she got was a shake of the head. The sword in her hand was beautiful, but her wallet wouldn't allow it. This sword is nice, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it. This was their chance to find out about her crush. The group surrounded her, trying to get information. Is he a warrior? What's he like? We can give you some advice. She thought for a moment that he's always bossing me around. He's really scary when he's angry, and he likes things like swords. Hearing her description, everyone immediately pictured their respected commander. Suddenly, she switched to thinking mode. Although I don't really get it, he's always getting into dangerous situations, so I'm a little worried. Saying something like that with that kind of expression really made it easy for people to misunderstand. After hearing her story, the shopkeeper interjected, then I have just the thing. But the old man's face was too cunning. Frances and Leeds didn't trust him. This guy's face isn't suited for business. He looks like a swindler. Don't say that. The old man took out a sparkling purple gem, presenting it for her consideration like the eye of a muse. This is a hairpin made from dried purple iris. It's used to protect warriors and ensure their safe return. After a pyramid scheme-like sales pitch, he finally stated the price that I'll give you this for 3 gold coins. Frances couldn't accept the price and immediately started a bargain. That's too expensive. It's a rip-off. Dried purple iris isn't that rare, and you're asking for 3 gold coins. The flower may be easy to find, but crafting this is very delicate work. She expressed her sympathy. Actually, making this is really hard. While they were still arguing over the price, she picked it up and held it to the sunlight to admire it, then make it cheaper. But 3 gold coins is the final price. The sunlight shone through the hairpin, making it look beautiful, as if she were gazing into a lake mirror. Failing to bargain, she pulled Yvette to another stall. Yvette, let's go. There must be better things elsewhere. But she had already fallen in love with the exquisite item at first sight. All right, this is the one. Since she was already spending the 3 gold coins, she had to make it worth her while. She pointed to several other items, demanding the old man include them as freebies. And this, as a freebie too. This haggling skill would put even the most seasoned market aunties to shame, let alone this old man. All right, young lady, you really know how to bargain. The group couldn't stop laughing, imagining their commander wearing the hairpin on his uniform. There was going to be a good show tomorrow. So, early the next morning, Frances proactively greeted Victor, which greatly surprised him. It was a really formal greeting. She repeatedly scanned his clothes, looking for the token of affection. But after her search came up empty, she grew suspicious. What's wrong? Seeing her acting so strangely, he asked if she had escaped from an asylum. What are you trying to do? The boss asked one thing, but the employee gave an unrelated answer. Nothing, sir. Enjoy your meal. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Just as she left, another guy ran over, shouting his name, sir. He performed the same inspection as the previous person, only his movements were a bit stiff and fake. After his search also came up empty, he too became suspicious. Victor didn't understand why everyone was acting so crazy this morning. There's something wrong with me. No, just checking. All limbs are still attached. Here came a 90-something jinxed. It's a strange day today, Commander. He immediately guessed what this guy was up to, so he threw a punch first, saying, let me see. The scene cuts to Yvette sweeping the floor, while the gossip mongers were gossiping. They decided to ask her where the hairpin went. Wait, Yvette, did you give away the thing you bought? Yes, I gave away yesterday afternoon. This didn't sound right. That IT was given away, but we haven't seen it. That's suspicious. Really, it's so weird. The scene switches to the Duke's mansion. Why isn't he wearing it, Your Grace? Eloise had just received a package taken from a plum wine bottle and was startled. I don't want to see it. She didn't want to read a letter from her daughter complaining about her life there. But the maid kept persuading her. I'm afraid if I hear her complaints, I won't be able to stop myself from bringing her back. Calm down, you have to face it. You have to face it sooner or later. Then I'll open it. All right. The layers of wrapping were torn away, like releasing some resurrected evil spirit. Abracadabra. The gift box was opened. Contrary to her previous terrified expression, she was much calmer now. Looking at the gift she received, her gaze softened. It turned out the dried purple iris hairpin was a gift of encouragement from daughter to mother. She would surely treasure her daughter's precious first month's salary. It was all so unexpected. Now that she had successfully delivered the gift to her mother, her mood had clearly improved. A corner of the outskirts was bathed in shimmering golden sunlight. A lazy girl got up reluctantly, still trying to catch the sunlight streaming through the window. Aha! Cassandra wanted to sleep for a few more hours, even in broad daylight. Too bad Yvette wouldn't let her. She was already staring at her, as if she'd been watching her for 8 lifetimes. Please, just one more minute. Still no movement. So she began to carefully inspect the pimples on her face. Unable to withstand such persistence, Cassandra had to get up so noisy. I know, I'm getting up. She hadn't said a word, yet was called noisy, making her wonder if this person had some kind of sixth sense. But whatever, a mature warrior doesn't laze in bed. Noticing her pretending to be energetic, she saw right through it. Why do you look like you didn't sleep all night? Francis intervened just in time to prevent a fight. All right, it's normal to be a little excited for your first mission. The mention of a mission gave her a headache. I think it's too early for her to go on a mission. What can she do, being so useless? That's still up to the commander. I asked the captain the same question yesterday. She had tried her best to persuade him, but still couldn't move Victor's heart, which was harder than steel. How can she help? What if something happens? Look, who was that with the flowing white hair flashing by? With just one glance, he revealed a smile that was 3 parts fondness and 7 parts fatherly affection. Although her training looked a bit clumsy, he still had absolute faith in her. He said that perhaps this time, she would be the most important part of the entire mission. The carriage carrying the 2 girls sped along the long road. Her happiness was written all over her face. Cassandra, sitting next to her, couldn't stand her expression. Did she think this was a picnic? To keep her from getting carried away, she had to scare her a little about the mission. Listen up, this mission is to support a village under attack by a beast tide and treat the wounded. This is a matter of life and death, so don't take it lightly. Hearing life and death, her face turned green. Knowing it was a special grade mission, she noticed the expressions of her team members, but why wasn't anyone nervous? On the surface, it was a mission, but in reality, it was a rare chance for an outing. This kind of thing happens once a year anyway, said Fried, indicating that he secretly wanted to go. He immediately gave her a crash course on magical beasts. Every year, the magical beasts migrate south, passing through Capra village, where we're headed. The attacking beasts will cause casualties. There are 4 waves in total, lasting about a week. Every single one of them looks fierce and terrifying. Capra village is the front line, and we're going for support. The treatment team will intervene during the final wave. The mission is to repel the beasts and handle the wounded. Yvette was puzzled here. Why do people insist on living in such a dangerous place? If it's so dangerous, why not let them live somewhere safe? Cassandra scolded her for being too naive. You really are a rich young lady. Of course, there have to be enough benefits to make people stay in this place. If we fail, many people will get hurt, but if we win, the whole village won't have to worry about food for a year. The materials obtained from the beast can be sold for a high price in the Imperial City. High risk means high reward. In this poor region, it's a way to survive. Even she felt that living here wasn't a good idea. Thinking about this was too tiring. She leaned back in the carriage, wanted to take a nap, that I'm going to sleep for a bit before we arrive. I suggest you get some rest too, because it's going to be exhausting later. Fried and Cassandra shivered at the thought of the workload there. We had just arrived, and someone was already injured. This was going to be busy. Everyone was panicking over the wounded man, shouting for more bandages. Hurry, he's losing too much blood. Where's the rescue team? Thank goodness, these 2 showed up. She pointed to a white bed covered with a red cloth. Anywhere with a red cloth needs help. The deadline was approaching, and I had to get to work immediately. He was too busy to guide her, so he just said, figure it out yourself. With no other choice, she had to find a place to start. Excuse me. As soon as she walked in, she was bombarded with questions. Are you from the Lionheart Knights? What are you good at? Medicine. Herbs or nursing? Sorry, The other girl immediately saw that she was a novice who didn't know anything. All right, whatever. An extra pair of hands is better than none right now. One look at the man on the bed, and you could tell he was seriously injured. He's a civilian attacked by a magical beast. Luckily, he wasn't poisoned, but we found him too late. His leg is already necrotic. Hearing the next sentence, Yvette broke out in a cold sweat. All right, I'm going to cut off his leg. You help me hold him down. The doctor was blunt. I'm a novice too, so I'm counting on you to help as much as you can. This is my first time, so please hold him down tight. She couldn't stand the bloody scene. Wait, stop. Her heart broke at the thought of this man losing a leg. Does it really have to be amputated? What will his life be like without a leg? Isn't there any other way? He'd rather die than lose his leg. The knife was ready. She had to act fast. If she hesitated, it could cost him his life. But she just couldn't bring herself to do it. Her hand trembled as she grabbed his sleeve, as if she had something to say. Finally, she transformed into an angel of mercy. Perhaps you could let me handle this. In the distance, it was as if they were welcoming someone home. Those who ventured to the front lines rarely returned unscathed. This year's beast tide is fiercer than last year's, so there are more casualties. Arthur organized the statistics for Victor to review. Fortunately, our legion only suffered minor injuries, which won't affect tomorrow's battle, so we don't need to waste medical resources. What caught their attention was the first aid tent. It looks especially lively in there today. His curiosity got the better of him, and he peeked inside. Wow, it's amazing. We're saved. She was using all her healing abilities to treat everyone. She had used too much healing magic and was starting to feel exhausted quickly. All right, who's next? Everyone saw her as a living bodhisattva who could save anyone, and they all wanted her. As if giving a blessing, she opened her arms to receive the wounded, but another hand stopped her. He pulled her into his arms, not letting her continue to exhaust herself like this. Enough, that's all for today, he commanded sternly, but she still wanted to continue. Victor immediately played the hero, saving the damsel, announcing that no more treatment was needed, and that was it for the day. The man who hadn't been healed immediately started making a scene, demanding to know what was going on. Are you trying to make us suffer? What are we supposed to do? Fortunately, someone stopped him before he could get physical. With no other choice, the man started to cry. He pleaded for help. Seeing this, Yvette struggled to her feet and begged, "Give me a little more time to save people. It's okay, I can still go on." But she couldn't even stand steadily. In an instant, she collapsed into him, and he had to catch her. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. No matter how he called her name, she couldn't hear him. Yvette, due to her poor condition, she was given special permission to rest for a while. Feeling that she hadn't slept soundly, she decided to get up. Is it morning already? How many hours did I sleep? She threw open the window, gazing at the dancing sunlight outside. Just as she was about to relax, a note on the window caught her eye. If you're awake, come to the mountain behind. The outskirts were as peaceful as ever. Someone had taken such care to write these words, stroke by stroke. It would be a waste not to go. As she waited by the campfire, Victor suddenly appeared, carrying a giant sack. I don't want to eat. She still couldn't get over not being able to save that person yesterday, the one who looked so desperate in the end. He knew she would dwell on it. With an injury like his, of course he'd be desperate. If he doesn't get timely treatment, he could suffer permanent damage, making it hard for his family to survive. Hearing him say that, her heart wavered, and her hand holding the cup tightened unconsciously. This is too heavy, he said, changing the subject. How many people did you save yesterday? 3. The result didn't sound very impressive, so he rubbed salt in her wound. Fewer than I thought. Cassandra and Fried can handle 20 people a day. Although the achievement was nothing to be proud of, he still gave her his signature customer service smile. You have a great gift, but your methods are too crude. I don't know magic, so I can't teach you. As he spoke, he casually placed his hand on the suspicious sack. He immediately pulled open the curtain next to him, revealing a pink-haired lowly. If he hadn't said he was going to improve her skills, everyone would have thought he was kidnapping a child, but she does. Ouch, who asked for a favor like he does? To shut his employee up, he had to resort to psychological tactics that she's tied up because she stole someone's alcohol and was caught by the villagers. I just came to bail her out, which is a different matter. Senya was immediately speechless. Yes, what do you want me to do? Stop beating around the bush. He drew his weapon and stabbed himself, using himself as a test subject. Make it easier for you to understand. I'll give you a demonstration. So Senya stood there, dumbfounded, watching the little couple put on a lovey-dovey show. With an incantation, Yvette immediately cast a healing spell on his soul and body. His wound healed in an instant, leaving her so shocked she couldn't believe her eyes and even stuttered. "Why, you'd think she was some earth-shattering figure." But as soon as she turned, she started complaining about Yvette. What a waste. Suddenly, she turned to him and whispered as if trying to sow discord. He repeated her words verbatim. She said all healing mages are concentrated in the holy temple. She hasn't been outside since she was 5, so why can't she speak for herself and still need a translator? Annoyed by this husband and wife act, she jumped out and separated them. "Move aside, you'll just make her too dependent on you." She turned her attention to Yvette and demanded, "Show me your ultimate skill again." But no matter what she did, it only invited more complaints. That's no good. Senya, with a head full of medical books, drilled knowledge into her. You can't imagine it as a gas. Gas is easy to dissipate and unstable. A healing spell in gas form is only 20% effective, even lower than when you cast it. Then she proposed another method for her. If you want to save more people, you must turn your magic into threads. Just explaining might not be useful, so I'll give you a demonstration. Give me your hand. The magical threads moved smoothly from her palm up her arm, and the sensation was so strange, it was as if she were experiencing a nerve spasm. Senya told her not to pull away. She had to watch and learn. She demonstrated while explaining the theory. You must imagine the power as a tough, long, and flexible thread with many small branches that can reach into every corner. Go find a source. Enough said. This also depends on the student's comprehension. Got any inspiration? A little. Good. Class dismissed. After teaching, she was suddenly reminded of a distant memory that why talent is for destruction. I don't know how to heal at all. This bit of knowledge was passed down from my people. She was still young then, yet she had to witness the partings of war, that we were attacked. Some of my people died, and some were injured. Since birth, they called me a genius. But even with the title of a genius, I could still only watch as the tragedy of death unfolded. Faced with the dead, I was at a loss. Yvette came from a better background than her, so Senya was very envious of her. That's why I'm jealous of you. Just as she was lost in her memories, a panicked person ran over Yvette. The auntie begged her to go save someone immediately. Please, the situation is extremely urgent. Just as a chance for real practice came up, she was immediately pulled away by the auntie. Senya didn't plan to help her, but rather let her rely on her own abilities. Stop using that inefficient healing method. Use the method I just taught you if you can learn it. That person turned and left without a second glance. They quickly brought her to the injured person. The sight before her must have been terrifying to make her face turn so pale. Her teammate Francis was lying there, severely injured and on the verge of death. Blood was flowing non-stop, impossible to staunch. She must have faced far fewer sorrows than I have. Senya's words kept echoing in her mind. Victor walked in and saw his teammate covered in wounds. "What happened here?" he immediately asked, wondering if they had miscalculated a step. That weren't they supposed to return safely from the battlefield? Why is she so badly injured? The nurse recounted the events with a grave expression. As they were bringing back spoils from the battlefield, an extremely cunning monster was not yet dead. The ferocious monster charged the crowd to attack, but Francis recklessly rushed forward to block the blow. It all happened so suddenly that she took the attack with her own body. Listening to her account, he couldn't bear such a painful truth. Although it didn't cause a major disaster, the injury was extremely severe. Her hands desperately tried to stop the blood that was continuously flowing from her abdomen. She didn't even dare to open her eyes to look at the person so grievously wounded in her arms. The situation escalated when someone announced, "It's bad. Her internal organs are damaged. Simple healing is no longer effective. All I can do now is stop the bleeding." Victor looked for a glimmer of hope in Yvette. What about her magic? It's recovered some, but not enough to use the old method. At this point, Fried also cast aside his pride and pleaded with her to save the person. "Please, Yvette, we can't lose another teammate." The heavy burden of saving a life fell on this young lady's shoulders. Okay, as she used all her magic to treat Francis, the nurse was getting information from Cassandra. "Come here for a second." She didn't believe this delicate girl before her could accomplish anything. Can this matter be entrusted to her? Because saving her was like a gamble with her life. If the healing magic failed, she would die on the spot. If a temporary healing method was used, her life could be saved, but she would be bedridden for the rest of her life. Cassandra was shocked to hear this. What are you saying? Making her unable to wield a sword again is the same as killing her. This was why the nurse was skeptical of the young lady's healing abilities, unless you have a better way. Yvette was afraid that any mistake could indirectly send her friend to meet God. Her hands were even trembling. In her mind, she replayed the beautiful memories she had with Francis. Only when standing on the brink of life and death do those unforgettable memories seem so precious. Her hands squeezed out the last bit of her magic, trying to heal the wound. But Francis couldn't bear the pain and convulsed violently. It hurts. Every time she cried out, the fear of losing her friend resurfaced. Seeing her so hesitant, Fried shouted loudly, trying to snap her out of it. Yvette, I'm sorry. I can't control it. The pressure of losing Francis was too great, and she didn't have the courage to keep her hands steady. The nurse knew this would happen. That's why I told you to use the temporary method. However, Victor was different. He gently took her hands and comforted her. Their eyes met, as if they exchanged 1,000 words. He had placed all his faith in her, and the words were spoken and couldn't be taken back, and other measures are needed. I believe you can heal her wound. Despite her objections, he still trusted her. Trust me, my judgment has never been wrong. His firm gaze showed absolute, unshakable faith. Hearing such heartwarming words, she suddenly wavered. For a moment, her hand wanted to let go of that warmth, but she immediately gripped it again. Her resolve was set, and now it was time for action. She assigned tasks to 3 people, then help me hold her down so she doesn't move, Fried. Find a cloth to prevent her from biting her tongue, Cassandra. And hold me tight from behind so I don't run away. Everyone agreed, except the last task was a bit, Knowing she was trying to hold on even while still trembling, Cassandra was willing to help. She was so useless. Taking a deep breath, she began to save her teammate. Under their admiring gazes, she unleashed the new skill she had learned. Although Senya didn't want to help, she still followed to see how far she could go. And she actually did it. A look of pride was evident on her face. Time flew by, and Francis was now sleeping peacefully. Fried and Yvette took turns caring for her, and it seemed she was out of mortal danger. Seeing her friend saved by her own hands, she was overjoyed. Now she could rest easy, right? Her happiness filled the entire space. This joy was contagious to Cassandra and Fried, who hugged her in celebration. She was truly amazing. Victor just watched their immense joy from a distance. Although it was a good thing that she could immediately apply what she learned, Senya realized there was another drawback. Did I ask this okay? The stronger she gets, the more likely she is to become a target for hostile forces. Maybe teaching her was just playing with fire. Hearing his subordinate's reminder, he too became suspicious. I thought so at first too, but she doesn't seem to think that way. What came to his mind was a friendly young lady, kind to everyone. After all the ups and downs, the arrogant young lady of the past had transformed into a kind angel. Yvette has always been straightforward. She isn't afraid of what people say. Whatever difficulties she encountered, she learned to face them instead of running away. One could tell just from his perspective on people. Today, Yvette was also tirelessly continuing to save people that, if it weren't for her growth, we might have already lost a friend. It was precisely because of this positive change that he stood on the same side as her .so, I've decided. A rare smile appeared on the melancholy boy's face. And no matter what happens, I will do my best to protect her. Straightforward. After finishing the 2-day, 1-night trip, the members packed their bags to return. It's finally over. Cassandra wanted to hurry home for a spa and beauty treatment. I'm going to go home and sleep for a day and a night. Seeing her filthy friend, Senya immediately spoke up. But you have to take a bath first. You stink. Fried sat and enjoyed the feeling of returning with his comrades. This is great. It's the first time I've experienced a beast tide where everyone returns safely. Is that so? A crowd in the distance caught Senya's attention. The villagers held Yvette's hands tightly, expressing their deep gratitude to her. Thank you so much. A girl bowed her head, but tears of happiness fell onto her hands. Senya watched the scene of everyone adoring the young lady who could only fake a smile. Truly, a little girl had hand-woven a flower crown and placed it on her head. A beauty adorned with a flower crown and a heart-stirring smile was truly a stunning picture. That terrifying girl. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was bright, but on the ground, 2 people were sulking as if they had hemorrhoids. They hoped Yvette would come over and offer a few words of comfort, but she just said, "Good morning," and floated past, leaving them behind. Cassandra. Defeated by her obliviousness, She grabbed her by the collar and blurted out, "You have to ask us why we're so upset." She spoke in a roundabout way, as if suddenly dissing someone. "It's all because someone spends money like water, and this month's expenses are severely over budget." Ava, while eating, didn't understand a thing and just hummed and nodded. Luckily, Hart reacted quickly and said it was her fault. "If this keeps up, we're going to starve." Seeing how carefree she was, they had to give her a bit of psychological intimidation. Seeing that the rice jar was completely empty, she instantly transformed into Edvard Munch's The Scream. Seeing her so devastated, Hart knew her skin would become as thick as a chopping block again, and he couldn't let that happen. This kid's skin is really getting thicker and thicker, isn't it? Cassandra cut to the chase, getting straight to the topic of today's meeting. For the financial health of our sect, we need to find some side jobs to increase our income. It's not like everyone who comes out of a pyramid scheme can get rich overnight. Hart thought the idea was difficult to achieve. Easier said than done, but making money isn't easy at all. Don't worry, because I've already planned everything for this. I discovered something last night. Just like last night, she caught that little rascal Arthur getting too close with a man. Last night I saw Arthur making a secret deal with a strange man, and out of curiosity, I secretly followed him. It turns out he found a huge pile of gold. This time, she had found a secret shortcut to getting rich overnight. The treasure in that young man's hands was enough to feed his ancestors for 18 generations. Forget worrying about finances. If we had that money, the sect financial crisis would be solved. Hearing that someone in the group had a good thing and wasn't sharing it with his brothers, Hart and Yvette immediately wanted to become pirates of the Caribbean. Oh, you want us to kill him? Kill him? Are you pirates? Sensing danger, Cassandra told the two lunatics whose minds had gone astray her true intention. "I didn't mean that. I just want him to share his secret to making money and then give us a piece of the pie." Of course, the final boss never disappoints us in the end. A cunning look appeared on her face as she thought of the endless schemes she could use. No killing, no torture, but the three of them went and kidnapped Arthur. What did I do wrong? The three of them were cosplaying a trial, judging his crimes according to the sect member handbook, illegally making money without permission, caught red-handed with the goods, and showing no remorse. It turned out he wanted to write a book to sell for money, titled No More Awkwardness, How to Talk to Young Girls. What a coincidence. It's right on your boss's desk. Discuss it with Zach and give it to me next week. Then you just casually toss the task sheet onto the book, thinking you were so cool. Victor suspected he didn't take his medicine this morning, so he was going crazy again. Looking at the book he wrote, he couldn't believe this was his commander's taste. He bought it. He actually bought it. His scream echoed through the forest. Victor didn't know if this guy hit puberty early or what, acting so dramatically to what's wrong. Are you having a facial spasm? Victor showed off his kung fu, splitting a table in half with his bare hands. This was all to prove to the two doctors cowering in the corner that he was super strong, as if to say, "See, my strength hasn't diminished." Only when he was with a girl did he feel physically weak. But when I get close to that girl, I feel chest tightness, an irregular heartbeat, and even a bit of dizziness. Any normal person would recognize this as being struck by Cupid's arrow. But since he was clueless, he insisted, "Am I sick?" The old doctor thought he had some mental problem and retorted sharply, "Are you kidding me?" He turned to his assistant and asked, "Why did you let this clueless guy in? Since when does our hospital offer emotional counseling? Never heard of such a thing. Why haven't you kicked him out yet?" It's not that I don't want to kick him out, but he came in through the back door and paid a lot of money. Money makes the world go round, and even a madman becomes a VIP. The doctor greeted him warmly. "Don't worry. Our medical skills are famous far and wide. Now, please describe your symptoms in detail." Then he began to narrate the symptoms, which sounded more like telling their story. It all started a few days ago when we went to the festival. To test if this was real, he even tried approaching Lynn. Since then, my body only has those strange symptoms when I'm near her and not near others. Afraid the doctor wouldn't believe him, he even measured the distance that triggered the recurrence with his eyes. For further analysis, I even did a distance experiment. A distance of 0.83 meters leads to a recurrence rate of 162.4. Very precise, right? Now it was the doctor's turn to collect data. Getting close to her causes an irregular heartbeat, but not with others. If there's eye contact, the condition worsens by 162.4. The doctor actually knew these symptoms long ago, but because he was so clueless, he had to be vague. In other words, the reason you're sick is her. Do you understand? But after all that talk, he still didn't get it. Are you saying she poisoned me? The doctor lost his patience with this blockhead. Are you crazy? That's why I came to the hospital, but maybe this hospital can't cure a slow-witted person like me. What to do? He doesn't understand no matter what I say. He's asking me, but who should I ask? Since talking wasn't working, he had to take out his family heirloom. In short, your illness is psychological. Medicine can't cure it. I'll give you a book, study it, and it will help you understand. Little did he know, the book the doctor gave him was the ultimate aphrodisiac for all men. So he just opened it for a glance that a book can cure an illness. And the content of the book was a bit, He drew his weapon, deciding to punish this old pervert. You gave me the wrong thing. I was looking at it myself. No need to hit me, I confess. Looking at the pile of books as thick as a final exam study guide, he was deflated. In the end, he had to spend 10 gold coins to buy them. As he was reading the book, that blonde kid was planning to sneak out and skip work. This book useful. Before he could escape, he was caught. Arthur, have you ever felt your heart race uncontrollably? He still couldn't control his emotions, so he asked for his opinion. To escape quickly, he lied to his boss. Actually, the moment I saw this book, I knew it was a scam. That old man at the bookstore uses all sorts of tricks to attract customers, like luring chickens into a cage. Now it's buy one, get one free. Boss, you're being too reckless. You need to figure something out quickly. If word gets out, the entire night order will lose face. At least hide from Yvette. Speak of the devil. She popped out of nowhere with a loud boo, almost scaring the heart out of you. What on earth are you doing? You had no idea what she was doing here. Yvette, what are you doing here? I came to find Victor. A million scenarios flash through this guy's mind. Oh crap, if she goes in, it's all over. So this is your hobby. He refused to sell out his brother. So for the honor of the night order, he went all out and blocked her. Cornering someone against a wall to stop them is a bit suspicious. I'm sorry, Yvette, but I have to stop you because if you go in, I'm dead. This guy was overreacting severely. What? Short, sweet, and to the point, but packed with information. It seemed he'd met his match. Her 2 words made him surrender. Just as he stepped out to see what was going on, what's all the noise? He was done for. Seeing the situation, he knew it was beyond saving. They couldn't be left alone. No matter what he did, those two would talk. What did you need me for? She asked. The two of them continued their conversation right in front of Arthur's despairing eyes. But something fell a bit off, huh? Victor took Yvette away and said to his staff, "All right, I'm heading out. I'll leave the rest to you." Wait, are you okay? It's a bit redundant to ask. It's already been taken care of. It turns out that while he was reading a book, he stumbled upon a relationship test. Just when he thought he was being played for a fool, he found a quiz inside the book. It was a short quiz to measure the extent of your relationship with her. The first question was about whether you care for and worry about her safety. Yes, it seems he answered every question correctly. The final conclusion was that his feelings for her weren't romantic love, but more like fatherly affection, making him a father figure to her. With the psychological barrier removed, the two grew closer, leaving the poor guy in the background unable to accept reality. This book is amazing. Want to read it? Sure, I'll give it a try. And so their relationship returned to normal. He started helping her practice on the horizontal bar again, shooting a fierce glare at Arthur as he passed by. "What are you glaring at me for? I have a boyfriend." Yvette returned carrying a mountain of snacks and was immediately chewed out by Cassandra. Honestly, bringing all this stuff back without even trying to hide it. She explained that this stash, enough to give anyone high blood pressure, was a kind gift from everyone. What could she do? Free food is free food. Suddenly, she remembered her terrifying $1 billion crazy deal with Victor. Had the items been delivered? Then, word got out to the other guild members, and everyone rushed over to grab some candy. While Yvette was tied up with the big boss lady, they stuffed as much as they could. Hold on. Cassandra wasn't about to let her get away with such a lame excuse. Aside from the first batch, didn't you get the rest of this illegally? Knowing she was in the wrong, Yvette apologized immediately. "I'm sorry." Cassandra was giving her a life lesson, while Yvette was busy stuffing a chocolate bar in her mouth. Seriously, you know eating too many sweets is bad for you, right? Then Yvette shoved a cupcake in her mouth to shut her up. "Don't come crying to me later when you can't eat dinner and the boss lady scolds you." After being force-fed this time, Cassandra's blood boiled. "Stop stuffing things in my mouth." Since Cassandra was so disgusted with the sweets, there was no need to keep them, right? So should she take them back? She really wanted to, but the temptation of those sweets was too much for her girlish heart to resist. In the end, the two of them ate everything. Half a month later, Cassandra was lying in bed, covering her face, looking as dejected as if she'd just been dumped. And oh wait, there must be some mistake. A wide shot revealed the situation in her room. Her entire bed had collapsed. It must have been one wild night to break the bed like that. She started frantically thinking about her weight. Wait, it really collapsed? I have been eating a bit much lately. But not that much, right? Have I not looked in a mirror for too long? The first image that popped into her head was of herself, fat as a walking sack. Just as she lifted her shirt to check her fair skin, that jerk Arthur burst in without even knocking. Hey, have you seen my shoulder guard? Well, it seems she just had a wardrobe malfunction, and her face turned as red as if she'd just stepped out of a sauna. I'm done for. He saw everything. But the guy didn't even notice she was half naked. His attention was entirely on her love handles. Have you gained some weight recently? What an emotionally clueless man. She immediately punched him. Afterward, she threw on a robe and walked out, leaving the rude guy behind. Is that all you can say? After calming down, she remembered her main problem. What should she do? She needed to find someone to fix her bed. But if people found out, even Frances couldn't believe it. Gained weight? I never thought you'd worry about your weight. They were both girls, but she couldn't really offer any useful advice. Turn in a muscle. Or maybe not. Things had gotten so bad that she had to resort to the most humiliating option. She didn't want to, but she had to go find that person. Meanwhile, the young Miss Yvette was excitedly opening a hot pink gift bag. She was blissfully nibbling on a double yolk mooncake. You should never disturb her when she's eating. Suddenly, a murderous aura erupted from the doorway over there. Yvette, thinking Cassandra wanted to snatch her food, she offered her half a cookie. Unfortunately, the other girl was on a diet. That's not what I meant. It turned out she wanted her to help fix the bed. Can you help me, please? Of course. This act of kindness completely moved Cassandra. Wow, she seems so cold, but she's quite reliable when it counts. What she didn't know was that Yvette was just desperately trying to hold back her laughter. Never mind that for now. I need to figure out where I'm sleeping tonight. Seriously, I have to find a solution, or I'll be homeless tonight. If you have nowhere to sleep, you can squeeze in with me in my room. Absolutely not. We're both girls, what's the big deal? But Yvette refused. I'd rather die than sleep with you. Just then, Frances burst in. What are you two doing? Seeing the two girls in such an intimate position, the atmosphere was very suggestive. Having fun, are we? Seeing this, it would be strange if she didn't misunderstand. It's not what you think. Let me explain. Why didn't you invite me? This girl wanted a threesome. Without another word, she jumped right in, going all out. Let me play too. And so, the three girls were literally wrestling in a pile on the bed. Stop it. Don't tickle me. Dejia burst into the room with something in her hands, interrupting the chaotic scene. You guys are too loud. Victor will get angry. Then don't come in. Seeing the commotion, Roshana also vaulted over the railing to join the foursome. Is this what you call indoor camping? Not really. Then Senya, who had just returned from mission, also showed up. I just stole some meat from the office pantry. Put it back. Cassandra watched speechlessly as the group started a party in Yvette's room. Why is everyone here? Everyone started an illegal casino. Want to place a bet? I think playing cards is more fun. Oh, what are we betting on? But the bed legs couldn't take so much weight and were about to collapse. Downstairs, Victor and the staff heard a loud crash and thought there was an ambush. So the entire branch had to run upstairs to see what was happening. But what's wrong? Is an enemy attack. He banged on the door with a worried look on his face. Are you guys okay? But when he saw a group of girls fooling around like idiots in the room, his concern turned into a face full of what the hell. Seeing the scene, he completely lost it. Yvette held up the plate of meat and gave him a confident smile. Want some? She was so scared she asked such a stupid question. This was the last straw. He decided to show no mercy and punish them all. All of you, get out and run 20 laps. In the end, they had to repair 3 beds, but Yvette still wanted to be clingy and sleep with Cassandra again. Don't even think about it. Lynn and Fried were sharing a dish with one pair of chopsticks, and he was complaining about his manly beard, saying it was annoying to eat with. Fried also suggested he shave off that scruffy beard. Your beard is grown out. Why don't you shave it? The moment he heard the word shave, he protested, believing that a beard makes a real man, and being without one is like being a sissy in a way. A beard is a symbol of manliness. My goal is to grow a beard as long as the old man of the South Pole. Seeing his buddy being so dramatic, Fried was a little taken aback that, oh my God, to rally more allies for his slightly scruffy manliness. He even went to ask for Zach's opinion. You young people just don't get the romance of a beard. Am I right, Zach? Zach replied, I don't plan on growing a long beard. On the battlefield, a man's beard is as dangerous as a woman's long hair. I wouldn't encourage growing a thick beard because it's more of a liability than a display of manliness. If I were your enemy, I'd be delighted to have something like that to grab onto. He even imagined a fight scene with a long-bearded enemy. Grab with the left hand, stab with the right, clean and simple. Hearing his teammate dissing him like that behind his back, his face immediately fell. I guess I'll just shave it off then. On a clear morning with white clouds and bright sunshine at the Lionheart Guild. Good morning. Roshana and Victor were both tidying up their already handsome appearances to greet the new day. When she looked up and saw the eighth wonder of the world, she was instantly stunned. A perfectly handsome face that put even Victor to shame appeared. The beard was gone, replaced by a face that could launch 1,000 ships. Seeing such a handsome man for the first time, everyone in the group gathered around. You really shaved it. I almost didn't recognize you. Even the girls threw their shame to the wind, just to touch his divinely sculpted face. I never knew you were so handsome without a beard. Lynn said, "Don't just touch me so casually." Roshana recalled past memories and felt a strange sensation. It feels so weird thinking about how I used to bathe with him in the river. Senya was speechless at her all are equal mindset. S.O. You've been treating him like a sister all this time. Almost all the beauties here were captivated by his good looks. Looks like a lot of girls are interested in him now. Senya was already imagining a bunch of tragic romance dramas. Let's have Yvette hit on him to discourage the other girls. Frances was speechless at this fantasy-prone drama queen. People aren't that shallow, are they? Right, Yvette? She was sure her friend wouldn't just throw herself at a man. But then, everyone saw the sparkle in her eyes and immediately grew suspicious. They could almost hear Cupid's arrow striking her heart. What? She joined Lynn's fan club without a second thought. Everyone was dismayed that she would abandon her friends for a man so easily. Yvette, I never thought you were such a fickle child. Yvette replied, "What's wrong with that? At least we look good together." Then, these gossips turned to look at a certain someone's reaction. They were expecting a jealous response, but this blockhead didn't get it. "What are you doing, miss?" Annoyed by his denseness, Marlene tried to probe his reaction indirectly. "Let me ask you something. If Yvette and Lynn got together, would you support them?" His eyes softened, as if holding 1,000 words. Though he agreed verbally, he looked even more pitiful. They're around the same age, and their personalities match. As long as it doesn't affect their work, what's there to oppose? Marlene was also surprised by this rare composure. Okay, so calm. Enough. That's it for the childhood stories. I should get back to what I need to do. If there's nothing else, I'm going to train. Everyone watched in surprise as he left. Too bad he was trying to act cool, but his mind was a mess, and he walked toward the wrong door. The door is over there. The scene switches to a blonde man, Arthur, playing soccer even though he's supposed to be working. Isn't he afraid of getting yelled at by the captain? Nah, he's been sitting there spacing out all afternoon, he said, pointing to the gloomy shadow behind him. Victor's face now looked like he was about to pick up a brick and start a fight. The captain is lovesick, so I'll just ignore him and keep playing. Let's go. He was actually observing the situation, but his subordinate was blocking the boss's view. Love is blind. In his eyes, she was a young girl experiencing her first crush. This is the first time I've seen that expression on her. It's normal for her age. She's learning about love too. He even imagined Lynn dancing with her in front of him. She's so pretty. Everyone likes her. This time it just happens to be Lynn. Just when you thought he'd finally learned what jealousy was, it turns out he hadn't. Is this what it feels like to marry off a daughter? The image of the lovey-dovey couple laughing together kept appearing like a ghost. She and Lynn looked surprisingly good together. Unable to be with the one he loves, he started getting sentimental. What if they get together? Just then, that group of wild kids was taking penalty kicks. Shoot. Hey, where are you kicking that? Unfortunately, the ball hit him right on the head, pausing for about 2 seconds for him to process the data. Data processed. Now it's time to pick up the ball and throw it back. Captain, are you okay? You guys have too much free time, don't you? I finally get a moment to relax, and you leopard print fools have to come and ruin it. How can I not be angry? This is both of your faults, but for the sake of team spirit, I'm punishing the whole team. 20 kilograms of weight, run from here to the mountaintop. Get ready. Don't take it out on innocent people. Each of them held a heavy weight, complaining that the boss was a devil for abusing his employees. His ear was bleeding from being hit by the ball, yet he was still striking a pose with his hands on his hips, scolding the wild kids. Who knows what the future holds? Yvette was walking with a smile on her face, holding a book on a Sunday. sunny day. Suddenly, a zombie hand reached out from nowhere and grabbed at her. Lynn and Senya appeared like the living dead. Yvette, they grab her skirt and collapse on the ground, completely exhausted. To cheer them up, she asked a silly question. Are you two on a date? I've never seen anyone on a date. While standing up, relaxing under the shade of a tree, they started complaining to her about the captain. Seriously, what's with the captain today? The training was so intense, I thought he was going to kill us. Senya reacted quickly and immediately tried to bribe her. Hey, can we rest here for a bit? Don't tell him we're slacking off. Do us a favor. A favor like this deserves a little reward, don't you think? She held out her hands as if expecting a grand gift. Who asks for a favor with that kind of attitude? You're basically soliciting a bribe, to be honest. If it weren't for you changing your mind in a fit of pique. The girl was about to reveal a huge secret, but luckily Lynn was quick enough to cover the big mouth's mouth. The girl was annoyed at him for interrupting her. Why did you stop me? Sure. If I hadn't stopped you, we'd be done for. Even though everyone knows he's been acting weird lately, he hasn't said anything. We can't let him know we're bad-mouthing him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man himself appeared. Victor, with a very loud crack of his knuckles, looked amicably at the two brave souls of the group. What are we talking about now? These two had no idea a tsunami was coming. It took them a moment to realize that the British Grim Reaper was standing right behind them. He stared at them with what could almost be called a cheerful gaze. Daring to slack off here, I see you're ready. He grabbed one in each hand and dragged them away without a care. Come on, 2 more hours of training for each of you. In the name of sisterly love, she smacked him on the head with her book, trying to save her friends. She even gave him a look of disapproval. Victor was stunned by this savage act, frozen for a full 5 seconds. Someone was trying to help her friends, but you overthought it, thinking she was saving her crush. Did she hit me because I criticized the person she likes? But Yvette did something no one expected. Why are you injured? Why didn't you treat the wound right away? Her hand gently touched the still bleeding wound on his temple. Without another word, she dragged him behind a nearby bush, right in front of Senya and Lynn, who were being force-fed this public display of affection. Come here. No passionate scene occurred. She just gently pushed his hair aside to check the wound. It's just that the atmosphere was filled with a pink hue. Be careful. Taking care of your body is important too, right? I remember all the theories you taught me. Being this close made him a bit shy, so he turned his face away. Seeing him so quiet, she took the initiative to ask, have you been fighting with someone lately? You don't look happy. Oh wait, never mind. Since the topic of concern had already been raised, he shifted to another subject. Never mind that. What are you doing here? I came to find Lynn. Just the mention of that employee's name immediately brought an image to his mind of his beloved girl with him. Seriously, because he was jealous. His jealousy was so intense that even the two hiding in the distance shivered. She didn't pay much attention to the boy's mood beside her and continued to smile brightly as she showed him her book. Look at this, face-changing art. Just from the name, you could tell what she wanted. This art of face-changing originated in the East, a secret technique that allows one to transform into another person in seconds. Depending on the color, one could become old or young. It's especially popular in opera troupes and often seen in theater groups and restaurant chains. He was surprised she would be interested in such a strange artita. This is why she wanted to find Lynn. She tilted her head 45 degrees and gave him a brilliant smile. Easter magic, I really want to see it. Just then, the two eavesdroppers finally revealed themselves. Lynn grabbed her by the collar, shaking her back and forth to vent his frustration. Why didn't you say so earlier? Besides, face-changing isn't what you think it is. If Senya heard this, she would have laughed like a maniac that I thought we were going to see a fight over love. Luckily, the prize cabbage hasn't been taken by a pig yet. Now we can rest easy, right? She said, slapping Victor hard on the back. But he covered his face with the book, The Heart of a Boy in Love, who from this moment on understood blushing and jealousy upon seeing his crush. The boss was already embarrassed enough, but those two lunatics were still teasing him. Annoyed by these two pests, he decided to punish them with extra overtime. You two, 2 more hours of training. What? The scene now belongs to just the two of us. Yvette, there are 1,000 things I want to say to you. What he said to her sounded like he was telling himself, if you ever find someone you like, you must bring him to me. If you find a scumbag, I will definitely use force on him. If he's trash, I'll help you take him down. Everything he did was a promise to her, because I promised to protect you completely. Thus, these gentle words were like honey, poured in her heart, but in reality, it was bitter honeyed at what's wrong. I feel unhappy for some reason, turning a potentially romantic atmosphere into a joke. A pair of cherry-red lips appear before her, repeatedly calling the name of the lazy young miss who wasn't yet awake, Yvette. Since there was no response after several calls, she immediately pulled the sleepy head up. Yvette, wake up, something's happened. But since she showed no signs of waking, Frances had no choice but to drag this sack of potatoes outside. Entering the cold winter and feeling the icy air, she finally opened her eyes. Before her was a beautiful winter snowscape. It's snowing. The house was covered in a pure white color, like a pearl that I thought we'd get a break in winter, but it turns out we still have to go out and work. Just as I predicted, winter came early this year. Victor was wearing a thick winter coat, but it still couldn't hide his ridiculously handsome face, even earlier than expected. We've only prepared half of our food reserves. The boss was worrying about his people, while the employees were already off somewhere on a trip in their minds. Even if the temperature might warm up later, we should harvest the vegetables now just to be safe. Although he was worried about the year, Arthur and Senya were busy playing some childish tricks in front of him. With 5 people working, hopefully we can finish our winter tasks before sunset. The boss was talking, but no one was listening, so he got angry. Did you hear me? We're not here to play. The scolding was secondary. Taking care of his crush was the priority. Seeing her dressed so lightly, he immediately draped the expensive VIP outfit he bought in the East Market over her. And you, Yvette, you'll catch a cold easily wearing so little in winter. His concern for her, from head to toe, was obvious to everyone. He was becoming more and more like Yvette's dad. Her winter-proof style meant not a single wisp of wind could get through, but even bundled up, it couldn't detract from her angelic beauty. Now I'm satisfied with my model. All right, since we're ready, let's get to work. The first thing to do was dig through the snow. Searching for vegetables. Seeing a purple fruit, she was curious. An eggplant. She actually knew its name. That's a redundant question. You're a duke's daughter, after all. It would be a bit suspicious if you didn't know. The ducal family usually eats this. Davis said eating it helps you grow taller. Davis, that noisy butler. Forget knowledge, it's time to talk about food. Since you recognize it, want to try one? Eating an unprocessed eggplant directly seemed a bit unhygienic, and there was no guarantee you wouldn't be hugging the toilet all day long. She thought it would be bitter, but Frances encouraged her to eat it right off the vine, saying it would be more delicious that way, but it's freshly picked. Since you said so, I won't be polite. I'll try it. She cautiously brought the eggplant to her lips for a taste, an ominous feeling with the first bite. Actually, it was a good sign. The feeling after eating, it was like walking on cloud 9. It's sweet, right? Frances knew this because her roots were from the countryside. For people like us, the land is like a mother. You have to take care of it every day and, of course, enjoy it when it's at its best. Her motto was that life isn't complete if you haven't eaten freshly picked vegetables. Yvette was in complete awe of her friend's gardening knowledge. Although she came from a poor rural background, she wasn't the least bit insecure. She even boasted to others, saying that country life had its perks. After enough small talk, it was time to put theory into practice. Sometimes, being too realistic isn't a good thing. One wonders what that young lady did to end up in such a state. After a long time picking, they finally filled 2 baskets, and Frances still had to tally their harvest. Just as the team was checking if they had missed anything, someone suddenly poked her in the back. Who knows what she ate to make herself look like a roasted suckling pig? After a busy afternoon, they finally gathered enough vegetables for the winter, and it looked pretty good. Although the labor had warmed their hands, their bodies were still cold. The 2 girls, who had just finished their pie, shivered in the biting wind. Suddenly, the bushes behind them rustled. Hey, Frances, look over here. Senya was hiding in the bushes, slacking off. What are you doing? Shoo, don't let the boss hear. She enticed Frances to come over and have some soup with her. Just imagine a bowl of hot soup in this freezing weather. The invitation was made, but it all depended on her reaction. And what do you know? This group of vegetable thieves actually pooled their money to cook soup together. And so, a pot of vegetable chowder made from stolen vegetables was born, and it looked absolutely delicious. Just as the 3 girls were singing its praises, a figure zipped past. We should get going. You all seem to be having a lot of fun. Victor and Arthur appeared on the scene immediately, catching this group red-handed for having an unauthorized meal together. Being caught like this would make anyone nervous, and Arthur added fuel to the fire from the side. We've caught the thieves, but where's the stolen pot? Yvette didn't want their hard-cooked meal to go to waste, so she put on a dejected expression. Seeing his beloved so sad, he couldn't bear to scold her anymore. What else can we do? Since we're all here, let's just have a party on the spot. Everyone gathered around the soup pot, chatting and laughing. He and she both cherished this rare moment together that wouldn't be seen as ambiguous. The hot soup warmed their hearts in the cold weather. He watched her as he drank the soup, and the two of them together made for an exceptionally heartwarming picture. A small brown deer walked bewilderedly through the thick snow. To nature, it was just an animal, but to the Tsukai Dawn squad, it was food for the winter. They rushed out with lightning speed, hoping to catch this plump prey. Fortunately, the deer was smart. It chose to run towards the beautiful lady. Yvette, it's running towards you. But before it could embrace the beauty, it took a heavy blow to the neck. Luckily, Yvette quickly grabbed her bow and arrow, awakening her inner hunter's instinct. Seeing the prey captured, Lin cheered, "Awesome, great shot," while Zach said, I was just about to deal the final blow. He walked over to the pool of blood that stained the snow by the animal's neck. What's wrong? Isn't it all the same? It's not the same. This is the first time she's killed an animal. Everyone was used to her gentle demeanor. Now that she showed a hint of ferocity, they treated her like a stranger. What if she's traumatized and refuses to eat meat in the future? Seeing her standing there alone, they thought she was about to do something crazy. She clasped her hands together. She knelt down to pray for the dead animal, expressing her remorse. After a prayer, she happily accepted her first trophy. All right. Only then did Lin and Zach realize they had underestimated the kindness of the young lady before them. The small wooden cabin in the snowy field appeared again, welcoming the hunters home with its inherent warmth. It's so cold. Victor was busy with work. Seeing his teammates return, he looked up and asked, "You're back." The four of them gathered around a large jar in the middle of the room. Yvette was curious about what treasure he had hidden this time. What's this? Rice wine. I saw the weather was getting colder, so I opened a bottle for everyone to warm up. At the mention of alcohol, the employees immediately started flattering the boss. "Boss, we'll follow you for the rest of our lives. Don't be so cringe. Just go get it." Even she wanted a drink to warm up, but he would never let a child under 18 drink. "You can't have any." Those sparkling eyes had no effect on him. "This isn't for kids. You can drink in at least another 5 years, no, 10 years. She wasn't happy to hear that. He wouldn't let her drink, yet he himself drank openly in front of the child. Unwilling to be left out, she secretly went around and snatched the cup from his hand. "You have to drink it all to show your sincerity." He panicked, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as she downed his precious, painstakingly brewed rice wine in one gulp. "What are you doing? Spit it out. I told you not to drink." But this little rascal was stubborn and had to try. Now, the consequence is you feeling like you're floating on air, your cheeks flushed from the buzz. You complained about the taste only after finishing the whole cup, that it's too strong. "That's why I told you not to drink it." Faced with this disobedient child, he helplessly frowned and covered his face. "Now we have to wait another 5 years, no, 10 years. But you were already too drunk to stand steady, falling into his warm embrace. Seeing his beloved willingly fall into his arms, he was a bit dazed, so much so that he didn't even hear someone calling his name. Just at the most romantic moment for you two, Captain Rashana appeared. Arthur and the others are back. The person was back, but his soul was still off in the clouds, not yet returned. "What's with you two?" Yvette swayed and leaned against Rashana in surprise. "Yvette." Victor remained like a statue, lost in thought, oblivious to the two girls' antics. The footsteps of those who had been out had returned to the Rose Mansion. "Just wanted to ask about dinner." She naturally saw the purple-haired girl running over in tears. "Is dinner ready?" She tried to express herself with body language. "Captain, Yvette is possessed." "Calm down." He really seemed to be under some kind of stupor spell, wearing a single expression the whole time, frozen like a wooden chicken amidst the storm. She was so worried, thinking he was about to meet his maker. He just stood there like that. Cassandra had already checked him but found no life-threatening danger. Forget him. Look at Yvette. Compared to the slow-witted captain, the young lady is quite happy and sociable. But she looks healthy, doesn't she? Could it be that Rashana can see something Francis can't? Look closely. It turned out she was just spouting nonsense, torturing Marlene's ears. One moment she was talking about onion sauce with cilantro. The next she was recounting the story of sneaking 5 pieces of grilled meat with Arthur. And even the passing Cassandra fell victim How come you're only eating half a bowl of rice again? Then she said a bunch of other unbelievable things that left everyone speechless that it's over. We're doomed. After talking for a while, she finally stopped to catch her breath. After catching her breath, she dropped another bombshell. Something is definitely wrong. In that snow-covered cabin, it was filled with laughter and joy. Listen to me, okay? Cassandra forced a smile, enduring the grating torture from the hopelessly drunk young lady. One moment, she was recalling seeing two beetles fighting in the yard as a child. The next, she was pulling Victor into the conversation, then circling back to how vegetable chowder is more delicious in winter. Roshana worried that something was wrong with Yvette's brain. I asked this child, really, Yvette? Even Lynn suggested getting an exorcist for her. How about we find a Taoist priest to perform an exorcism on her? Marlene came up with a plan to use a megaphone-like volume, loud enough for the whole village to hear, to jolt Yvette's chaotic thoughts. Who burned the pot in Darwin's den? I want to make soup, but I can't find the pot. If I find out who it was, I'll skin them alive. After shouting, the big sister observed her reaction. But Yvette didn't say a word, and they immediately knew who the culprit was. It was her. Everyone was all too familiar with her act of playing innocent after causing trouble. Francis and Marlene joined forces, deciding to plump up Yvette's cheeks. This is the only thing about her that hasn't changed. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Victor appeared just in time to rescue her, as he knew she wasn't just faking IT and no need to make a fuss. She's just drunk on rice wine. Captain, you're awake? He tried to put on his most serious face to show concern for her, but everyone behind him knew what he was up to. This is the first time I've seen this happen. To avoid any danger, we'll still need someone to watch her. This guy isn't up to something, is he? His amber eyes glanced lightly at that person, and before he could even ask for help, everyone had already decided that fleeing was the best option. What's with that reaction? Because we don't want any more victims. Cassandra was the best example. Listening to her nonsense just now was tiring enough. Get up, I'm not done talking yet. This group of people all knew there was something going on between the two of them, so they decided to go with the flow and hand all responsibility over to him. She's all yours. In her drunken haze, she still habitually called his name Victor. Her flushed cheeks made it even more misleading, coupled with her reaching out her hands for a hug. Hug me, hold me tight. Even with the green light from his beloved, his face remained blank. Even more surprisingly, she just wanted to relive the feeling of sliding down the hill with him before. Sliding down from the top, the heart-pounding feeling when you're flying. Luckily, his first kiss was still safe. So that's what she was talking about. Hurry up. Don't rush me. The people in the back, having had their fill of this public display of affection, couldn't be bothered anymore. Fortunately, Cassandra had already passed out. He was indeed an expert at catering to his number one beloved. He held her in his arms and turned back to instruct everyone. Looking at the situation, she's probably lost her senses. I'll take her back to the dorm to sleep. She'll be fine by tomorrow. As he said this, he felt embarrassed himself and quickly turned his face away. Also, don't mention what happened today in front of her tomorrow. Only a blind person couldn't see this considerate concern. We understand. A young couple entered the room, clothes flying as if something major was about to happen. These clothes are so uncomfortable. Wait, don't take them off. He struggled to tuck her into the quilt and change her clothes. Even a man has his limits. You know, after a long while, she finally crawled out from under the covers in new clothes. Transformation complete. That's better now. His hand gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. He dotingly chided her while taking care of her. Yvette, I told you not to drink. You're still too young for this. Hearing this, she protested. Cassandra isn't much older than me. After the argument, she finally felt exhaustion wash over her. Hugging a pillow, she said, I really like wine, but now my head is so dizzy, all my worries have flown away. She poured out all her grievances from her time in the Lionheart squad. There are carrots in the cream-baked vegetables. Darwin doesn't bathe, can't sleep at night, can't get up in the morning, and the fertilizer stinks. He knew she was complaining about squad life, but he listened to every word. So, are these all your worries? Her final worry, and her biggest one, I don't know how my mother is doing now. It's been so long, and I haven't been able to see her for a single day. Hearing her say this, he felt a pang in his heart. She might be a noble ducal lady, but she had her own unspoken hardships within her family. Don't be fooled by her appearance. it's mostly managed by servants. If she fails and gets kicked out of the ducal estate, where could she go in the cold winter? The winters in the royal capital are so harsh. Only now do I understand how hard it was for my mother. Lately, when I'm alone, I try to put myself in the shoes of those who protect me. He was surprised, then chuckled softly. So you've grown up enough to think about these things. He acknowledged her progress. It seems you've started to see yourself in the position of a guardian. His faith in her had never wavered. One day, you will return and take back everything you've lost. The only thing she had to do was believe in him. She fell into a deep sleep with this belief in her heart. He gently pulled up the covers so she wouldn't catch a cold. Don't worry, winter will be over soon. His restless fingers gently brushed through her hair, a loving smile playing on his lips. And during that time, I will always be by your side. Only after finally speaking his heart did he walk out the door. The door closed with a thud, returning the master to her private space. White hair was hidden under the warm covers. She didn't know if what he had just said was real or a dream, but made her heart flutter. Cassandra sat in contemplation, gazing at the snow remaining on the window frame. The snow is starting to melt. Only scattered patches of snow were left on the branches outside the window. A mouth chewing on a sweet potato answered impolitely while eating, "Oh, really? But it still feels super cold." It turned out Senya was holding a squad social meeting in the kitchen, sneaking sweet potatoes. "Hey, don't be so lazy. You don't look like a disciplinary squad at all. Get moving." Then she turned around and started mocking Ava's "winter isn't cold" style. "You're wearing too much over there. It's too hot. If it's hot, take it off now." Seeing that this young lady had no intention of moving, she pounced on her to help rip her clothes off. "Don't touch my sweet potato." While the two women were fighting tooth and nail, clothes flying everywhere, Senya and Lin were still calmly eating and drinking. She puts it on in the morning and takes it off in the afternoon, all because someone forces her to wear it. Poor Yvette. I sympathize with her, but whatever, it doesn't matter. What can you do when winter has just passed? Actually, Cassandra had already thought of everything that needed to be done. Buy new saplings, negotiate business deals, rearrange patrol points. There are a million things to do. You two need to get serious. The seriousness lasted less than a second before they started fooling around again. Oh, so that's the idea. So noisy. Ignoring this rowdy bunch, she had to go fulfill her duties as a logistics officer. "Anyway, I'm going to town for 2 days. Tell the big sister not to make me dinner." Escaping the noisy group, her mood instantly improved, and she walked off singing a cheerful song of life. Staying in town? Why is Cassandra so happy whenever she goes out? "Oh, is this her first time celebrating the new year with us?" Lynn explained the local customs to her. After every winter, the town welcomes the new year. Actually, people celebrate festivals all year round, but the end of the year is a bit different. Moreover, they organize a fireworks display, giving couples a chance to escape the trap of early marriage. Legend has it that a confession made before the fireworks will succeed. That's why Cassandra has to go to town to prepare. She goes almost every year. If it was work-related, the captain would surely pay attention. Nothing ever happens, and she just comes back every year. He even knew she was going on a date with Victor, yet he couldn't say a word. You don't have to be a genius to know she can't squeeze out a single word all day. Will she succeed this year? Senya seemed to be looking forward to that day. Hearing the interesting stories about the new year in her hometown, Yvette also began to long for celebrating the new year with fireworks. The scene changes to a cabinet full of vegetables. In the kitchen, Victor was teaching her housekeeping skills. Be careful when using a knife. Curl your fingers. The two of them looked just like a young couple cooking together. Be careful. Don't cut that finger. The moment he finished speaking, a spurt of fresh blood shot out. He sighed and went to get a bandage to wrap her little finger. Seeing that it was a bad idea to teach her to use hot things too early, he switched to teaching her how to cook. Learning to use a knife seems a bit difficult at first, so let's learn to add seasonings first. Put in the ingredients that need to cook for a long time first. By some miracle, she cooked using an ancestral recipe, continuously pouring things in until someone yelled stop. Now, the cooking class had somehow turned into a battlefield, with oil everywhere that don't break the plates. Stir-frying back and forth. Luckily, the theory was wrong, but the result was right, which was good enough. He turned his head, wanting to see her expression after cooking for the first time. Although she said nothing, he knew she was a bit distracted today. She ate the dish she made, saying it's delicious, so delicious, but her face screamed, "This is disgusting." "All right, you don't have to to force yourself. Victor was forced to demonstrate again, teaching her the theory as he went. If you add too much, you can use potatoes or add some sugar to give it a Chinese-style flavor. Try it. After you're done, share it with the person you love most. She also wanted to see just how good his cooking was. Who knew it would be so delicious, beyond imagination? Seeing her so happy, he felt a little proud himself. Just at the crucial moment, Cassandra burst in, interrupting the wonderful atmosphere. Commander, she handed him a stack of documents, telling him to confirm them quickly. The new year is almost here, and I'd like to go on a 2-day, 1-night trip to town. If there's nothing else, please come and confirm the itinerary with me. Indeed, trying to get everything done in 1 day was a bit of a stretch. This issue needed more consideration. But the year-end festival was very important, so he agreed. All right, wait a moment. Hearing about the festival, Yvette felt a secret sense of anticipation. Suddenly, she tugged on his sleeve. She had a lot to say, but was hesitant. Cassandra was a bit surprised by her bold move. Yvette, she only snapped out of her daze when someone called her name. Her hand, which had just touched him, now hung loosely in the air, making them wonder if her strange illness had returned. What's wrong with her? She stammered and hesitated, still unable to say what was on her mind. The two of them waited patiently for her to say what she wanted. After a long while, she finally managed a complete sentence. Can you take me with you? I'm at that age where I want to eat, play, and cause trouble. It's not fair to make me stay home. On the bus, a girl was slumped over, looking like she was in the final stages of hemorrhoids. She finally squeezed out the reason. Rewind to 2 days ago, when Yvette begged Victor to let her join the mission. Can I go with you? He answered without hesitation, of course you can. This completely ruined Cassandra's plan to create a world for just the two of them. She was frustrated that she wasn't his first choice. It turned out Ava was still the most important one in his heart. Just as she got rid of one party crasher, a bunch of unrelated people popped up wanting to tag along. Let me go too, I want to go, please. And so, everything fell apart. All her efforts, poof, vanished in an instant. Captain, you? Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. It seems to be about the fireworks. He said the squad was in charge of security, so they needed to bring more people this year. There are many guests from other towns this year, and the Shurji squad has been entrusted with maintaining order, so more people are better. The pay they're offering is very generous. The moment she heard money, she shut up. Not knowing whether to be happy or despair, she trembled like a magnitude 9 earthquake, and they're providing food and lodging, so we can save that money. After the violent trembling, she calmly fell backward. The list of members. Now she didn't even have the will to live. Prepare the supplies, so? And so, this scene unfolded amidst Cassandra's inner screams. How did it come to this? All the effort to create a romantic scene under the fireworks was now gone with the wind. Even so, there's no need to bring so many people. Those bastards ruined the romantic memories I went to great lengths to prepare. In her despair, Lynn and Yvette turned around, wanted to play cards with her. Cassandra, want to play cards? Play what? Are you a primary schooler on your first spring outing? The mention of first time hit a sore spot for the young lady. This is indeed my first time. To appease her teammate, she had to join this roadside casino. What's there to look forward to? It's not like we came out here to play cards anyway. Hey, you're cheating. Their carriage was filled with laughter and chatter, catching Victor's attention. They seemed to be having a lot of fun. It seems bringing everyone out to have fun was a wise decision. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, Arthur interrupted him. Hey, you have to admit, this party atmosphere is really fun, but I have to say, the procession heading to the festival looked very lively. There are a lot of people from other towns, mostly here to celebrate, and also merchant from the Imperial City. Although the deadline is approaching, I won't let the staff rest until they meet their performance targets. Have fun, but don't forget your mission. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The group's convoy continued on its journey. A group of suspicious-looking people appeared, looking like human traffickers. Yvette and Cassandra stopped at a roadside stall to rest. She was still thinking about Yvette's reason for coming to this festival. Why did you follow me here? To source some goods. This place looks fun. You never miss a party. But that wasn't what she wanted to ask. When I was talking to the leader, she looked quite uneasy. Could it be she wants to see the fireworks? That hit the nail on the head. Speaking of fireworks, she suddenly recalled a childhood memory. I was kidnapped once when I was little. It was New Year's back then, too. My mother wouldn't let me go out, but the maid secretly took me out. As a result, that terrible incident left my mother with a psychological scar that a child who goes through something like that never forgets the trauma. From then on, I never went out again. She told this story with a smile, but it sounded very sad in the 10-plus years after that. It wasn't as unbearable as I imagined. It's just a pity that I can't watch fireworks anymore. Cassandra felt guilty for misjudging the poor girl. What's wrong? Nothing. All misunderstandings were cleared up. The two girls walked through the crowd together to carry out their mission that I understand. I'll make your wish come true today. But before that, we have to complete our mission. Just as they were about to look around, a salesman approached them, wanting to ask if the two girls wanted to stock up for spring. Come and have a look. A pile of seed bags was stacked there. These are all good seeds. Originally 8 gold coins, but seeing as you two are so cute, I'll make an exception and give you a discount. 5 gold coins will do. Just from the way he spoke, you could tell it was a scam. With Cassandra's cautious nature, she had to inspect the goods first. Wait for me. Yvette wanted to listen closely to her bargaining skills. These seeds are good, and the price of 5 gold coins is unbelievably good. But before you decide, have you checked the goods underneath? She had to open them to check. Seeing this, the owner immediately got anxious and wouldn't let her check. What are you doing? If you're not buying, don't touch it. Yvette stopped him. Without another word, she poured everything out. The truth couldn't be hidden. Once poured out, it was revealed to be fake. Only half were good. The rest underneath were all moldy, which would even contaminate the good part. Cassandra could tell at a glance that this guy was an outsider. I can see you're not from around here, are you? Coming all this way just to scam some petty cash and then run. He couldn't refute it, as she had hit the mark. You can go, but the goods stay. She had to take this batch of goods to report it, to prevent more people from being deceived. The owner, unwilling to have his livelihood cut off, demanded to argue that on what grounds? I didn't scam you. Are you trying to rob me? No matter what he said, the crime was indefensible. He didn't scam them, but what about the people before? If they came back, this batch of goods would serve as compensation. She threatened to hand him over to the authorities if he resisted. Without sufficient punishment, there's no cost to committing a crime. Or perhaps, you'd like to go with me to face the officials? Faced with this eloquent logic, the owner was speechless and couldn't argue. He left, embarrassed and angry, so annoying. The surrounding people, seeing how just she was, all started to applaud. Yvette couldn't help but admire her teammate. Cassandra is so cool, but too much praise would make her get carried away. Of course. Actually, it's because I have 10 years of experience balancing accounts that I can spot a scammer at a glance. Don't underestimate me. I've been managing the account for the entire Sky Dome since I was a child. In the past 10 years, there hasn't been a single shortage, so these little tricks can't fool me. My dream is to establish my own merchant guild. If I weren't at the Sky Dome right now, I might have already made my debut on the business stage. Hearing her dream, Yvette became curious. Then why don't you go? There must be a reason for not pursuing such a wonderful dream, right? It's your dream, isn't it? The thought of the most important reason that made her give up her dream caused her eyes to dim. What else could it be? I gave up my dream for that person a long time ago. He was the only one who made her set aside her dream just to stand by his side. Yvette was busy helping Big Sis clear the dishes. Careful, here she comes. Are you okay? Everyone made way for her. Her steps were a bit like she was dancing disco, and as a result, she tripped on a nearby rug. She tilted at a 45-degree angle, and the entire stack of plates went flying straight toward the floor. Oh, she thought she was done for, preparing to listen to that doomsday symphony of shattering. But just then, Victor appeared in the nick of time like a knight in shining armor, catching both her and the plates. Phew! He jokingly chided her for being too clumsy, that if you can't carry them all at once, make 2 trips. Good grief. Suddenly, their eyes met. She just glanced at him, and he completely froze. It was too embarrassing in front of his crush, so he quickly slipped away. Be more careful next time. Well done, Victor. So smooth. Lynn and Fried activated their eagle eyes, seeing through the heavy and suspicious atmosphere. Dude, did you see the vibe between them? I'm getting goosebumps. These two busybodies didn't even notice someone lurking behind them. That if they really get together, does that mean the leader will become a member of the royal family? No way. Things can't be that lucky. Not wanting to see her crush flirt with Yvette, Cassandra took her anger out on the table, slamming it directly. Such a short temper. She glared at the two gossips. Talk less nonsense while you're eating. The two were intimidated by this unladylike aura and could only resign themselves. Yes, ma'am. Now she wanted to talk to him alone. Leader. Seeing the man she loved, she instantly transformed from a shrew into a shy maiden. Can you stop and talk with me for a moment? From her expression, You could tell this wouldn't go well. And so, the two agreed to go to a quiet place to talk. Truly, no one in love is normal. Her mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts, yet she couldn't say a single word. This wasn't like her. I always have a bad feeling. The image of Yvette and Victor together kept replaying in her mind like a nightmare. Victor stood until his feet were sore, just waiting for her to speak, but she kept stalling. She finally mustered the courage and stepped forward to confess that I want to be with you forever. Running away would only bring eternal heartache. Cassandra clutched her clothes tightly, afraid her heart was beating so fast it would leap out of her chest, not as a friend or a colleague, but as lovers. It was the status she had longed for, but never obtained. This was the first time he had been confessed to, making his young heart flutter. Can I be your lover? He tried to calm himself down. Faced with this proposal, a shake of the head said it all, that I'm sorry. But I think you have to admit the person you've fallen for is not her. Cassandra felt a trace of sadness in her heart. She knew he was rejecting her because of someone else. It's because of Yvette, isn't it? No matter how well you hide your feelings, once they're exposed, you can't deny them. He looked out the window at the night sky, pouring out his inner conflict. I've always played the role of her guardian. Caring about her, every word and action stemmed from a sense of protection. But just now, at this moment, he had to be clear about his feelings. A smile that was neither happy nor sad appeared, as even he wasn't sure of his own feelings that I can't say it's not her. With things said to this point, she already understood oh, that's how it is. The feeling naturally traveled to the hand tightly gripping her skirt. The atmosphere was so heavy, but she suddenly changed her expression faster than flipping a book, patting his shoulder encouragingly. Then I wish you clarity in your heart soon. Victor was surprised that after being rejected like this, she wasn't sad or angry at all. Seriously, what girl wouldn't be sad after being turned down? I should have known. He knew all his actions towards Yvette. The concern, the jealousy, the unconscious caring. Those were all the initial signs of liking someone. There was definitely an emotional connection between her and him. Cassandra left quietly, without making a scene or slandering the person who stole the man she loved. The tears she had been trying to hold back finally fell. She told herself to be strong, to overcome this pain. Don't cry. So embarrassing. So in the end, all his worried actions were just for one special exception. Thinking too much suddenly brought on her chronic headache. Honestly, standing alone on high ground, a foot suddenly appeared behind her. She was even wishing Yvette wasn't here and didn't notice the hand that grabbed her. A kidnapping occurred right then and there. Late at night, Yvette ran to find her friend. Cassandra, are you here? But only a terrible silence answered her. Cassandra. Victor was in a meeting with his teammates when he was suddenly struck by lightning. Cassandra was gone. Thinking about how he had rejected her feelings, he immediately suspected he might have pushed her to do something foolish. Could that really be it? Contrary to everyone's worried expressions, the guy named Arthur looked the calmest. She probably just ran off to some cornered event. I've already looked everywhere. But she's gone. He scoffed at her dramatic nature. I bet she's pretending to be missing, waiting for someone to find her. But Yvette retorted, she's not that kind of person. Having spent so much time with Cassandra, she knew her character. She slammed her palm on the table. Her expression was so serious at this moment that everyone was stunned, and they realized certain qualities about this girl. Seeing her both worried and angry, Victor immediately ordered a search. Fried and Lynn, you two search the east. Big sis, you go ask around if she's still in town. Marlene also joined the search for her teammate, ignoring the talkative guy sitting in the back. Yvette wanted to go with them, but he stopped her, afraid something would happen to her. Yvette, you stay here. Her hand gripped his, as if pleading. She shook her head resolutely, refusing to stay behind while everyone was busy searching. That I'm going with you. That's what she wanted. Everyone was frantically searching for the manager, but absolutely no one knew anything that I've asked around here. No one has seen Cassandra. Her luggage is still in her room. She wouldn't have run off in a fit of anger, would she? But then someone mentioned that some strangers had recently come from the royal capital. Hearing the words, royal capital, Yvette knew something ominous was happening. Zach asked Roshana for more details. Merchants or mercenaries? I don't know, she replied, but I heard they were asking about a teenage lady. Is it because of me? She knew that if people from the royal capital were here, they could only be after her. It couldn't be anyone else. She hugged herself tightly, thinking about how her teammates were being dragged into this because of her. They wanted to capture me and take me back to the royal family for credit, but unfortunately, they got the wrong person and took Cassandra. Fried worriedly told her to go back at once, or she would eventually be caught. But Marlene countered, it's too dangerous for her to go back alone. No, we're all here. If she goes back, she'll be all by herself. Let's send a team to keep an eye on her. But with this royal status, they can find me with a radar wherever I am. It's the same everywhere. She didn't want to implicate the entire Lionheart squad because of her. As long as the Winchester family is still around, I'll never be safe. If I keep running, innocent people will get hurt. At this moment, I must step up and fight those bastards with my own hands. Please give me a bow. On the other side, Cassandra was being held captive. Unable to resist, I told you to kidnap the person in the drawing. Look at the calluses on her hands. Does she look like a pampered young lady? They realized they had grabbed the wrong person and argued frantically. She lay in the cart in pain, already exhausted, and now had to listen to these brutes argue. If you're so great, go grab her yourself. Do you know how heavily guarded that place is? I waited for 2 whole days just to see one person come out. Cassandra just lay there at the mercy of fate. They felt their plan had failed and were thinking about whether to silence her. What now? Kill her. She really didn't want this ending, so she tried to resist. No, those two were still plotting something. They decided to remove her gag, trying to get some information out of her. Oh, you know this person? A picture of Yvette appeared. The moment she saw the picture, she knew their intentions were malicious. These two were after Yvette. Seeing her expression, he pretty much guessed it. Looks like I guessed right, huh? Girl, let's make a deal. He aimed for the hidden corners of her heart, trying to manipulate her. You tell me her location, and I'll help you get rid of her. Since ancient times, women have fought amongst themselves, especially between beauties. While he was still lecturing, Yvette was already trekking through the rain, determined to find her friend. While one side was worried, the other was confronting her own heart. You probably wish you would disappear too, right? After asking, he went straight to the deal. So, want to team up with me? Her face was expressionless, as if going through an internal struggle, wondering if she really wanted to get rid of Yvette. After a moment, she finally answered, come closer, and I'll tell you. Thinking he had hit the jackpot, Cassandra kicked him in the face, teaching him a lesson for his presumption. He clutched his face in pain. She would rather suffer herself than betray her sister. Yes, I'm jealous of her, and I wish you would disappear one day. Don't project your filthy thoughts onto me. This girl knew that you can't get ivory from a dog's mouth, and the same goes for human hearts. The look in her eyes was filled with disgust. She despised this group of men who knew nothing about women, yet talked so much scum. Cassandra had a hidden blade, ready to give that abusive bastard a few cuts. After she was done, she bolted out like lightning. Otherwise, she'd be in big trouble. With her hands still tied behind her back, she ran, thinking, how could I be so stupid? In order to protect that girl, maybe now she really considered Yvette a friend worth protecting. After running for a few streets, she fell, as expected. The fall brought out Cassandra's vulnerable side, and being in danger made her feel a hint of resentment towards Yvette. In this predicament, a strange hand suddenly grabbed hers. Meanwhile, the thugs were still hunting for the person they had just kidnapped. Where did that broad run off to? What should we do? It was getting late, and the underlings wanted to call it a day, but the leader insisted on finding her. Find her tomorrow? If she gets back to her little squad, we're done for. He was already planning to cover their tracks to avoid suspicion. Find her, and dump the carriage in the lake. Cassandra and a certain familiar young lady were hiding in the bushes. I can't believe she came all this way for me. So this is the situation. Someone went to great lengths to save her, yet she's wearing an expression like she didn't get rescued by her Prince Charming. Because there was no damsel in distress rescue scene, she was a bit miffed. Why did it have to be her? Yvette's hands suddenly became a bit restless. Getting handsy. She tried to act tough, but she was actually scared to death. Help me, you're so useless. What on earth are you trying to do? Their bickering caught the attention of a thug. He noticed a strange sound coming from the nearby bushes. There's something over there. After making a slightly loud noise, Cassandra desperately covered her own mouth. Luckily, he suspected a different bush, not theirs. While the thugs were distracted, the two seized the opportunity to find a cave to hide in for safety. It's safe in the cave, but if we show ourselves, we're dead. It's too dangerous to go out now. Let's just stay here until morning and wait for backup. She was touched that someone remembered to come save her, but the other person made an unexpected move that I got lost. She even explained in detail how she got lost. I accidentally slipped, and when I woke up, everyone was gone. To think something like this could happen. This girl is more trouble than she thought. Girl, at this point, I have to call out your weak act of bravado. You're such an idiot. Who's ever heard of someone weaker than a snail going to rescue someone? In her outburst, she spoke a truth. I could have gotten out on my own. If you weren't here, seeing Cassandra so concerned, Yvette grew suspicious. Don't you hate me? Why you care if I live or die? Hearing Yvette say that, Cassandra suddenly realized what she had said. Fine, I hate you, and I wish you would disappear, but I still have my dignity. A moment of impulse, a lifetime of sweeping sand. You heard everything, didn't you? Seeing her nod, Cassandra's head ached. She didn't know what to say. Damn it, I lost my composure just now. The two of them just sat side by side, unable to say a word. To break the awkward silence, Cassandra had to confess. All right, I'm that kind of person. Everything I do is for the person I love, nothing else. I'm willing to give up my dreams and my dignity for a man I love, even though I know I'm not in his heart. I still stubbornly stay by his side. Even though I know his heart belongs to someone else, I just can't stop thinking about him. I want to pursue him, but I don't have the courage. I want to let go, but I can't. I'm trapped in this cycle of thoughts with no way out. Why isn't it me? I'm jealous of you, I envy you, and I wish you would disappear. Those feelings twisted a girl's pure heart. I gradually feel like I'm not myself anymore. I've confessed everything now, Yvette. If you want to give me the green light, then go ahead. I'm that kind of woman. If you want to stay away from me, you can. I don't want to. If you want to avoid me, then avoid the man I love, okay? Also, please stay away from the leader. I don't want to do that either. Does your little head even understand human language? You don't want this, you don't want that. Who can stand you? Suddenly, Yvette used her telepathic connection technique and asked, besides love, is there nothing else in this world you care about? Unlike Cassandra, Yvette doesn't really understand the nature of love. Although I don't really understand love, I don't want to give up important things for it. Two different viewpoints clashed. What do you know? I've liked him since I was a child, and for him, I gave up my dreams and my friends. I wanted to support him with all my heart. She had lost too much in this one-sided love. I don't dare to give up my feelings. To deny them would be to deny my past. Yvette woke her up from the shell she had built for herself. What about the future? Are you going to deny your future for it too? Hearing this, Cassandra seemed to have an epiphany. She knew this truth, but didn't dare to admit it, just lowering her head that I know, you idiot. Even though it's painful, I still can't find my own way out. In the cave, a voice startled someone awake. Wake up, Yvette, it's morning. Cassandra was trying to shake the sleepy head awake. Get up. I've called her until my throat is dry, and this young lady is still spread out sleeping. Seriously, no improvement at all. Before she could even take a breath of fresh morning air, bang, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Who's there? She worried someone had been watching them with ill intentions. Could be those two are back. Yvette woke up instantly, her combat instincts kicking in, and she grabbed her bow to defend herself. Meanwhile, fear still flickered in her eyes. Fortunately, there were no perverts in sight, just a horse wandering nearby. Yvette was curious. Whose horse is this? It doesn't have the Lionheart Legion's mark. It must be those two's horse. With experience from watching all of Conan, Cassandra could deduce the thug situation that if it came this way, it means something happened to them and they couldn't come back. They were most likely caught. It's definitely good news for us that those guys were caught. Great, we can go back. Go back. Yes. But she was considering how to face that person. Going back meant facing that pain. So I have to take care of some personal business first before I can go back with peace of mind. Before that, want to go somewhere with me? We have time. She wanted to ask Yvette to hang out before heading back. Before returning, the two girls rode the horse through the mountain forest. Their steps fell softly among the verdant leaves. A field of wildflowers appeared before them. Oh, beautiful. Because they were so high up, they could almost touch the sky. Yvette was a little scared. Don't you want to go have a look? Mistaking the young lady's concern for fear of her retaliation, she reassured her, don't worry, I won't come looking for you again. This beautiful scenery just makes me want to talk. She began, did you know during the famine, my own father almost sold me for food. It was Victor who saved me. The image of that boy has been forever seared into my mind, and from that moment, I knew I had fallen for him. Because this feeling is so deep, I'm actually a bit troubled that you were the one who came to save me today. If it hadn't been you, but Victor, I'm afraid I would never have been able to escape this feeling for the rest of my life. It's a pity it wasn't him, yet I'm glad it wasn't him. It's a sliver of hope, but only half of one. She suddenly called out, Yvette, as if she had 1,000 words to say. She always wished I could be a bit worse, so she could show off. If only I were truly a bad woman, but unfortunately, I'm not. Having said everything she wanted to say, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. She yelled to vent her emotions. To hell with the chieftain's wife. My voice echoed through the valley, but no one answered. If you all think I'm going to let a man tie me down, then you are sorely mistaken. Now, she was going to cast aside these half-baked feelings and chase her own dreams. First, a small goal, to start her own trading company within 3 years and become the richest woman in the empire within 10. Life is short, and there are plenty of men. Why get hung up on this? I can have as many handsome men as I want. You all just wait and see. She will definitely take control of her own life. Sitting beside her, Yvette was also moved by this determination. Having gotten everything off her chest, Cassandra finally felt a sense of release. Phew, it feels so good to get that off my chest. Enough nonsense. It's time to go home. Let's head back now. They turned around and saw that the girl was in tears again after hearing the inspiring words. What are you doing? Did you get sand in your eyes? You're clearly moved to tears, yet you're pretending to be nonchalant. Actually, there's a reason I closed my eyes. Because I couldn't open my eyes, so I wouldn't know what expression Cassandra had on her face. She didn't understand the meaning behind Yvette's words. What on earth are you talking about? Whether it was anger, joy, or happiness, who cares? The mountains seemed to stand still, listening to their conversation. They would probably forget everything on the way back anyway. She wanted to give Cassandra a friendly hug to encourage her dreams. Suddenly being held so closely, she was a bit unaccustomed to it. What on earth are you doing? Suddenly wanting to hug someone in broad daylight. This young lady's actions were truly hard to comprehend. I really don't understand you at all. That's right. The mountains will remember the bold words of a future wealthy woman. But the heart of a girl with unrequited love will also ache. Cassandra leaned on Yvette's shoulder and sobbed like a child. After confiding in a friend, her small heartbreak would surely pass quickly. The two girls returned on a single horse amidst the cheers of the crowd. They're back. Seeing her friend return, Frances dashed out to greet her at the speed of light. Cassandra, she embraced her friend who had returned safely from danger. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're okay. Despite her joy, she had to scold Yvette for her reckless behavior. And you too, do you have any idea how dangerous it is to run off alone? Overjoyed on the inside, she could only manage these few gentle words of reprimand. The two of them looked at Frances's complex expression of joy and worry, both a little bewildered. After enduring hardship, the three of them hugged tightly. But I'm so glad you're both okay. Just as they were celebrating, Cassandra suddenly remembered the case of the thugs. That I asked the commander here. I like to make a report. If you're asking about those thugs, the commander is interrogating them. Yvette, you need to prepare yourself. This matter is definitely heavily related to the Duchess. Because her mother was in trouble, her mother was now in a state of decline. Upon hearing about her mother, she could no longer remain calm. The interrogation room door opened, admitting the person who was meant to come. The thug, covered in marks of torture, looked up and saw the target of his scheme. The moment he saw Yvette, he immediately rushed forward to beg for his life. Miss Yvette, please save me. We were just momentarily blinded by greed and had no intention of harming you. Victor asked her if she knew the scoundrel's background. Oh, you know him? She was all too familiar with this guy. He had been bribing her mother since she was a child. He was the head of a merchant guild loyal to the Winchester family, sending gifts to her house every year. Hearing this, Arthur understood the connection and knew this person was no small fry. The merchant guild has dealings with the Duke. He must be quite powerful, right? Even if he wanted to harm the Duke's daughter, why would he go to such trouble? With such power and good business, why resort to schemes behind the scenes? At this point, he had no choice but to tell the truth. It's all because that woman wanted to oppose the royal family, dragging us down with her. He blamed everything on her mother, saying that because she didn't seek help from the Grand Prince, her own situation reached a stalemate, and as a result, we lost our commercial influence in the city. After that, the climax was him going to Heloise for help, but she refused. Even when I went to seek her help, she refused to see me. That's why he made her the target of his threat. With hundreds of years of livelihood ruined, I had no choice but to kidnap the Duke's daughter to threaten her. There was no other way. He dared to swear to her that it was all her mother's fault if I've told a single lie. May I die a horrible death. She was immediately shaken by his vicious oath. Seeing how easily she was swayed, Victor stepped forward to warn her. Are you going to believe the mother who has cared for you since you were a child, or the words of a scoundrel? He drew his sword, intending to send this smooth-talking fellow to his maker. Even if he's telling the truth, he would subconsciously hide facts that are unfavorable to him. Don't be swayed by him. His time has come. But Yvette stepped forward to stop him, as she didn't want to see bloodshed. Cassandra didn't want to see her friend torture herself by being soft on him. Yvette, I know you can't bear it, but at this point, just let the commander handle it. She wanted to resolve this herself. Could you let me handle this? Since you put it that way, I agree, Commander. She knelt down and used a bit of healing magic to treat his injured leg. Your leg is hurt, isn't it? Wait a moment, I'll heal your sprained leg for you. Arthur couldn't help but shake his head at her boundless compassion. She's truly a young lady who's been too sheltered. Even at a time like this, she wants to heal him. But the commander didn't move, and he didn't dare object. But Commander, are you just going to let her do this? He fantasized that she was still trying to make peace, or something that don't think you can buy me off like that. I'm not trying to buy you off. It's just that I dislike the smell of blood, especially the blood of someone as disgusting as you. Because she was kind and had also experienced the battlefield, she knew she disliked the feeling of a blade piercing flesh and the sound of a living creature's pain screams. I don't want to lose my companions. Although she was silently healing him, her heart was in turmoil. She diligently healed his leg. He seemed to recognize the power. This is healing magic. Did he think a young lady like her was worth the great risk he was taking now? If you get a chance to go back alive. She immediately cut off the scoundrel's toxic thought with a threatening glare. She threatened that even if he died countless times, she would resurrect him to suffer again. Next up is the interrogation. Don't worry, because even if you're left with just one breath, I can still heal you. Just interrogate him to death and back, and then heal him again. The atmosphere now was truly terrifying until his spirit breaks. The men standing here witnessing the terrifying side of a woman were all frightened, except for Victor, who was still watching the growth of his beloved. He was now starting to fear her. How long can you last? I can give you one more chance, a chance to go back alive and in one piece. Frances tilted her head, watching the person who had just come out. As soon as Cassandra emerged, she rushed over to ask about the situation inside, asking why she was alone and where the others were. Apparently, the commander had taken Yvette to rest. She recounted everything the young lady had done. She stayed up all night until dawn before falling asleep. She lost her composure for a bit, but thankfully, everything was resolved. Hearing this, Frances breathed a sigh of relief as, oh, what did that guy confess? She said those unscrupulous merchants were clearly bandits, but pretended to be victims. He was dealing in prohibited goods, and the Duchess of Winchester refused to cooperate, so he held a grudge. Fortunately, things didn't get completely out of hand, but she noticed Cassandra's sad expression. Seeing her startled look, Frances asked with concern why she was still so scared now that it was all over that I'm not. She said that, but her heart was still shaken from the interrogation earlier. All right, maybe a little. She was still terrified of the frightening person inside Yvette, whether it was about friends or comrades. That seemed to be her bottom line. The moment those people were mentioned, she couldn't speak calmly. She clearly remembered the memories and experiences with the young lady. We've been through a lot together without realizing it, but over the past year, I've unknowingly forgotten. Beneath her innocent exterior, she was actually someone at the top of society. The place she stands is the land of rulers. We really aren't from the same world. This mention caused the girl on the other side to sneeze involuntarily. Seeing signs of her getting sick, Victor gently draped a scarf over her. Achoo, I feel like someone's thinking of me. After taking care of her, he immediately apologized for putting her in this situation, for putting her in danger. The Duke of Winchester gave a 2-year deadline, and only 1 year has passed. It seems the current situation is much more pessimistic. But it wasn't his fault at all. She couldn't blame him for being powerless. Sleeping in a cave was terrifying because we had to be on a run. This was probably an experience she would never forget for the rest of her life. And talking to that thug, doing things she didn't want to do, threatening someone she didn't want to threaten. For her, it was a chance to use her abilities to protect the weak. But I'm glad, because I was able to use my abilities to protect others. All of this turned into her heartbeat. It was like a brand new experience she had never had before. No more negativity. Now is the time to be happy. In her joy and happiness, she called out Victor's name as if asking for something. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. To discuss something with such a sneaky gesture. Back in the imperial capital, Kaiho, the gate of the ducal mansion opened with a ding. Welcome. Before the butler could finish announcing the guest's name, Heloise almost shouted, "Get ready, I'm going to find someone." She looked extremely rushed and annoyed, telling the other party to get straight to the point and not to dawdle that I'm busy. 10 minutes. Tell me why you're here. I heard you were tricked by the Merchant Guild. You're as sharp as ever. Seeing the Duchess so tense, the visitor cut straight to the chase that I came about this matter. Heloise paid no attention to his words, just chugging wine as if it were water. This one, a poster, has been circulating on the black market for a while, but you don't seem surprised at all. I thought this guy was destitute. How come he's short on cash lately? No, I'm just curious where you've hidden her. Then, he showed her his Conan-level geographical knowledge and deduction. The day the young lady disappeared, a group of people left the estate and headed for the ancient eastern country. The northern nomads and the mercenary group on the border. Thanks to you, no one has known her whereabouts for a year. But he also knew one thing. None of the merchant guild members who recently went to the mercenary group have returned. I'm afraid they already know her location. Seeing that he knew so many secrets, Heloise became very wary at this point. Are you still trying to hide it? So what if I am? Do you have any idea what kind of people the mercenary group are? That's why you dared to entrust your daughter to them. I raised Victor. That man is methodical and has never broken his word, which is why I felt safe in trusting Yvette to him. In the middle of the argument, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The world started to spin, and everything before her eyes blurred for no reason. She couldn't resist the drug's effect and collapsed. He had succeeded, as he came here precisely to hear the news from her own mouth. With your confirmation, my trip today was not in vain. Even in her daze, she needed to know his purpose. What do you want to do? Looking at this guy's face, it was surprisingly similar to that $5 scumbag husband of hers. The father of the house. Don't worry, I won't harm her. I'll just cause her a little bit of trouble. He dusted himself off and turned to leave, ignoring her cries. Wait. Don't touch my daughter, Carl. Her scumbag husband. He walked out with a satisfied smile on his face. The maid walked in, brushing past a familiar yet strange family member, M.Y. lady. It was then she noticed Heloise collapsed on the floor. She tried to help her up, while Heloise kept shouting for her to catch that scumbag husband. Are you all right, my lady? I'm fine. Quickly, go catch him. He has already left the mansion. There's no way to find him. She was afraid he would cause trouble again. No matter how handsome her husband was in her eyes, he was like one of those madmen who specialize in disrupting social order, a man who wished for nothing but chaos in the world. Victor had turned into a dreamy artist, waiting with his arms crossed. Before his message could appear, a rough hand covered his mouth from behind. MMPH. Just when you thought you were about to see some brotherly drama, it turns out he was teaching her self-defense. All right, if we're attacked, don't panic no matter what. This outdoor self-defense class was getting more and more realistic that if someone puts you in a chokehold from behind, don't resist. Go with his force to break free. Wait, are those swords just casually placed over there? Yvette watched the brotherly self-defense lesson between the two men with concentration. He was just warming up, yet had already mercilessly thrown the poor guy around like a rag doll. That heavy fall knocked Lynn out on the spot, while he was busy flirting with the ladies. Got it. What they teach in movies is useful, but with her girlish strength, she'll never be able to subdue someone bigger than her. But if there's a large power disparity, you can't use this method, so the previous lessons are more important. Speaking of strength, she immediately showed off the hidden muscles she had developed under her sleeves. The guy didn't believe it and had to touch them to be convinced. All right, you pervert, you've touched enough. It's time to practice. Okay, switch. It's your turn. To avoid hurting her, he had Francis train with her with a bit of sisterly affection. Remember, don't use too much force. Escaping is more important than attacking. She pondered for a few seconds, trying to figure out her move. She decided to use a move no one would expect, slipping right down from Francis's arms to save herself. The trouble was this move was so fast and dangerous that it startled even the unprepared Lynn. From a strange perspective, if you can pull this off in a real fight, it would be even more effective. The point of teaching her these things was so she could protect herself when he wasn't around. Although the danger this time had been resolved, more and more people were targeting Yvette. It was better to teach her some self-defense. As he said the last sentence, his voice suddenly became very sad. No matter what, she had to leave this place. The way he saw her now, he might never see her again. The thought of his beloved leaving plunged him into despair. With his all-seeing eyes, Lynn knew exactly how he felt. Boss, Don't tell me you're. The subordinate realized what was happening, so he quickly told him to shut up. Shut up. His face was bright red, still in denial. No wonder his subordinate was teasing him. The two girls on the other side found this squabble so amusing they both wanted to get a closer look. Everyone's pleasant conversation continued, however, in someone's line of sight from the bushes. Yvette felt a chill down her spine and turned to see what was wrong. Her hand tugged on Victor's sleeve, and she whispered a few words in his ear. Whatever she said made his face turn a little pale. That night was still a beautiful one, the sky, full of stars. She was in her room talking with Cassandra, but her eyes kept darting to the window as if something was wrong. He nodded at her from outside. She nodded back from inside. Just as she was getting sentimental with Cassandra, she suddenly jumped up and headed outside. I'm a bit full. I'm going for a walk. Worried about Yvette, Cassandra chased after her and grabbed her arm. That don't go, Yvette. You can't go out alone. Suddenly, another hand pulled Cassandra back. Victor shook his head, signaling her not to disturb Yvette right now. Let her make her own decision. She walked alone on a path in the camp. With a whoosh, a figure flashed by, reaching out to grab her. With her superb observation skills, she knew someone was there without even turning around and immediately used a defensive move to throw him to the ground. Everyone in the group rushed out, ready to beat up this pervert who was peeping on someone's daughter in the middle of the night. Oh, you're an assassin. Who sent you? No, I know Yvette. She noticed his head of white hair and seemed to guess who he was. Knowing who it was, she still drew her weapon, ready to cut someone down. Stop. So this irresponsible father came to visit his daughter. Huh? Is your daughter too beautiful or something? Have you forgotten me too? When he said she was his daughter, everyone was stunned, jaws dropped, completely flabbergasted. Even Victor didn't expect this. I'm your father. This white hair is absolute proof that I'm your dad. A complete drunkard was chugging wine like his life depended on it. That irresponsible father casually snatched someone else's wine and drank it, saying the local wine was the best. Of course, the father-in-law and son-in-law were having a heart-to-heart with him, listening to him recount how he fell head over heels in love that you're the division commander, right? So young, yet so serious. It's okay. My wife often strikes me down with her sternness too. It's a sign of love, right? The others listened to his nonsense, finding it hard to believe this was Yvette's father. This is Yvette's dad? It doesn't feel like it. Victor sat there like a son-in-law meeting his in-laws for the first time, forced to listen to this drunkard's boasting. You know, the wine in the north is spicy and bitter. Once you've had it, you'll never forget it, blah, blah, blah. Cassandra watched helplessly as the two men suffered, one silent and the other talkative. Compared to the noisy group over there, Yvette's side was super quiet. She was shelling hazelnuts, and one she had just shelled flew into the air. Luckily, the nut still landed right in her mouth. Francis came over to ask her about the crazy guy. Hey, Yvette, is that really your dad? Her father was indeed mysterious, so she had to explain everything that why Dad's an explorer. He's often away, so we rarely see him. As she spoke, the others gathered around to eavesdrop. My dad went to the barren west just to admire the desert sunrise. Wifey, I'm back. Then he went to Atlantis, disguised as a fisherman to bring fish home for his wife. Wifey, I brought back fish. He even went to the east to be a thief, stealing so many gold and silver treasures that he was almost executed. Wifey, I stole the imperial seal. Can you have mercy and bail me out? He was really too clingy with his wife, to the point that even his mother was annoyed that mom said that if she ever saw him again, she would beat him to death without mercy. Wait, I heard that. That's so sad. Since the father-in-law was here, he had to greet him. Although he didn't like him much, he tried to remain calm. Is there anything you need our help with this time? Oh, I almost forgot. He rummaged in his pockets for what he had brought, but the things he pulled out were a bit strange, like adult comics and a stolen jade pendant. Not this either. No one knew what treasures he was carrying, and everyone looked at him with disdain. After rummaging for a while, he finally pulled out a piece of paper that looked like a treasure map. Everyone glanced at it in surprise, as if they had found a one-of-a-kind treasure. One always has to show off when flaunting a rare item. It turned out to be just his daughter's wanted poster from the black market. This is my daughter's wanted poster. When they saw the wanted poster, everyone was shocked. Even Victor and Arthur sensed the gravity of the situation this time. Francis was very confused about what's going on. Cassandra, not yet recovered from the shock, shook her and asked if she was hiding something that wasn't the person who targeted you last time, just a personal grudge. Why is there a wanted poster now? As a father, Carl wasn't the least bit worried about his plum wine. The guy had fled here to escape his mother, who was embroiled in royal political struggles. Victor, sensing a bad premonition, immediately jumped in and said, "Wait a minute, it's fine. In less than half a month, you'll hear this story from someone else. So what's the difference?" He knew that at this point, not even a god could stop the coming war. Soon, the war would begin. War. It seemed they didn't know about it yet, which was the only reason he was here. "I'm here to take her away from the danger." Yvette didn't understand. In this crazy situation, did he think he was some kind of savior? Go. Go where? Leave the country. He didn't care what others thought. He just wanted to get his daughter away from danger. TNK, Yolanda, Ice, Tachi. Surely there were places the royal family's power couldn't reach. He gripped her hand tightly, determined to take her away. It was no longer safe here. After dawdling for so long, Carl finally adopted a serious attitude. Not wanting his daughter to stay in this dangerous place for a second longer, he decided on an urgent departure. "We'll pack our bags and leave tomorrow." "Wait, I haven't." Hearing his daughter about to object, he squeezed her hand even tighter. The pain shot from her wrist straight to her brain. "That hurts." But fortunately, someone stopped the loving grip. Carl was surprised that this young man would step forward to protect his daughter, and he smiled at him. He shielded her with his body, stubbornly confronting her father. It seemed a bit improper to show such protectiveness in front of his future father-in-law. Realizing he had almost threatened his future father-in-law, he reluctantly lowered his sword. "My deepest apologies." He protected her because he knew she was no longer the weak girl who needed saving. "She had the right to choose her own path that I have no intention of opposing you. But Yvette is a grown woman with a mind of her own. I hope someone won't ignore her wishes." He didn't believe she had grown up because he hadn't been by her side. In his heart, she was still a child, the baby in the cradle that smelled of milk. What good choices could she make? He had already seen her being lovey-dovey with some unknown fellow. Because of his unconditional trust, she finally mustered the courage to step forward and retort, "Dad, didn't you say I wouldn't be in danger for a month? So what? That means I'm safe for these few days." She cast aside all her pride and pleaded with him to give her a chance to change herself. "Please give me a few more days." What she wanted to do was her own decision, that I will give myself a satisfactory answer. Carl was surprised by his precious daughter's decisiveness, which was so different from how he had imagined her. But he didn't want this. "Are you sick? Did they drug you? Do you have any idea what you're saying?" Seeing how stubborn the old man was, Francis and Arthur teamed up to drag him away. "What's the rush? Have a few more drinks." "Wait, I still have things to ask her." That's what good buddies are for, stepping up when a friend is in trouble. After her dad was dealt with, she finally turned around and looked at him with relief, already starting to miss him. Forget everything that just happened. It's just us now. This kid, has she changed from before? Roshana was fed up with listening to old man Jack ramble on and complain about nonsense. "I have to go tell her mom. Too much nagging can drive a person crazy, you know?" So she turned and slapped the silver-haired old man sitting behind her, wagging his finger. "I can beat her with one hand." Yvette wasn't about to respect him just because he was her dad. She immediately rushed up and swung her sword at him a few times. It had to be said, the guy was pretty tough, singing the sad song of "Let Me Drag You Down" with a big lump on his head. Unable to blame his daughter, he immediately turned to blame the group. "What are you all doing? Is it fun to stand there and watch my daughter suffer? I don't believe she can make any breakthroughs in such a short time. She's so clumsy. Letting her train will only hurt her." He had known it all along. It was the same in the beginning. As Carl said this, he immediately realized something was wrong. Hearing that his precious daughter was hurt, he immediately got angry at him. "You let her get hurt? I'm deeply sorry for that. To me, her injuries are inevitable. They are marks of her growth, but I believe it's completely worth it." The Yvette standing before him was a brave girl who dared to pick up a sword and practice with someone stronger than herself. Every swing and turn was like a scene from a martial arts movie, complemented by her nimble movements. Roshana was very happy to see her progressing so quickly. Heavy. She was more skillful with her sword now, but even with her progress, the young lady still seemed to have too many openings. "Take this." But it couldn't be over so quickly. Yvette swiftly blocked the attack. The surprise attack from above was blocked before it could land, stunning her. An opening. Taking advantage of the 5 seconds the purple hair girl was stunned, she gained the upper hand. The sword immediately slipped from Roshana's hand and flew into the air. She definitely didn't expect this. Well, she could only face it. Victory was now hers. Carl sat on the side, watching his daughter's prowess in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. As for him, he had anticipated the result long ago, so there was no need to watch too closely. He just had to sit back and rewind. I hope you can see this. Your Highness. Finally, the practice match ended in her victory. Watching the plum wine he'd brewed for years about to be snatched away, his heart ached Yvette. While she was working, he kept pestering her, begging her to travel the world with him. Come with Dad. I'll take you to a place where no one knows us. He even wanted to spoil her, but she no longer wanted any of it. It's too wasteful. Dad just doesn't want you to say that. Unable to stand her doting father any longer, she turned around and, to avoid hurting each other's feelings, told him bluntly, "You're really getting in my way." She even repeated it for emphasis. Hearing his daughter talk back for the first time, Carl's heart shattered into a million pieces. I said in a few days, "You slippery loach." Every word she said was like a knife to his heart. She played her ultimate trump card to subdue her father. "If you keep this up, I'll write to Mom and have her come get you." Hearing this, he knew to freeze in terror. For my daughter to dare say that to me, there must be a good reason. Why are you so stubborn? Could it be there's someone here you can't bear to leave? She was sweeping the courtyard and had to stop, hit squarely by his words. Seeing his daughter suddenly zone out, he asked with concern, "What's wrong?" She tried to answer her father's question, but was evasive, yes and no. My feelings for this place are an attachment that has grown over many years. I don't want to leave because I have friends, the scenery, and that person here. Maybe this is the kind of heart-fluttering feeling I've always wanted to know. I'm not even sure about this feeling myself, but you've reminded me. I have something to do before I leave. You have to seize an opportunity when it comes, or you'll regret losing it. Suddenly seeing his daughter enter her rebellious phase, he had to stop her immediately. "Wait, Yvette." She left, leaving him to sulk alone. A father's intuition told him something was off about her, that it can't be what I'm thinking. Can it? My fragile daughter, who only knows how to eat and sleep and understands nothing. His experienced intuition confirmed it. Could that little girl be in love? One look at that lovely diva's retreating back was all it took to know. Someone was packing things into a small suitcase. Clothes, bags, water, and dry rations. That should be everything. Once organized, a pale hand closed the case. Frances stood there, watching her friend pack, feeling down about her departure. "Are you really leaving?" Worried her friend was leaving because of a broken heart, she tried to comfort her. "I know you're sad about the commander and Yvette's relationship, but you don't have to go this far." It seems she misunderstood Cassandra's intentions. "Are you misunderstanding something?" Cassandra immediately froze. "This trip is just for self-improvement, not to mourn some lost love. I've contacted the trade association to use my position as a branch manager to study networking and understand market trends, with the goal of preparing for a future transition. This has nothing to do with the commander and the others." Even while talking about traveling far, she still loved this place that I'll only be gone for 2 weekends, so logistics will still be handled as usual. Frances was ecstatic that she didn't have to say goodbye to her friend. She placed her hand on the window pane, clarifying her feelings. As for Yvette and the commander, I really like them both. This good relationship shouldn't be skewed towards something like love, but simply that of like-minded partners. Before leaving, she still remembered the little moments with those two. "I really admire Yvette because she's the type of person who knows what she wants, has a firm character, and always moves forward. I wasted my past time on this fruitless relationship, but I hope I won't have any regrets in the future." Whenever I think of him and her, that pair of lovebirds immediately comes to mind. If they have a happy ending, I'll also feel relieved and can focus on my work. Victor. Cassandra was very sure of her thoughts. With Yvette's personality, I don't think she's figured it out yet. Just as she finished speaking, she heard a certain girl preparing to stage a Korean-style romance drama. "I think I like him." Just from hearing that, she knew her work wasn't done, so she had to turn back immediately. "Wait a minute." She ran like crazy down from the 3rd floor. "Yvette, when your friend is about to confess, you have to rush over like your life depends on it. She doesn't accept that kind of sudden confession, so shut your mouth for now." So Yvette resigned herself to being led away by this director. I have something to discuss with her, so we'll be leaving first. The two girls with the ambiguous relationship left, leaving him standing there, completely unaware of what had just happened. Cassandra and she pulled each other into another room to pour out their girlish secrets. What on earth is going on here? Confess, and you'll be treated with leniency. If you're asking about feelings, then I'll be direct. I just realized I don't really like the feeling of him being with someone else. So, do all these signs still not count for anything? But for Yvette, this was a very new expression of emotion that I think I feel the same way as Cassandra. So, what are you going to do? You, a little brat, want to learn how to be in a relationship? That won't do. Thinking her friend didn't get it, she said directly, who would confess so clumsily? She wouldn't accept it. No way. Based on her years of experience with romance novels, she had to scold her for choosing such an unromantic place to confess. How could you confess here? You're going to scramble that poor guy's brains. 49 cliché romantic confession scenes from novels flashed through her mind. If a girl confesses, it must be during the flower season. The girl hadn't thought that far ahead, but this one was more anxious than she was. She even suggested watching fireworks with her crush, with the fireworks lighting up the sky, her heart pounding, nervous and shy. She's really read too many romance novels. It has to be like this, understand? She yelled, trying to make her see sense in choosing a confession spot. And so, she agreed to give up her study abroad plan just to be a matchmaker for this naive girl. She couldn't let her handle this alone, but didn't Cassandra want to go study? I could go tomorrow. Francis watched the date outfit selection process, secretly pleased. Do you have any clothes suitable for a date? This one won't do. And so they began a full confession tutorial and fashion show in the room. It seems she really gave up. First, she had to figure out how to ask him out. Passers-by were giving someone side glances. Victor was annoyed because that person was late. Just 3 hours ago, he was working peacefully in his room. Suddenly, an arrow with a love letter flew in. Worried that someone wanted to pick a fight at the school gate, he had no choice but to open the letter and read its contents. What does this mean? If you want to see Yvette, bring money to the town entrance at 2 p.m. to meet him. How could he tolerate a threatening letter targeting her? Targeting his beloved was absolutely unacceptable. Damn it, she was definitely the reason he lost his cool every time. In such a short period, he had let her fall into danger twice. Fortunately, they just wanted money. As long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. As he was thinking dramatically, a head of fluffy white hair came into view. Victor, the incarnation of the goddess of love and beauty, was standing before him. This beauty was truly heavenly. This was a completely different kind of simple beauty from the Yvette he knew, as if he were witnessing the eighth wonder of the world. Using the cheesy romantic lines her friend had taught her, she shyly asked him out, "Can I walk around town with you?" Victor stared in surprise at the dazzlingly dressed Yvette. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked her, "Could it be? That's right, you little idiot." She said, "I went to all this trouble to prepare just to ask you out. If you still don't get it after all this effort, then forget it. I'm practically waving a green flag in your face, and you're still clueless. I'm telling you." He pinched her cheek, smudging her foundation, and jokingly scolded her, "Don't do things that cause misunderstandings." "I'm glad you're okay." He said that, but his heart was thinking something else. Afraid he wouldn't like it, she explained, but Cassandra said, "I had to give you a surprise." And so the matchmaker's name was exposed. "Cassandra, you're invited." You'd think he'd get the hint, but no, he just thought she needed a bodyguard for her walk. All right, given her current situation, she probably does need an escort. Those two damn paparazzi followed closely like hawks, supervising the couple. "Where do you want to go?" Francis sighed in frustration. Does he not get the hint? I practically drew him a map, and he's taking the scenic route. If he were a bit smarter, we wouldn't have to be here. Yvette was probably super disappointed, right? She went to all the trouble to dress up so beautifully, and he still didn't get it, leaving her stunned for 2 seconds. She couldn't wait for him to take the initiative, so she had to give him a direct signal as soon as possible. She noticed how other couples held hands while walking, fingers intertwined, just like that. She held up their clasped hands and said directly, "Not an escort, a date." With that, he probably understood, his face instantly turning as red as a ripe tomato. Before he could process this sudden happiness, she dragged him off to start their date. That "I'm hungry, let's go eat." Her directness left the two trailing photographers speechless. "Yvette, what on earth are you thinking?" This girl was so direct, it was dumbfounding. They went on a date to a nearby snack shop, where a very enthusiastic waitress greeted them. "Hello? What would you two like to order?" being asked out by his crush. He was so flustered his face was beet red. "Sir, are you okay? Should I call a doctor?" "I'm fine. I'll probably be like this all day." Meanwhile, she was completely focused on the menu, lost in thought. She recalled the playing hard-to-get lesson her friend had taught her. Remember, don't reveal your feelings until the romance index hits 100, got it? In the distance, a mysterious figure shrouded in secrecy watched their every move. Cassandra held up a sign with the number 10, as if to say to her, 10 points at most. Not that there isn't more, but this is 10 on a 100-point scale. Why did conquering him feel so out of reach? To break the deadlock between them, he took the initiative to ask her out. So what should she do next? Seriously, he was just pretending to drink tea to show off his true manliness. Calm down. Victor, you need to be as smooth as an expert right now. Regarding the date she mentioned, he tried hard to remain calm in front of his crush to avoid losing face. In the corner, his future father-in-law was staring at the guy who dared to steal his plum wine. That person was, of course, lurking behind her. Carl really went all out, dressing as a woman to interrupt the date by snatching other people's food and serving it to them. Here's your food. Where's my dish? It was just here, for her. He was willing to abandon all his manly pride to do this. Anyone could see through his disguise, but for some reason, she didn't recognize her dad. "Girl, that's not your mom. It's the restaurant's special service." He felt helpless at her denseness. Just how little did she think of her own father? "Hey, I'll have 2 of these." Ignoring the guy's helplessness, she ordered without a care. "Okay, please wait a moment." Then he turned and threatened his future son-in-law. "You dare touch my daughter, and you're dead." All right, since his future father-in-law had given such gentle advice, he had to listen. Arguing meant saying goodbye to his future wife. A moment later, she was already reaching out to feed him. And this feeding scene was a bit ambiguous. "Open your mouth. She's feeding you. Don't play coy. I can eat by myself." "No." After a long time of sweet talking, he still wouldn't eat, and she started to sulk. This isn't romantic at all. Being told that by his crush, he froze for 5 seconds. He needed a few seconds to think about what exactly counted as romantic. In the end, he let her put the apple slice in his mouth. A date needs to be this romantic. Seeing him finally eat, she was visibly pleased. The father-in-law was still standing in the corner, about to explode with anger at the sight. Luckily, a staff member stopped him before he could make a move. "Sir, where did you get that uniform?" Victor covered his face as he ate because he was so shy. He had taken a bait, but was still shy. Don must be crazy. The two walked hand in hand, shopping and looking at things, while the guy with the built-in camera still glared at them with a murderous aura. Carl couldn't believe his wife would let some unknown guy look after his precious plum wine. Just as Heloise said, the student council would take good care of her little daughter, and this is what she meant. No matter what she did in his eyes, she was still just a precious vase displayed in a greenhouse. Oh, my naive, pure daughter. He was dying of jealousy and couldn't let anyone snatch his daughter away. He had to find a way to break them up. The intense killing intent radiating from behind was so thick that he didn't need to turn around to know danger was near, clearly feeling the heat on his back. Victor led her to see some cute teddy bears, all while staying vigilant to protect his beloved. His gaze suddenly softened, as if he was thinking about something. He remembered her whisper from earlier, "Victor, there's something I want to discuss with you." He could vaguely recall her serious expression at the time. Her small mouth had moved close to his ear, whispering words he couldn't forget. "I want." Just as the atmosphere was building, he suddenly snapped back to reality. "Which one do you want? I'll shoot it down for you." Since she had asked him out like this, he should show some initiative. She said it was a date, right? As her date, she could have whatever she wanted. He finally used his smooth lines to win her heart. With a man taking the lead, she naturally opened up, "I want the biggest one." If she was going to choose, she had to pick the one with the best value. But that was no problem for him. Okay. The first shot hit the teddy bear, but it didn't fall. It's a hit. It has to fall to count. His superb shooting skills attracted a crowd. What's going on? Is someone trying to win the booth's treasure? I heard you have to hit it right between the eyebrows for it to fall. He fired another shot, but the bear stubbornly refused to fall. It was super sturdy. It's a hit. Annoyed by its stubbornness, he prepared to deliver the final blow. The final shot. Suddenly, the teddy bear's leg twitched. All the bear's movements looked so fake, as if someone was controlling it. He could tell at a glance that someone was deliberately messing with him, so he was done playing. "This isn't fun at all. Let's go." The stall owner, seeing he shot so well but couldn't knock it down, gave him a bright yellow ribbon hair tie. "This is a consolation prize." Afraid she wouldn't like it, he shyly handed her the gift, sorry. Not only did she not blame him, but she also took the initiative to remove her own hair clip. She pointed to the ends of her hair with her little finger, as if asking him to tie it for her. Everyone who passed by stopped to watch this real-life drama. A man held a hair tie in his mouth, his hands gently gliding through the girl's flowing, shiny hair, his eyes filled with love. Ah, my heart. His hands caressed every strand of the hair of the girl he loved. Even though neither of them spoke, they both understood that this was the budding of love. After that high-quality public display of affection, he needed to go water the flowers. Can you wait for me for a moment? Meanwhile, Carl, who had been hiding in the teddy bear to ruin his future son-in-law's chance to shine, was rubbing his head. Oh my, he suddenly appeared as if descending from the heavens, nearly scaring his future father-in-law to death. Are you all right, sir? The father-in-law was wary of this fearsome son-in-law. So what if you caught me? I still won't put in a good word for you with Yvette. I didn't do it on purpose. At this point, he had no choice but to tell the truth. With all due respect, we are not from the same world. Because of her royal status, even you could be implicated. And as for her, she won't be able to live a happy and peaceful life no matter where she goes. I advise you to give up on her sooner rather than later. No matter how good you are to her, I still don't approve of you as a son-in-law. Even if you treat my daughter well, as her father, I will not consent. I know. In fact, he had known all along, even without the old father spelling it out. From the first time I saw her, I knew there was an insurmountable distance between us due to our statuses. As the daughter of the Duke of Winchester, she has circumstances she must face. You don't have to worry. She'll be leaving here soon anyway. Hearing that his daughter was about to leave, a fact he was unaware of, his face instantly lit up, thinking his precious daughter could escape danger. You're saying she agreed to leave with me? You're overthinking it, old man. That's not what he meant at all. He knew she had other options, because just then she had quietly said to him, Victor, there's something I want to discuss with you. She whispered her thoughts to him. I've learned a lot during this time. Although I'm not skilled enough yet, I can't be a burden to anyone anymore. She revealed a bit of what was in her heart to him. Therefore, she made a decision. Perhaps it was time. Having been away from her mother for so long, she wanted to return to her family. I want to go back to my mother. Carl couldn't believe his daughter would willingly return to danger. He berated Victor. Back to the duchy? Are you kidding me? Why do you think her mother brought her here in the first place? Back then, although he was often away from home, he still cared for his wife, who was exhausted by the royal conflicts. This political struggle drained Heloise physically and mentally. No matter how she tried to hide it, I could see her fatigue. He couldn't bear to let his daughter suffer in the royal court, caught in a succession battle where she could lose her life at any moment. We did all this for her safety. Isn't that so? He was so angry he even said, You taught her nothing. So you've taught her nothing all these years. He said, and Victor's expression changed at his words. Looking at the determined gaze of the young man before him, he sensed a strong opposition. The hand gripping his collar loosened. The truth is, he doesn't understand Yvette, and neither do you. All these years, you've stripped her of her will, protecting her like a canary in a cage. You never even asked if this was what she wanted. Victor questioned, if she keeps running away like this, will she ever be safe? From the royal capital to here, and then overseas, when will her life of hiding ever end? Feeling accused, he retorted, What do you know? How long have you known her to act like her guardian? Victor replied, I don't know, nor do I intend to. Everything I do is to fulfill her wishes. Victor remembered how she had opened up to him during their first hunt. This way, I won't be a burden to my mother. Just then, he recalled her brave figure. Now, she was ready to give up her life of hiding. Only by daring to face reality and fight for it can she live a peaceful life. To take up a sword and protect those important to her. This is her decision. In Victor's heart, she was never some delicate and willful young lady. That pampered Winchester girl had, in fact, never been truly pampered. After hearing Victor recount his daughter's growth, Carl finally relented and sat down to talk. Did she tell you this? Victor answered affirmatively. Yes, she will be able to go back and face the royal struggles. She doesn't need you to pick her up. She will go back on her own. I respect her decision, even if it means returning to a cage built of status and power. Victor humbly requested on her behalf. So today, I hope you can set aside your prejudice and accompany her on this final part of her journey. And what he was about to say next was perhaps meant for that white-haired girl. A happy smile appeared on his face at the thought of her. Then, I will return her to you both, safe and sound. Victor had no intention of letting his feelings stop her from returning to her family. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yvette was happily enjoying the cotton candy she had just bought. Suddenly, someone approached, and she thought it was Victor. Victor, you're so slow. It turned out to be Cassandra and Francis, who had come to ask about her progress with Victor. Yvette, do you know where the captain went? Even she didn't know. Maybe he went to the restroom. Why are you worrying for me? What else could he be doing at such a crucial moment? Forget the nagging. Cassandra just wanted to know how far they'd gotten and how she felt with him. Just like usual. At this rate, it's all over. Hurry up, or it'll be dark soon. But it's still early, no need to rush. There's no rule that says the confession has to be today, right? She didn't like being rushed either, but if she didn't speak up soon, it would be too late. Hearing this out-of-the-blue remark, the two finally realized something was wrong. Too late? And so, the two decided to get physical with her to force her to explain clearly. They had to dig some secret intel out of her. Are you hiding something from us? Spit it out. After some explanation, the two finally learned that she had to go back. She's going back. Isn't that dangerous? Is there something wrong with your head? Why would you make such a decision? Faced with their questions, she answered with just one sentence. Because I am my mother's daughter. After she said that, the two of them were stunned into silence. Well, that shut them up. They couldn't find any reason to argue back. Cassandra still couldn't believe it was true. That idiot, why didn't she discuss it with everyone? Not the captain or anyone else, just going back like that. Won't she feel lonely? Of course, she will. Although she and Cassandra had their frictions in the past, they were friends after all. Leaving so suddenly, she was naturally sad. You were the first friends I ever made, the first time I formed a bond with strangers. It would be a lie to say, I'm not lonely. She still remembered every word her friend taught her. In life, we have many different journeys to complete. Isn't that what Cassandra taught me? Hearing these heartfelt words, Francis and Cassandra suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. She had spent the most precious time of her life. Thank you, everyone. I've been very happy this past year. Forget it. At this point, what was there to blame her for? Parting is always inevitable. You flatter her. Just then, the person she was waiting for finally arrived. Victor was here. She had to say goodbye to her sisters and follow the call of her heart. Francis gave her departing friend a gentle smile, a hint of sadness in her heart. This girl, in the end, couldn't be as strong as Francis, and Cassandra shed sad tears for it. I swore I wouldn't get upset over their business, so don't misunderstand and think I'm jealous. Even at a time like this, she still tried to act tough. She had long known of this friendship. No words were needed. I know without you telling me. They were crying because they were parting with a dear friend they had known for a year. These were just sad tears for a friend who was about to leave. The image of the three of them playing together in the past would forever be etched in their hearts. Yvette stared at the freshly made candied fruit skewers, her hungry stomach rumbling uncontrollably, so she pleaded with her boyfriend to buy some. Buy it for me. She was begging him to buy it, but he was distracted, thinking about something else. Seeing him so lost in thought, she had no choice but to get close to his face and ask, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Startled by her face so close to his, he awkwardly turned his head away. "Sorry, I was just thinking about something." He remembered what his father-in-law had said to him. Do you know why she never stepped outside her home before she came of age? He thought it was because of a childhood accident, but it turned out there was another unknown darkness behind it. It wasn't just that she was kidnapped as a child. That wasn't the whole reason. Carl revealed a shocking truth about the Winchester family. That child was not originally an only child. The matter was serious, and he had to ask her, "Yvette, do you have any siblings? Did you ever have an older brother?" She only vaguely remembered some things. "I heard he was frail and sickly since birth and passed away from illness when I was very young. My mother cried day and night over it, but she couldn't seem to accept the truth, so she lied and said Dad had taken him far away. Because of that, I had to live as if I were imprisoned, as I was the sole heir to the Winchester family. I was strictly protected and not allowed to do anything dangerous. Until one day, a maid secretly took me out. 'My lady, would you like to go for a walk? I can take you, but wouldn't enjoy a taste of the forbidden fruit for the first time.' She also wanted to experience the novel life outside. That day, a child experienced freedom for the first time and felt immense joy. I was so happy that day. But then an accident suddenly happened, and because of it, my family is still shaken to this day. You already know what happened after that. My mother flew into a rage and forbade me from ever stepping out of the house again." Watching her recount the sad past so nonchalantly, he felt a pang of heartache. Yvette didn't let him say much, stuffing the whole piece of candy into his mouth. She was afraid he would overthink it, so she coaxed him. It's okay. After all, she now has what she wanted, and everything she couldn't have before has been compensated for, she said with a smile, which made him instantly fall into deep thought. His manly intuition told him he had to act now. Come with me. He pulled back the curtain, revealing the two peepers. He didn't scold them, but instead asked for their help. Francis, Cassandra, do me a favor. Caught red-handed. He even whispered something mysteriously. It's unknown what he said, but both of their faces scrunched up. What are you planning to do? I doubt there's enough time. He didn't care how much time was left. He only cared about her. What she didn't have before, I want to make up for it now. That night, the sky was filled with twinkling stars, and on the ground, people bustled with excitement for the festival. Some couples held hands tightly. On this dreamlike night, he held her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. This moment was so precious to him that he didn't want to miss a single second. She slowly removed her blindfold, wanting to see the surprise he had prepared for her. What is that? Fireworks bloomed in the sky, brilliant and colorful. It had been a long time since she had seen such a beautiful sight. Time seemed to stand still without her noticing. This brought back a forgotten memory from many years ago, her first failed escape. But I wasn't scared. At that moment, a new feeling sprouted in her heart. Her only regret was about that day, a memory she could barely grasp. The sky that day was as dreamlike as it is now, and she tried to open her eyes wide to admire the beautiful scenery. The fireworks that day were so beautiful. I didn't get to see the fireworks that day. Only today did she see the sight she had forgotten so many years ago. She happily looked back at her two best friends. They gave her a 100-point rating plus a loving smile. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she quickly grabbed him before it was too late. Victor, I like you. But before she could finish, he pressed a finger to her lips. A man should take the lead, just like a hero in a romance novel. He leaned in and whispered to her, me too. Even more people came out that day. Even the entire squad stopped their work to admire the blooming fireworks. On the other side, the father also unconsciously let go of the fight for his daughter, looking up at the sky with emotion. Having just confessed, Victor watched her silently with an infatuated gaze. She was too shy to speak. Words were inadequate at this moment. They could only feel the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. A smile bloomed on her lips. His beloved girl had become half of his life. MHM. Sunlight fell on the golden flowers as the Lion Squad saw one of their own off. Until the very last moment, Victor was gentle and considerate, helping her into the carriage as if it were their final farewell. Cassandra couldn't hold back her tears. She hadn't expected him to leave so soon. No matter how tough she was, goodbyes were still as hard for her as for anyone else. Francis and Lynn were stuffing snacks into her arms and giving her final instructions. Eat these on the road. Don't get scammed. Here for you. The atmosphere was touching and sad, yet she secretly peeked into the basket to see if there was anything good to eat. Seeing her still being so flippant at the end, they had no choice but to scold her one last time for old time's sake. Is there anything you want to say besides eat? She fully believed they would all meet again someday, just like in the old days. I know we'll see each other again someday, so I'm not sad at all. You know, I bet her next sentence is an invitation for the entire Lion Squad. Before she could finish, everyone knew she was about to invite them to a party at the Duchy. If things on my end get sorted out, will you come? Seeing everyone's silence, she felt their brotherhood had all gone to the dogs, with no love at all. Come on, Yvette, why did you only tell Victor? It seemed she had to invite them directly, even if it wasn't very ladylike. I mean, once everything is settled, will you all? Before she could begin, a hand gently caressed her cheek. A soft kiss landed on her forehead, a confirmation of his faith and love, trusting each other without needing to ask. An R-rated movie played out in high definition right in front of everyone, giving every man an eye-opening morning, except for Xenia, who was still a child. Wait for me. He said only those two words, but they contained all his love for her. After the morning's good show, the moment of parting finally arrived. The Lion Squad stood behind, waving goodbye reluctantly, watching their friend embark on her journey. The scenery is so beautiful today. She couldn't take her eyes off it for a second. Did the new captain say anything to you? What he said to her was a sweet little secret. The scene shifts to a nearby battlefield. Heloise was fighting with all her might, holding off a group of royal soldiers. Her face was tense, without a hint of relaxation. Suddenly, a large man charged at her, attempting a sneak attack. She charged forward without hesitation, raising her sword to counter. An arrow flew from nowhere, saving her life by hitting the muscular oaf right in the head. This sudden rescue surprised her, and she wondered curiously who had come. That's right, the mother's daughter had returned, but no longer the weak young lady of the past, but a strong girl who dared to stand up and protect her dearest person. The flower pin on her dress symbolized the return of the royal daughter, a promise for the future. The Winchester family once again held a lavish royal banquet. Yvette, now a daughter with a sharp gaze and a still charming face, wore a red robe symbolizing a leader's authority. Is that the Duchess? She looks very different from the rumors. News of her succession had already spread among the wealthy circles. Rumor has it that the Duke of Winchester will pass the title to his daughter. At first, they only saw her as a pawn for a political marriage, initially thinking she was just a pretty vase relying on marriage to maintain her status. But now her hands were free, and nothing could force her to hold the hand of a man she didn't want. However, now she walked a different path, directly recruiting a male consort, leaving the two princes with nothing to say. Now, she had become a woman with the power to decide everything. No sooner said than done. Someone had already brought their son to meet her. One wonders what kind of person would catch her eye. Duchess, may I have a moment of your time? This is my son. One look at her face, and you could tell she was already bored. She wasn't interested in such dull affairs of people flocking to her just for her beauty, so she looked away. What on earth just happened? Among that noisy crowd, there was an incredibly familiar figure. Victor and his lion squad appeared. He stood tall among the crowd, wearing an outfit that highlighted his physique. Like a bright spot in a hurried world, the two were unconsciously drawn to each other, their hearts beating in sync. Duchess, the memory of their separation day still lingered in her subconscious. The promise he made must be true. Wait for me. Despite being miles apart, she now managed everything on the estate under her mother's guidance. And now, men must kneel at her feet and obey her every command. The Duchess's investiture ceremony was also held. Let all the journeys experience pause before the one she deeply loves. She happily took the warm hand she had known for so long. Please believe me, a pleasure to meet you. Saying it was a pleasure to meet was just a formality. Their souls were already one. Victor Borte, on behalf of the Lion Squad, pays his respects to the Duchess. At that moment, it was as if only the two of them existed in the world. This party, at some point, had become a testament to their love. We will surely meet at the summit.